the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876 G-Lin, Part 2. Otto is undoubtedly exceptional. Collins calling him a great inventor wasn't entirely wrong. He possesses not only a remarkable talent for technology, but also a profound understanding of martial arts techniques. The creation of the Valkyries wasn't solely based on the creation of artificial stigmata. It originally stemmed from Fu Hua's Takeshi sword key. Fu Hua would never refuse anything that could be beneficial in combating the Honkai. Otto likely used this as an excuse to obtain the Takeshi sword key cultivation method from Fu Hua. While the cultivation of Takeshi sword key is somewhat demanding, Otto devised his own method. Combining other cultivation secrets, he simplified the heart essence of Takeshi sword key's 5 elements, becoming the foundational training for training Valkyries. The 5 elements of Takeshi sword key aren't progressive realms of cultivation, but rather methods with distinct abilities. For example, the heart essence cultivates Honkai energy into Zenki, while the form essence is a technique used in combat, specifically the application of Zenki. Zishu, Wujin, Mingjing, and Takesu are the realms that progress in a gradual manner. Cheng Lixum's realm remains stuck at Wujin due to his inner demons. If not for his inner demons, Cheng Lixum's strength would have been comparable to Li Sishang's in time, and reaching the Takesu realm would have been a piece of cake. Yolande and Rita had also cultivated Takeshi sword energy, but due to their own experiences, they chose not to follow Fu Hua's path. Yolande, in particular, has taken a path that blends the strengths of many schools, somewhat resembling Shen Fei. There are so many time travelers in this world. I'm sure Einstein and Tesla would be interested in this kind of scene. Shen Fei was deeply moved by the gathering of so many celebrities within Yolande's inner world bubble. After a few days of fighting with Yolande, and knowing that Shen Fei could easily reach the world bubble, he and Rita, along with him, entered Yolande's inner world bubble. Even though the bubble was within Yolande's body, the holy sword Yolande's slumber served as an anchor, securing the bubble within her. This was no easy feat, so even Yolande's desire to access the bubble proved challenging. Access was only possible within this system developed by Otto, which required significant energy and computation, resulting in a single opportunity only once every several years. Yolande deeply missed her friends within the bubble. Shen Fei's abilities were a lifesaver for Yolande, and he naturally wouldn't refuse Yolande's offer. He then saw a host of celebrities from various eras gathered within the bubble, including Shakespeare and Watt. This made Shen Fei wonder if only celebrities could travel through time. Of course, this was a joke. While many famous people traveled through time, ordinary people did even more. Strictly speaking, the entire bubble was populated by time travelers. It could be said that this was a world populated by time travelers. Shen Fei wasn't surprised by this outcome. After all, he knew the nature of this bubble. It was created by Dr. Mei and his team from the previous civilization using the second divine key, the Thousand Worlds One. It was a place to expel excess Honkai energy and waste. It had to be said that the previous civilization was truly lavish. Human waste is extremely difficult to dispose of, especially some that are difficult to recycle. Centralizing it within the bubble would have been a significant improvement. It was fortunate that the previous civilization was destroyed, otherwise the humans who traveled to this world would have faced immense hardship. However, precisely because of this, the technological level within the bubble varied widely. Some remained primitive tribes, while others had already implemented artificial intelligence to manage their cities. For example, the famous Watt, a somewhat shy individual, found an artificially intelligent girlfriend within the bubble. It's a pity that I didn't see Schrödinger and Shigeru Kirara. One of them seems to have returned to the Quantum Sea, and the other seems to have been taken away by the Hugo's clan. Schrödinger, the famous cat abuser, has now achieved his wish and can survive and walk in the Quantum Sea. However, unfortunately, she does not have Shen Fei's positioning ability. Her ability to go to that world bubble, or world, depends entirely on luck. After the last battle in the world bubble that year, she was affected and left the world bubble, and she couldn't come back. As for Shigeru Kirara, her luck was not bad. After the Second Honkai War in Benares, she did not die and fell into the world bubble, becoming a famous idol. Later, during the final battle, although she was expelled from the world bubble, She was taken away by the Hugo's clan because of the things on her body. Napoleon was quite formidable in this world, but he killed himself, much like Mobius. Yolandel's greatest enemy in the world bubble was Napoleon, who had brought soldiers from the collapse world to the world bubble. However, by then, he could no longer be called Napoleon. Strictly speaking, he was a puppet of the collapse. Let's go back together. Forget it. I don't want to see that Otto guy, and now's not the time to distract little Bianca. Let's wait until this is over. With Shen Fei's abilities, it would be easy to lead the people of the world bubble out. While the new system developed by Otto allowed entry into the world bubble, it only allowed one person to leave, not bring others with him. Unfortunately, none of the people in the world bubble wanted to leave. Shakespeare, in particular, looked displeased when he mentioned Otto, and it seemed Otto also mentioned her. It was unknown what had happened between the two of them back then. As the Archbishop of Heaven's mandate for heaven over the past 500 years, he naturally knew many famous people. Say, did anything happen between you and Shakespeare? She seems upset with you, Shakespeare, that guy. After returning from the bubble, Shen Fei curiously asked Otto this question. As expected, Otto also looked displeased, as if he'd been wronged by Shakespeare. Alright, forget about him. Let's get started on the experiment, okay? Shen Fei stayed at the Destiny headquarters not just for the Black Abyss and White Flower, but also for the Thousand Realms One vehicle. Otto was also curious about his magic, and with the help of the space gem, they conducted some joint experiments, which was a win-win situation for both parties. Shen Fei wanted to see if he could use the Thousand Realms One vehicle to further enhance his special magic, perhaps reaching the level of the Herrscher of the Void, instantly opening dozens of special gates and launching attacks. Otto, on the other hand, wanted to see if he could leverage Shen Fei's power to replicate the Herrscher of the Void's power. If that were possible, he wouldn't need the Herrscher of the Void anymore. Of course, there's another goal, to find the coordinates of the imaginary tree. To reverse history or reopen a parallel world, the first prerequisite is to locate the coordinates of the imaginary tree, which is the most difficult part. Otto ultimately failed to find these coordinates, and the only way he finally obtained them was through a trade with Kevin. You made a deal with Otto, Einstein said immediately after Shen Fei returned from his mission at the anti-entropy Salt Lake base. Even Otto couldn't continue the second Divine Key experiment, the Thousand Worlds One vehicle. It wasn't because he was worried about the quantum shadow monsters that would appear during the experiment, but because the experiment was too exhausting. Even Xianming would need weeks of preparation before the next experiment could begin. Furthermore, if the search continued aimlessly, even repeated experiments would be fruitless. What? You actually reached a deal with Otto? What do you mean? Tesla nearly jumped up, while Walter Yang, Siegfried, Teresa, and others looked at Shen Fei in surprise. Dr. Tesla, calm down. I think he'll give us a reason, Einstein reassured Tesla. You all know Otto's true purpose, to resurrect Colin. I've provided him with another possible method to revive Colin. He won't attack Kiana for a few years, but you know Otto's character, so I can't guarantee he'll stick to this agreement. Shen Fei certainly didn't trust Otto completely. He wanted to render Otto harmless, unless Colin was resurrected. It was perfectly natural to remain vigilant until that goal was achieved. These next few years are a time for Kiana and the others to grow stronger. As long as they're strong enough, Otto won't be able to do anything to them. Meanwhile, Wendy can return to St. Freya's Academy. Since Otto already knew, Wendy no longer had to hide. It also meant that the Rosalia sisters could attend St. Freya's Academy. The sisters were fusion warriors. While they probably couldn't achieve the same level of artificial collapse as Fuhua and Kevin, they were still incredibly powerful, and S-rank Valkyries would be no problem at all. Also, I'll be promoting some methods to strengthen the Valkyries. I'll start with a trial at St. Freya's Academy, and if successful, I'll expand it to the entire Destiny. Shen Fei prepared some simple martial arts manuals and breathing techniques to test their effectiveness. Fighting the Honkai is a long-term endeavor. Even in the final, post-Honkai era, even without the threat of the celestial beings, Honkai beasts will still exist, though it seems Herrschers won't be born. By the way, there's something I've never told you, but now I can tell you. I come from a world without Honkai, Shen Fei said, recounting what he had said to Otto. A world without Honkai, a world beyond the tree of imaginary numbers. That's truly amazing. Einstein and Tesla were the most shocked by Shen Fei's words. While others like Siegfried, Walter Yang, Fu Hui, Teresa, and GZ were also shocked. They were more shocked by the lack of Hong-Kei. Only Einstein and Tesla understood the true meaning. Without Hong-Kei, wouldn't that be a very peaceful world? GZ expressed a certain longing. Teacher GZ, I'm sorry to burst your bubble. A world without Hong-Kei doesn't necessarily mean it's more peaceful. Humanity's war against each other is sometimes far more terrifying than fighting Hong-Kei. Having a common enemy can actually lead to greater peace for humanity. Ironically, if Hong-Kei hadn't had the Herrscher and the final, world-destroying Eternal, the situation would have been much better. Look at the Marvel Universe, the one Shen Fei currently inhabits. There are no mutants, otherwise there would have been utter chaos. Of course, such matters are unnecessary in Hong-Kei. Everything can only wait until Hong-Kei is defeated. Here, I can offer you a final guarantee. Even if the fight against Eternal fails, this world's population won't be exterminated. I can help you execute the Hangshi project right now. Do you want to get started? Dr. May's Hangshi project, previously proposed by Dr. Ming Mei, is now achievable in Shen Fei's hands. Hangshi project, Fu Hua exclaimed, her expression slightly agitated. You're kidding. We haven't lost yet, and we might not. Why run away now? Before Einstein could say anything, Tesla roared, waving his red robotic arm. Ms. Fu Hua, the Hangshi project isn't feasible right now, but it can serve as a last resort. Einstein nodded. I know, Fu Hua wasn't stupid. She knew the Hangshi project couldn't be implemented right now. You're going to the rest of humanity and telling them humanity is doomed and fleeing to another world. See how many people will believe you. Shen Fei considered both the Stigmata project and the Hangshi project to be humanity's last resorts. They wouldn't have been necessary when humanity was still strong. It was the devastating defeat of the previous civilization that drove Kevin to pursue the Stigmata project. By the way, let me show you something interesting, Shen Fei said, flicking a photo onto a large screen. Yolanda and Rita, Teresa spotted two familiar faces in the photo. These are the people who have the inner bubble of Yolanda. They're all famous people, Shen Fei said, reciting names like Shakespeare and Watt. How is it possible to have inner bubbles? Einstein and Tesla were numb with shock. The world outside the tree of imaginary numbers, containing inner bubbles, was a scientific challenge, and now it had actually appeared. That's probably what's going on. Let's get Wendy and the others back first. Is Brunei any good? S.H.I.E.L.D looks like she's got a rival. As they brought Wendy back to St. Freia's Academy, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile at Brunei, who had been following S.H.I.E.L.D around. Is this St. Freia's Academy? It's so beautiful. Will we become Valkyries too? Besides Wendy, the Rosalia sisters were also brought along. Anti-entropy, a technologically focused force, naturally couldn't match St. Freia's Academy, which specializes in training Valkyries, in terms of fusion warrior training. Not to mention, Fu Hua, a fusion warrior, was also present. Although Kokolia was now imprisoned, the Kokolia orphanage remained unaffected. With Brunei's financial support and anti-entropy's care, the living conditions at the orphanage were much better than before. Xingmer was now temporarily managing the orphanage. Xingmer's rights as anti-entropy's enforcer had not been revoked. 9 netherworlds, Stigmata, Jilin, Chiao, let's go. Oh, and have Kiana and the others come too. Fu Hua and I will follow behind, at St. Freia's Academy, just as Wendy and Rosario had enrolled. Teresa approached Shen Fei and Fu Hua to tell them about the 9 netherworlds. Technically, Teresa had already discovered the 9 netherworlds and should have explored it earlier, but Shen Fei's sudden appearance delayed their exploration. Chapter 877 Jilin, and Teresa has been keeping a close eye on GZ's health in the Wulian Tower. Since it's been difficult to get help from the Mandate headquarters, she's been considering other solutions. The most effective of these is, of course, finding a complete stigmata. The legendary Jilin, who protected the Shenzhou continent over 5,000 years ago, undoubtedly possesses a complete stigmata. Finding her stigmata might extend GZ's lifespan. Although Shen Fei's subsequent appearance has made GZ no longer need them, there are still many Valkyries whose mandates have been eroded by Hong-Kei energy, and Jilin's stigmata are still needed, not to mention the Xuan Yuan sword. Even if Teresa doesn't plan to explore, Mandate headquarters will certainly send someone there. The situation in the 9 netherworld wasn't discovered by Teresa's own investigations, but rather by intelligence gathered by Mandate headquarters. St. Freya Academy is a purely Valkyrie academy, lacking any intelligence personnel. Lilia, this thing is so fun. It's soft and springy. Silly Rosalia, now is not the time for that. Hey, now is not the time to enjoy the scenery. Everyone, pay attention. Under the South China Sea, a group departing from St. Freya's College aboard the Hyperion soon arrived at the South China Sea, said to be the location of the Nine Netherworld. They donned the bubbles Shen Fei had provided and began diving to the seabed, searching for the Nine Netherworld. Destiny headquarters only knew the approximate location of the Nine Netherworld, not its exact location. Finding a general location on the seabed is not easy. Unfortunately, aside from GZ, the others were only interested in the Nine Netherworld. Enjoying the scenery was paramount. The group split into smaller groups. Sisters Rosalia and Lilia were fascinated by the bubbles surrounding their bodies, even playing games with each other. But the other two groups weren't so curious. They seemed to be treating this underwater trip like a date. Kiana and Mei were together, while Branaya was accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D and Wendy. Shen Fei, Fu Hui, and Branaya were in a group, and finally, Himiko was alone. This situation left Himiko, as both teacher and team leader, feeling helpless, and she could only offer them gentle instructions. Although Fu Hui had experienced the Nine Netherworld before, she arrived too late and didn't know the details, so she could only join the search. The Nine Netherworld was a place of sorrow for Fu Hui. Her few remaining friends had all perished in that incident, and every thought of it filled her with regret. If you don't properly search for the Nine Netherworld, we'll let the other Valkyries handle this mission. After 2 consecutive days of failure to find the Nine Netherworld, Himiko issued an ultimatum, forcing Kiana, Branaya, and the others to finally begin their search in earnest. Aunt Himiko, there's a cave here. The next day, after the group diligently searched for the Nine Netherworlds, Kiana made a discovery, an entrance in an area with abundant water plants. It's no secret that Kiana is incredibly lucky. This luck is proven. Whenever Branaya plays card drawing games, she almost always asks Kiana for help, and she never disappoints. 10 consecutive double golds is a common occurrence for Kiana. According to Branaya, her luckiest moment is 10 golds in a row, a feat unbelievable. Call Major Himiko. Himiko habitually corrected Kiana before leading the way into the cave. Looks like this is it. Initial exploration revealed a large amount of Hao-K energy, even Hao-K beasts and death guards, and Himiko immediately confirmed that this must be the Nine Netherworlds. It's truly enormous. Entering the cave, it wasn't dark at all. A strange light shone from the surrounding walls, illuminating the interior. Even with only a rough overview, one could still grasp the cave's vastness. Shen Fei couldn't help but marvel at Chi-Yu's enormity. Based on what he knew, they were likely inside Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's size was unprecedented, even in previous civilizations. It could be argued that, in terms of the Hong-K energy contained within him, Chi-Yu was the most powerful of all Hong-K beasts, save for the Hershers. This, however, also revealed just how powerful Kevin Kislana truly was, considering he was using Chi-Yu as a tonic. Is this the countermeasure mechanism for Hong-K? It's not a Hersher, but a more powerful version of a judgment-level Hong-K beast. Hong-K consciousness is truly fascinating. After arriving in the Hong-K world, Shen Fei also researched its history. Although the disasters of Hong-K never ceased, before the advent of modern society, Hershers and judgment-level Hong-K beasts had never appeared. At most, Emperor-level Hong-K beasts had appeared. But once in modern society, Hershers appeared like mushrooms after rain. This was quite strange, as if it were a set program. Although Shen Fei had some speculations about this situation, after all, he was not a Hong-K consciousness and could not know the truth, so he quickly abandoned his speculations. Lilia, let's have a competition. Let's see who can kill the most Hong-K beasts. The bet is the strawberry cake. You head back home. Okay. With that, the two sisters, both blue and pink, brandished their weapons and charged at the night-level Hong-K beast that appeared ahead. Even though they had arrived at St. Freya's Academy and were living in Branaya's dormitory, where the food and accommodations were much better than before, they still remembered the habits they had developed in the orphanage. Rosalia, Lilia, be careful, S.H.I.E.L.D called out worriedly, seeing the two charging towards the Hong-K beasts. Don't worry, Sister S.H.I.E.L.D, this time Rosalia will definitely win. Rosalia turned and smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D, then swung her Sleeping Beauty sword and, with a single blow, bisected a night-level Hong-K beast. It's Lilia's victory. Lilia also killed a Hong-K beast with her swan leg. Who said that? It's clearly Kiana's victory. How pretentious. Kiana said as she rushed out, firing a single shot at a nearby Hawk beast. The Water Fairy II automatic pistol, manufactured within the Skyward Fate Research Institute, froze the beast in one blow. Then, at Kiana's shout, a massive white thigh descended from the sky above the Hawk beast, shattering it into several pieces. Watch me, Wendy, unyielding, unleash 2 wind blades, dispatching a Hawk beast. At St. Freia's Academy, Wendy's strength had greatly improved. If the situation from the original story were to repeat itself, she would definitely not be defeated by the Titan mech this time. The fourth Hersher's ability was to create ideal fluids, not just tornadoes. Of course, Wendy didn't understand the concept of ideal fluids at the moment. Although her academic performance wasn't very good, that didn't stop her from learning some wind-related skills in the game. And that was while she was still following Branaya. Why are there still assassins here? As the group delved deeper into the cave, Kiana was surprised to see not only the Honkai beasts but also a number of assassins. They must be the creatures previously devoured by Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu is a devouring monster. Fu Hua observed the assassins with a touch of sadness. Mei, why did the class monitor come with us? Kiana didn't respond to Fu Hua's explanation, instead complaining to Mei through her headset. Even after Fu Hua took Kiana to Lion City to meet Yolando, their relationship didn't improve at all. What's wrong with the class monitor? She's an A-rank Valkyrie at such a young age, and always tops the class. She's a role model. Don't always go against her, Mei tried to comfort Kiana. Who told her to go against me? She was just sleeping in class, skipping class, there were so many other students in the class, so why was she targeting her? This was the reason for Kiana's frustration. The monitor wasn't against you. You did something wrong. Using the Moonlight Throne computer to play games and eating hot pot in the classroom, Mei looked at Kiana with a helpless look on her face. In the past, she would have kept her distance from anyone who behaved like Kiana. Mei had always been very strict with herself, but after meeting Kiana, that discipline had seriously declined. The Moonlight Throne computer is so fast for playing games. No one uses it anyway. And as for eating hot pot on the classroom, who made me hungry? Kiana had to admit that what she said made sense. The Moonlight Throne computer was a supercomputer, so playing games was naturally fast. Okay, this time our target is the legendary stigma of Jilin. Jilin is from Shenzhou, and the squad leader is also from Shenzhou. He must know something we don't. There's a big door up ahead. What is this? Cao. Thanks to the efforts of Rosalia, Lilia, and the others, they killed their way through the Honkai beasts and the dead soldiers and arrived in front of a huge stone gate. There was a stone tablet on the side of the gate. If you don't know it, don't read it randomly. Looking at the words read by Kiana, Shen Fei was a little speechless. These were words she didn't know, but she only read half of what she knew. Squad leader, where's this? Mei immediately grabbed Kiana, who was about to refute, and turned her gaze to Fu Hua. Let me open the door. At this moment, Rosalia on the side waved her sleeping beauty, ready to directly split the door open. Wait a minute, there's a mechanism here. Breaking it forcefully will trigger a trap. Fu Hua gazed at the inscription on the stone tablet, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. She then turned to Shen Fei and said, it has instructions on how to break the trap. We'll each take one. Fu Hua then recited the method. A familiar face, Shen Fei whispered after hearing it. It stands whose handwriting. The handwriting of an old friend touched Fu Hua deeply, but she didn't forget her mission. Working from either side, she and Shen Fei worked to break the mechanism. The stone door is a trap, and here, another mechanism. Are people in Shenzhou so fond of setting up traps? After Shen Fei and Fu Hua had broken through the mechanism, they entered a larger cavern through a stone wall. Kiana immediately jumped into action, only to find themselves spinning in circles. It's the Bagua formation, Kiana-san. Let me observe. Fu Hua, oblivious to Kiana's complaints, carefully observed the surroundings. When the two of them cracked the trap earlier, Fu Hua learned some of what happened that year, but she also had a question. The body of the sacrificed Jilin had disappeared, along with the Zhuan sword. What's wrong? As they continued forward, Shen Fei saw Fu Hua frowning and immediately walked over to her side, asking in a low voice. Something's not right. It seems to be sealed here, Fu Hua whispered. It's a seal, but we're here. Even if it's a seal, so what? At worst, Chi-Yu will be resurrected, and this is a good time to deal with it once and for all. Yeah, is that the Zhuan sword? It's beautiful. After going deeper into the cave, the group discovered a Xuan Yuan sword floating in midair in a large square. From the ground, 3 Qi Yuan statues surrounded it. Strange, it seems to be the Xuan Yuan sword that's sealed, Fu Hua whispered, observing the surroundings. Kang Xuan and Danzu did it. Yes, let's see what's going on first. It's finally out. As the 3 red kite statues activated, the Zuanian sword, floating in midair, descended. A figure flew out from the sword, a beautiful young woman with short black hair and a golden dress. Fu Hua's excited expression confirmed it was Jilin. I disagree with the original story that Fu Hua arrived here in a state of amnesia, not recognizing Jilin. Now, Fu Hua has regained her memory. Jilin's apparent lack of recognition is perfectly natural. After all, not only has so much time passed, but Fu Hua's current attire is also vastly different from her past. She's wearing simple casual clothes and a pair of glasses. Back then, Fu Hua was dressed like Yun Mo Dan Qing. The difference is stark. It's a ghost. Seeing the beautiful girl suddenly appear, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately stepped back, approaching Branaya and clutching her arm tightly, appearing terrified of ghosts. She wasn't the only one. Kiana on the other side also seemed a little frightened. Wendy and Brownie, however, stared at the suddenly appearing girl with curiosity. Boom. Jizzy was about to speak when the surroundings suddenly shook violently. Rocks began to fall from the mountain wall above, forcing the group to dodge quickly. Jizzy, while dodging, grabbed the Falun Zuanian sword. Jizzy, something's wrong. Chi-Yu seems to have resurrected and is heading towards Shen's Hao. What exactly happened? Teresa's voice suddenly rang out over the communicator. Although she had come along this time, she didn't enter the 9 Netherworld with him. Instead, she stayed aboard the Hyperion, ready to provide support. I don't know either, Jizzy said, looking at the beautiful girl floating in the air ahead. It seems Chi-Yu has resurrected again. I am Jilin. With everyone's attention focused on Jilin, Jilin explained the situation. It turns out that Jilin failed to kill the judgment-level Honkai beast Chi-Yu. Her strength was still somewhat insufficient. However, in order to prevent Chi-Yu from endangering Shen's Hao, Jilin ultimately chose to sacrifice herself and seal herself. Now the seal has just been lifted by the group. To deal with Chi-Yu, we must destroy its heart. Brave humans, now only you can stop it. Chapter 878, Paradise in the Afterlife, Part 1. Branaya has detected 2 massive sources of collapse ahead. They must be Chi-Yu's heart. After receiving Jilin's warning, Branaya immediately activated the Heavy Bunny's detection function. Let's go. Having determined the location of Chi-Yu's heart, the group, led by Jizzy, immediately rushed towards the nearest source of collapse. As they delved deeper into Chi-Yu's body, they witnessed the wonders within. The surroundings were no longer cavernous. Instead, countless boy boulders floated in a vast expanse. One of Chi-Yu's hearts lay atop these floating boulders. Heavy Bunny, Fire, having identified their target, the group, with the exception of Shen Fei and Fu Hua, immediately launched their most powerful attack on Chi-Yu's heart. Unfortunately, despite their seemingly massive attack, their attack inflicted no damage, merely crumbling a few of the stones above. It's so tough. Rosalia and Lilia shook their numb arms and stopped attacking. Stop, everyone. This won't work. Jizzy realized their attacks were ineffective. After asking everyone to stop, she couldn't help but look at Shen Fei and Fu Hua, who hadn't taken any action. We can use the Hyperion's main guns to attack, Shen Fei immediately offered his suggestion. Although both he and Fu Hua were powerful enough to destroy Chi-Yu's heart, Jilin's condition made them reluctant to reveal their strength for the time being. The Hyperion has no way of locating Chi-Yu's heart, Teresa's voice rang out from the headset. Even with Chi-Yu's body blocking the way, they were still able to communicate. This was already a testament to the strength of Xianming's communication system. However, it had to be said that this world's communication system was indeed very advanced, even allowing communication within the quantum sea. That's easy. We can just manually locate it, we can give it a try. After agreeing with Teresa, Shen Fei began the manual location process. Once the group had distanced themselves from Chi-Yu's heart, Teresa fired the Hyperion's main gun. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant beam of light pierced Chi-Yu's body and struck his heart. Fortunately, the Hyperion's power source had been switched to the Moonlight Throne, greatly increasing the power of its main gun. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to penetrate Chi-Yu's body and hit his heart. Boom! As Chi-Yu's heart shattered, The surroundings began to shake violently. A torrent of falling rocks rained down from the sky, and faint roars could be heard from outside. Chi-Yu's speed has slowed, Teresa's voice echoed in the group's ears at the right moment. The second heart is over there, Brania said, pointing in a direction. Wait a minute, there seems to be something there. Just as the group was about to leave, Kiana seemed to have discovered something and ran over to the destroyed Chi-Yu heart, picking up several pieces of strange metal. It's soul steel. What does it say? Ancient Shenzhou characters were written on the shattered soul steel. Upon seeing the words, Fu Hua's face immediately changed, and she looked at Ji Lin, who was floating in midair with a complicated look. Don't worry, this is perfect. You can put an end to it. Although the writing on the soul steel was incomplete, Shen Fei and Fu Hua still had a general idea of what was happening. This so-called Chi-Yu heart was not strictly speaking Chi-Yu's heart, but one of the seals left by Kang Zhuan and Danzu. It was used to restrict Chi-Yu's movements. Destroying the heart would help Chi-Yu break the seal, which would make Jilin's previous words questionable. Jilin was now Black Jilin. Fu Hua likely understood the situation. As a fusion warrior from the previous civilization, she had experienced countless battles and faced betrayal by teammates and comrades, so she naturally understood what was happening. The most painful thing for Fu Hua in the previous civilization was that her most admired captain had become a hersher. She tried to say something to her, but was killed by Kevin. As expected, following the same method, Chi-Yu's second heart was destroyed, and soul steel fragments were found, similar in content to the previous one. What's going on? Why has Chi-Yu suddenly increased in speed? Teresa's panicked voice echoed through the headset. After the Hyperion's main cannon fired a second time, Chi-Yu stopped. Teresa thought Chi-Yu was dead, but just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Chi-Yu suddenly accelerated. Dean, Brania has discovered a third Hao-Ke source, more powerful than the previous two. This means Chi-Yu has 3 hearts, you'd better hurry. At Chi-Yu's current speed, he'll be near the coastline in about 2 hours. Teresa's voice was filled with anxiety. Dean, we've reached the location of Chi-Yu's third heart, but isn't the Hyperion's main gun only capable of 2 rounds? The group quickly reached the location of Chi-Yu's third heart. Compared to the other two, this one was much larger, almost twice the size. Rosalia and Lilia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it, but the group ignored their thoughts. Don't worry, I'll transfer energy from other sources. We should be able to fire the main gun once more. The so-called 2 rounds was just a safety limit. If the damage to the Hyperion was not a concern, a third round could be fired. Ho ha, foolish humans, you've finally come to die. Just as Teresa was about to shut down all other systems on the Hyperion and redirect all power to the main guns, Jilin, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly burst into laughter. With his piercing laughter, Jilin, originally dressed in a golden dress, suddenly turned black. Even the Zuinil sword held by GZ beside him turned black, suddenly slipping from GZ's grasp and flying into his own. Jilin transformed into Black Jilin. You're behind this, Brownie realized immediately. Yes, thanks to you, I was able to be freed from the seal. Don't worry, I'll thank you very much. Black Jilin swung the Black Zuinil sword at the group, and a massive black crescent of sword energy enveloped the entire group. Careful, Kiana, May, be careful, Sister Brania, be careful, Lilia, be careful. That's enough. Jilin, May, Kiana, and the others immediately panicked at Jilin's attack, attempting to unite and resist. However, just then, a figure suddenly appeared before the black sword energy and crushed it with a single punch. Teresa, no need to fire your main guns. Leave this to us, Shen Fei said into his headset immediately after Fu Hua's attack. Okay, it's you, Qian. Hey, Jilin didn't seem to mind her own attack being blocked, but once she saw who it was, her expression suddenly became intensely excited. It's me. Long time no see. Yes, it's been a long time, Qian. Why did you show up only now? We were waiting for you all those years ago, but you never showed up. Kang Zhuan and Danzu trusted you so much? Do you think our lives are less valuable than those of strangers? Hey, Jilin's expression was distorted with excitement. I'm sorry. I've been lonely for so many years, and you've only said sorry. You should say that to Kang Zhuan and Danzu, Hey, Jilin said, swinging his black Zuinil sword at Fu Hua. I know I can't make up for anything, but I also know you're not her now. The real Jilin wouldn't say that. Fu Hua blocked Jilin's Zuinil sword with a Teksu grip, her eyes filled with sorrow. The real Ji-Lin, ha 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 ha, you're right. The real Ji-Lin died long ago. Now it's time for you to go down and be with her. As he spoke, Ji-Lin swung a Zuinian sword, and dozens of sword shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Take's sword key. Speaking of which, Fu Hua was Ji-Lin's master. The Zuinian sword she wielded was actually the key of domination. After fully mastering Take's sword key, the key of domination transformed into the golden sword it is today. Squad leader, what's going on? The exchange between Fu Hua and Ji-Lin stunned Kiana and the others. They had never imagined that their squad leader could actually know a legendary figure from over 5,000 years ago. Retreat quickly. Before Kiana could ask, Jizzy immediately ordered the group to retreat. The aftermath of the clash between Fu Hua and Ji-Lin had already reached them. The squad leader is so formidable. Kiana, watching the battle between Fu Hua and Ji-Lin from a distance, looked deeply disappointed. She had always believed she was only slightly inferior to Fu Hua, believing that if she were just a little stronger, she could defeat the squad leader who had always been dominating her. But now, it seemed the difference was only a fraction. Both Ji-Lin and Fu Hua were wielding Take's sword key. Fu Hua was no longer dressed in simple casual attire, but had transformed into her Chi-Ling form, with white hair, crimson eyes, and a body shrouded in flames. Chi-Yin, if I'm not mistaken, the squad leader is probably the Chi-Yin immortal, the guardian of Shen's Hao, a legend for ages, Brown Eye muttered, looking at the information displayed by the heavily armored bunny. Red Kite Sage, what is that? May seemed to know something about the legend of the Red Kite Sage, but Kiana was completely clueless. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of it, but rather that she simply couldn't remember it. Walter Yang had given her a 0 in history. Guardian of the Divine Land, Brown Eye briefly explained the legend of the Red Kite Sage. Then, looking at Himiko, she continued, Major Himiko and the Dean seem to know about this. I'll tell you about it when we get back. Himiko nodded, not denying Brown Eye's words. Fu Hua, time is running out, Himiko suddenly shouted, watching the two fighting. She probably understood Fu Hua's feelings, but it was precisely because of this that she reminded her that Chi-Yu was still active outside. Given Chi-Yu's size, even if he didn't reach the coast, he could still cause considerable damage. I understand. I'm sorry, Ji-Lin. After a deep sigh, Fu Hua suddenly soared into the air. Countless flames suddenly appeared around her in the sky. With a clear cry, a massive fiery red phoenix, Fei Jinjuanling, appeared in the sky. Its blazing light instantly incinerated the numerous sword shadows summoned by Ji-Lin, piercing through her body. Just as she was about to collapse, Fu Hua appeared beside her and embraced her. Fu Hua, I didn't expect to see you again. It seems it wasn't such a bad thing. Ji-Lin, lying in Fu Hua's arms, smiled warmly. I'm sorry, I've never blamed you. Kang Zhuan and Danzu are the same. You look very different now than you did back then. If Kang Zhuan and Danzu saw you like this, they would probably be very happy. That way, we can rest assured, Ji-Lin shared Fu Hua's concerns. Don't talk like you're dying. You'll have plenty of time to talk later. Just calm Chi-Yu down first. Shen Fei, who had been observing from the side for a long time, suddenly stepped forward. He couldn't do anything about Kang Zhuan and Danzu right now, but he could still do something about Ji-Lin. You have a way to save her, Fu Hua said excitedly. Whether we can save her or not, we'll see later. But we can still stop her from dissipating. Confine the spirit and send the general. Shen Fei then used one of the 8 great techniques, which was perfect for Ji-Lin's current spiritual form. Chi-Yu's over there, let's deal with him quickly, okay? Knowing that Ji-Lin might still be saved, Fu Hua immediately regained her composure. She turned and looked at the giant heart. She clenched her right hand, exhaled, and shouted. Inch power, open the heavens. With a thunderous roar, Chi-Yu's heart exploded into a cloud of shattered fragments. This strike was the full force of Fu Hua's restored strength, brimming with regret from the past. It's collapsing. Get out of here. After Chi-Yu's heart exploded, his body began to crumble. Countless rocks rained down from the sky, and GZ immediately shouted nervously. Go this way. Just as Kiana and the others were about to run back the way they came, Shen Fei suddenly waved his hand, opening a golden portal, and the group returned to the Hyperion. I wonder if Chi-Yu's genes are suitable for becoming a fusion warrior? Devour them, Shen Fei muttered softly from the deck of the Hyperion, watching a massive vortex form in the sea below due to Chi-Yu's silence. While the genes of an Emperor-level Honkai beast could make a fusion warrior, Judgment-level ones were definitely superior. Just look at the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth. They all possess the genes of Judgment-level Honkai beasts. When humans fuse with Honkai beasts to become fusion warriors, it doesn't mean the Honkai beasts are as strong as possible, but it depends on the Honkai beast's abilities. After all, even if it's a fusion warrior, unless it's artificially collapsed, there's no way they can be compared with Honkai beasts, but their abilities are different. If Kevin didn't have his ice-type abilities, he wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of the Holy Judge of Skyfire. What was that just now? A space portal? That's amazing. With this, you can skip school anytime. On the Hyperion, Shen Fei's portal made Kiana very curious, but her application of this ability left Shen Fei speechless. Fortunately, Kiana grew up later, otherwise the Herrscher of the Void's abilities would have become a tool for skipping classes. Chapter 879, Paradise in the Afterlife, Part 2. Ji-Lin, what's up? It's little King Juan. Long time no see. Inside St. Freya Academy, Kang Juan Book was surprised to see Ji-Lin in his spirit form. He sat on a scroll and flew around him several times. Ji-Lin was equally surprised to see Kang Juan Book and immediately embraced him. They had a very close relationship back then. Although the soul is incomplete, this is all we can do at this stage, Shen Fei said to Fu Hui, watching Ji-Lin and Kang Juan Book discussing the past. Even though he now possessed extensive knowledge and energy regarding the soul from the Death Realm, Ji-Lin had been dead for so long that restoring his soul was beyond his reach. It's okay, this is good enough. Thank you. For Fu Hui, simply being able to see Ji-Lin again was already a source of great joy. Furthermore, while Ji-Lin's soul was incomplete, there was still a chance it could be fully restored. Ji-Lin currently exists as a Shikigami, or in other words, a spirit of the Dima Sen. Of course, its host isn't Shen Fei, but Fu Hui. With the aid of Soul Society items and equipment like artificial corpses, Ji-Lin can briefly appear in a human form. Don't be so polite. How's Kiana doing? The Dean, Siegfried, Teacher Himiko, and May are taking turns accompanying her. Speaking of Kiana, Fu Hui couldn't help but sigh. After returning from the Nine Netherworld, Teresa and Siegfried hesitated for several days before finally finding an opportunity to tell her the truth. This sudden change nearly broke Kiana, but thanks to the presence of Himiko and May, she managed to stay afloat, though her usual smile was gone. Once she comes out, please teach her the Grand Void Sword Key. Kiana's cultivation aptitude was exceptional. From her exposure to the Grand Void Sword Key to her later use of Divine Essence against the Herrscher of Consciousness, it had only been a short time. Even with Fu Hui's assistance at that time, it spoke volumes about her talent. No problem, my arm truly can be restored, it's simple. Just this, looking at Siegfried, who had removed his soul steel left arm, Shen Fei waved his left hand, and a white spear appeared in his palm. Seeing the white spear in Shen Fei's hand, Siegfried was stunned. Black Abyss White Flower, yes, use this to restore it. Shen Fei had several methods to restore Siegfried's lost arm, but for the sake of his Herrscher of Reason's proficiency, he chose to manifest the Divine Key, the Black Abyss White Flower. Under the white light emanating from the Black Abyss White Flower, Siegfried's lost left arm slowly began to grow, soon forming a complete arm. This has just been recovered. For a short period of time, it's best not to use this arm to fight. By the way, I'll give this back to you. I don't need it anymore. After putting away the Black Abyss White Flower, Shen Fei returned the Skyfire Judge to Siegfried. Now that he can use the core of the Ruler of Reason to regenerate the Skyfire Judge, there is naturally no need to keep it. The Skyfire Judge is Siegfried's main weapon. Without it, his attack power will be reduced by at least half. How is Kiana? Tesla asked immediately after Shen Fei came through the portal at the anti-entropy Salt Lake base. Einstein on the side also stopped what he was doing. Although she is still in a low mood now, I think she should recover soon. With Jizzy, May and others around, Shen Fei believed that Kiana would definitely pull through. After all, the current situation was much better than before. Where's Walter? Walter Yang was no longer the history teacher at St. Freya's Academy, having returned to anti-entropy to fulfill his duties as leader. Although, strictly speaking, it was Thunder Ryuma who was in charge. After Kokolia's imprisonment, Thunder Ryuma was quickly released and resumed his previous duties. There was a Honkai incident, and he went to deal with it. When will Siegfried return? They're treating Siegfried like a tool. No wonder Walter was able to teach history before. It turns out Siegfried was doing the job, Shen Fei thought to himself and said, he should be back soon. He won't be at St. Freya's Academy for long. By the way, you're just in time. What's the situation with that space ring? Tesla nodded upon hearing that Siegfried was returning soon, and immediately changed the subject to the space ring. Shen Fei had previously given them a space ring and asked them to study it. Dr. Tesla, you're still researching that. I've already told you, it's not our specialty. You're just wasting your time, or perhaps you want to switch careers and become a magician. Einstein was naturally curious about the space ring, but she was more rational than Tesla. After studying it for a while and discovering it was completely different from existing scientific systems, she gave up. For her, science was an endless pursuit, and she had neither the desire nor the time to shift to other areas. I know, I'm just curious. Aren't you curious too? Tesla said with an unhappy look on his face. Dr. Tesla, I'm naturally curious, but you should also know that we don't have much time to research this right now. Honkai, the beings from heaven, they won't give us the time to leisurely study this. I understand. I'll keep an eye on it later. By the way, since you've experienced so many worlds, are there any technologies worth noting? Dr. Tesla, you're a guest. Be polite, Dr. Einstein. There's no need to be so polite. I know a little bit about Dr. Tesla's temper. My purpose for coming here today is actually to discuss technological matters with you too. With that, the three of them headed to the conference room and had a detailed discussion about the technological situation. The Honkai world's technology is extremely advanced, while Shen Fei only has a few technologies that we don't have here. This damn Honkai. After the discussion, Tesla couldn't help but curse Honkai again. Shen Fei's technology, much of which could help anti-entropy make a lot of money. Anti-entropy has always been short of funds, but unfortunately, due to the characteristics of Honkai, these technologies cannot be used. The best of these was, of course, Sword Art Online's deep dive virtual game. Similar technology existed in the Honkai world, but it was simply too expensive to widespread, limiting its use to a limited audience. The same was true of the widespread application of nanotechnology. Of course, cost was only one factor. The maturity of quantum teleportation, which allowed for the arbitrary teleportation of armor and mechas, eliminated the need for the significant expense of nanotechnology. The price difference between an ordinary mecha and one equipped with nanotechnology was over tenfold. While it might not be a big deal for personal use, widespread adoption was beyond Shen Fei's capabilities. For him, quantum teleportation in the Honkai world was a significant achievement. I'm sorry. Perhaps I'll encounter a world with suitable technology someday. After a conversation, the trio were left feeling frustrated by the realization that most of their technology was unusable. Not that they're all useless, there are still some things we can learn from. Tesla was deeply interested in mechas from other worlds, from the Mark series to the Pacifist. So that's actually possible. If Tesla had been put in Stark's shoes, perhaps she could have hammered out the Mark I like him. For the next week, Shen Fei remained at Anti-Entropy's Salt Lake base, exchanging scientific knowledge with the two doctors. This benefited him immensely and also deepened his familiarity with the core of the Herrscher of Reason. The core of the Herrscher of Reason also played a significant role in science, for example, allowing it to directly replicate certain equipment and materials, greatly reducing the number of experiments. The rapid construction of Anti-Entropy's Moonlight Throne was thanks to the hard work of Walter Yang. The fourth-generation Godslayer armor, the true Red Knight Eclipse. Otto was so generous, even willing to share the Plague Gem. It's a pity that GZ can't use it. It seems I'll have to give it to Kiana. The Herrscher of Fire and Flame. After leaving Anti-Entropy, Shen Fei immediately arrived at Xianming and began studying Xianming's fourth-generation armor, the blank key of the previous civilization. If the fourth-generation Godslayer armor were infused with a Herrscher core as its power source, it could fully replicate the Herrscher's power. Technically, the scene of the Queen's arrival was a battle between the Herrscher of Void and the Herrscher of Flame. However, while this armor is powerful, it also has significant side effects. After all, it's not a Herrscher using a Herrscher core, and the erosion of Honkai energy is no joke. In the pre-civilization era, Professor May fell seriously ill and died after using the blank key. The current fourth-generation Godslayer armor of Xianming was actually developed from the Crimson Knight Eclipse. It was the prototype, called the Crimson Knight Eclipse because of the Plague Gem. Next, I can build myself a 4th-generation Godslayer armor, and a true moon soul for world bubbles. Rita, the 4th-generation Godslayer armor is incredibly powerful, as evidenced by Fu Hua's Shadow Knight Moonwheel performance. Even now that she's recovered from her injuries, she can still unleash her might without the Moonwheel, but wouldn't it be even better with the Moonwheel? Then there's Rita from the world bubble. While her armor also belongs to the owner of the refrigerator and shares the same name, its power is vastly different. This is the technology for manufacturing armed puppets. I didn't expect you had this, Shen Fei said, surprised by the information Otto had sent him. Curious about armed puppets, Shen Fei had borrowed Kevin's armed puppet from Yolanda to examine it, but lacking the necessary technology, he hadn't figured out how to make it, so he returned it to Yolanda. Interestingly, Yolanda kept Kevin's armed puppet in her home as a decoration, which, considering her status, felt like a revered ancestor. You show me your sincerity, Otto said with a smile, raising his glass of fine red wine. Ji-Lin, Shen Fei said softly, watching the scene of Ji-Lin at St. Freya's Academy unfold as Otto's controls unfolded. Yes, the soul. For a long time, I didn't know whether I should believe in its existence, but now you've proven it. Otto was a great scientist, and Colin's words were correct. As a scientist, he was naturally skeptical about the soul. Thank you very much. I believe you will get what you want, Kiana. I want to talk to Siren about something. Is that okay? Teresa and Siegfried's revelation of the truth to Kiana had a consequence. Siren, who had been quiet until then, suddenly reacted. Kiana wasn't sure how to respond to this other side of her, but she knew she wouldn't let Siren take any revenge on humanity. What do you want to do? Kiana asked. I'll see if I can convince her. If possible, I don't want you to kill each other. Shen Fei felt a little regretful about Kiana's final battle with Siren and her disappearance. Is it possible to convince her? Isn't she my evil side? Kiana asked doubtfully. The evil side doesn't mean pure evil. There's no such thing as pure good or pure evil in this world. Just because someone is guilty of evil doesn't mean they've never done anything good. Humans are chaotic. Even the good and evil separated from the legendary beheading of the 3 corpses are not pure good and evil. If they were pure good and evil, both sides would be fighting to the death. How could they coexist? What should I do? I'll use you Dutchen to enter your consciousness. Just don't resist, okay? You just want to see me. As soon as Shen Fei entered Kiana's consciousness, he saw a girl with long purple hair floating in midair, looking at him with hatred. This hatred was not directed at Shen Fei, but at humanity. Selin, let me be frank. I'm here to persuade you to give up your revenge on all of humanity. Of course, if you want to kill Otto, I have no objection. You came to see me just to say that. How ridiculous. Human existence is a mistake. War, deception, jealousy, greed. You've made me lose everything, and now you want me to give up revenge. Selin's laughter was filled with sarcasm. So you want to kill Cecilia too? What do you mean? It was you humans who killed her. Selin's expression immediately grew excited as she mentioned Cecilia. I'm trying to resurrect her. I have a clue, but it'll take a few years. I wonder if you're willing to wait. Human, do you think I'll believe you now? Selin sneered after a pause. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I think you are unwilling to accept Cecilia's death. Don't you really want to see her resurrected? If you destroy mankind, Cecilia will have no way to be resurrected. I won't rush you. Think about it first. Shen Fei cut off Yu Dutchen after saying that. This meeting was just a greeting. He didn't expect Zilin to believe what he said all at once. How is it, after regaining consciousness? Kiana hurriedly asked. Just a greeting. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Considering Kiana's current situation, Shen Fei did not give her the plague gem immediately. He decided to wait, at least until her Taxa sword key made some progress. What did you say? Walter went to the quantum space. Didn't I already tell you about the situation there? Shen Fei unexpectedly received contact from Tesla and Einstein that day. It's because of the discovery of Schrödinger. Chapter 880, Paradise in the Afterlife, Part 2. I think you're a little too impatient. After contacting Einstein and Tesla, Shen Fei and Fu Hua immediately arrived at Entropy's base on the Pacific Ocean floor, Raccoon City. Raccoon City is the remains of a previous civilization unearthed by Entropy, and it's also arguably the best preserved. Xianming has unearthed numerous relics of previous civilizations, including the AI Cham currently aboard the Hyperion, from previous civilization bases, but never before has a site been preserved so well. This is likely due to Raccoon City's location 6 kilometers below sea level, which has allowed it to be so perfectly preserved. Because of this complete preservation, most of its functions remain intact. In addition to a protective shield that protects against underwater pressure, Raccoon City also served as a laboratory for the previous civilization's exploration of the quantum ocean. Before the creation of the Thousand Worlds One vehicle, this was where they conducted their research. Raccoon City is exceptionally beautiful, offering breathtaking views of the underwater landscape. Information from the quantum ocean is fleeting. Even if we wanted to notify you, it wouldn't be in time, Einstein briefly explained. I understand. Don't worry, it was just Kevin. I'll go get him back. For Einstein, Tesla, and Walter, knowing their companions' whereabouts meant they wouldn't abandon him, even if it meant danger. Fu-Hui, let's go meet your old friend, Shen Fei said as he opened a golden portal and stepped into the quantum ocean with Fu-Hui. Walter and Einstein, worried that Kevin might return to the real world through the Eye of the Abyss, stayed behind to hold Kevin back while Einstein returned to close the Eye of the Abyss. There's movement over there, it should be there. Entering the quantum ocean, Shen Fei quickly spotted signs of a large concentration of Hong-Kai energy in the distance to the right, and he and Fu-Hui immediately headed there. Star of Eden, 1,000 times the gravity. Shen Fei and Fu-Hui arrived at the scene just in time to see Walter Yang using the Star of Eden to dispatch a group of quantum shadows charging towards him. Standing next to him was a woman, only half of her face visible, the left side obscured by her drooping curls. Even more bizarrely, those curls were in a quantum state. This must be Schrödinger. Although Shen Fei had never met Schrödinger, he couldn't believe who else could be next to Walter Yang at this moment. It's probably more fitting that someone studying the quantum realm themselves could become a quantum state. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei and Fu-Hui stepped out from the side. Are you okay? The two doctors called me in so anxiously, I thought something had happened to you. Shen Fei smiled and greeted Walter Yang, who was being supported by Schrödinger. He then glanced at Kevin on the other side. Kevin, long time no see. Fu-Hui immediately stepped forward, walked over to Kevin, and softly greeted him. It had been 1,500 years since the two had last seen each other. After the routine 10-year communication went awry, Fu-Hui had even made a special trip to the west to find Sue and Kevin. Hui, long time no see. Kevin, on his side, was surprised to see Fu-Hui appear, a rare flicker of emotion on his icy face. Your injuries are serious. Go back first. We can handle this here. While Fu-Hui and Kevin were conversing, Shen Fei opened a golden portal and sent Walter Yang and Schrödinger back. Schrödinger, though shocked and curious about the golden portal, understood that Walter Yang's situation was crucial. He nodded gently and returned with Walter Yang. Kevin, do you insist on carrying out the Stigmata project? The choices of the people of this century shouldn't be determined by us, not us. Fu-Hui's philosophy was similar to Sue's. After all, they were survivors of a previous civilization. They could protect this century's civilization and pass on its knowledge to the people of this century. However, how to combat the Hong-Kai impact depended on the civilization of this era itself. You should know you can't stop me. Kevin's expression returned to its previous state. Wait a minute, both of you. There's no need to be so confrontational. Let's talk it out. Seeing the two about to fight, Shen Fei hurriedly spoke to stop them. Kevin Kaslana, we meet again. Shen Fei smiled and waved to Kevin. It's you. Kevin naturally recognized Shen Fei by now. Kevin, if there were other means to deal with the Hong-Kai, would you be willing to give up the Stigmata project? Fighting the Hong-Kai was Kevin's obsession. He would sacrifice everything for it, even becoming a murderous executioner. To convince him to abandon the Stigmata project, he had to find another way, otherwise, he wouldn't give up. Tell me about the other means, Kevin said after a moment's hesitation, looking at the silent Fu-Hui. Before that, let me tell you about my origins, Shen Fei said, explaining that he came from another world completely free of Hong-Kai. I can help execute the Hengsha project. We can do it now if we want. But the question is, are you willing to do it now? Just as Shen Fei had previously questioned Einstein, Tesla, and the others, Kevin hesitated before this question. Naturally, Kevin didn't want to escape until the final moment. Look, Kevin, you don't want to execute the Hengsha project, but why do you want to execute the Stigmata project? I'm not opposed to the Stigmata project, but it's supposed to be something you only need to execute at the last minute. I think even Dr. May from the previous civilization only implemented it at the last minute. Technically speaking, The Stigmata project was only implemented once in the previous civilization. The Stigmata of this era is a descendant of that era. However, for unknown reasons, the Stigmata project was incomplete, resulting in the Stigmata appearing only on women, while only a very small number of men possess Honkai resistance. Shen Fei had also previously conducted a brief investigation into the three major families of the Destiny. Needless to say, the Kaslana family is directly descended from Kevin. The other two families also seem to have close ties to the fusion warriors of the previous civilization. Observing a world bubble, Kevin, I think you know what I mean. I've had the privilege of observing a similar world bubble before, and I know something about the future, Shen Fei continued. Kevin was standing opposite him, and he wasn't hiding anything. How do you know there's no Stigma project involved? Sue and Kevin were good friends and often communicated. Besides Sue, he probably knew the most about the other world bubbles. I really don't know that, but there's one thing I want to say, Kevin. You of the previous civilization lost against the Honkai. Those of this era are far inferior to you in terms of strength. But you should know that fighting the Honkai isn't just about sheer strength. The Hereshers appearing one by one, and in sequence, was incredibly strange. Why couldn't they all appear together, or could they all appear at once? It would have been easy for the Honkai to create several Hereshers with the same abilities, but they didn't. I believe you've witnessed the power of Hereshers of this era. I doubt you from the previous civilization ever imagined that Hereshers could fight for humanity, and there aren't just one or two Hereshers like them. Right now, at St. Freya Academy, Hereshers of Thunder and Wind are on humanity's side. Adding me, the Heresher of Reason, there are three of us. During the second Honkai impact, if Otto hadn't had other motives, the Heresher of Void might have sided with humanity. Now is the opportunity to persuade the Heresher of Void to side with humanity. Based on my observations, at least half of the Hereshers will side with humanity in the future. Perhaps I can persuade the Heresher of the End to side with humanity this time. Even if I fail, I have the power to persuade the Heresher of the End to abandon his plans to destroy humanity. Kevin, this is true. Seeing Kevin's gaze, Fu Hua nodded solemnly. This result left Kevin silent. He had never imagined the situation would turn out this way. The power of the Heresher of the Void during the second Honkai impact had surprised him. 5-core and even 6-core Hereshers were even weaker than some fusion warriors from the previous civilization. You said you have a way to make Heresher of the End give up destroying humanity. How do you do it? Kevin finally spoke after a long silence. It's simple. Take Heresher of the End to a world without Honkai. Without the influence of the Honkai consciousness, there's no need to destroy humanity. Then, just find a way to restrain Heresher of the End for a period of time. Oh, Kevin was stunned. He had never imagined such a method existed. If the previous civilization had such a method, then the previous civilization wouldn't have been destroyed in the end. At the end of the previous civilization, Kevin's desperate final attack had stopped Heresher of the End for 12 hours. Of course, if the Honkai consciousness refuses to listen and creates another Heresher of the End, then this plan won't work. But I don't think the Honkai consciousness will do that. Creating another Heresher of the End would be a shameless move. If it truly wanted to destroy human civilization, the Honkai consciousness had too many other means to do so. I need to see proof. No problem, I'll show you the proof. Seeing Kevin's expression soften, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Bringing Fu Hua along proved to be the right move. If he had been alone, attempting to communicate with Kevin in this way, they would likely have needed a fight first. It was simply that he arrived a little late. If Su had handed the Thousand Worlds One vehicle to Yulandel and chosen death himself, convincing Kevin would have been much easier. As a fusion warrior from a previous civilization, it wasn't that Su couldn't continue living, but he probably wanted to prove something with his own life. And considering he'd been observing for over 50,000 years, he chose death. Look, that's the third Heresher, the Heresher of Thunder, now on the verge of becoming the Heresher of Cooking. If I hadn't shown up, she would have become a world serpent cadre. You recruited her yourself. After Kevin's tone softened, Shen Fei took him out of the quantum sea. He had great faith in Kevin's character. He wasn't one to go back on his word. After all, he wasn't some cuckold. May. Seeing May Raiden for the first time, Kevin's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but utter the name. I almost forgot May Raiden and Professor May look exactly alike. It's a shame Y.A.E. Rin didn't show up, otherwise it would have been even more interesting. Y.A.E. Rin was currently within the stigmata space on Teresa's body. Teresa did have some Kislana blood in her, but awakening that clan's special stigmata was probably impossible. That's the fourth Herrscher, now a naive little sister. This is the correct knowledge to deal with the Hawkeye impact. If you had learned a little bit from the former civilization, you wouldn't have ended up like that. Kevin gave Shen Fei a cold look at his words, but he remained silent. There were people in the former civilization who had suggested talking to the Herrschers, Mobius being one of them, but unfortunately, given the overwhelming situation, even Mobius was powerless. If other Herrschers possessed immense power and had caused immense damage, the lack of dialogue might have been understandable, but the 12th Herrscher's erosion was something completely different. At that time, humans still had 3 cities with millions of people. As a result, even Dr. May, the fusion warriors, and others all reached the same point of view and decided not to do anything to the corrosion ruler for the time being. However, they still couldn't stop the fear of others and brutally killed her, and then humanity was doomed. Contact me when you are ready, Kevin said as he was about to leave. After finally leaving the Quantum Sea, Kevin naturally wanted to go back to the World Serpent headquarters to take a look. Wait a minute, Kevin, I want to go to the paradise of the afterlife, is that okay? Shen Fei immediately stopped him. He brought him out and said that stopping the Stigma project was one of his goals, and the paradise of the afterlife was another. The paradise of the afterlife, what are you going to do there? Kevin looked at Shen Fei in surprise. Pay homage to the hero of the former civilization. And there's something you might not know, Mobius is trying to escape. If your World Serpent cadre Raven hadn't been quick to react last time, you'd probably be seeing her by now. Shen Fei had already told Fu Huo the truth about Mobius. He'd pretended to be Mobius out of necessity, but now that they were on the same side, he naturally didn't want to hide it from her. Then, Shen Fei heard a surprising answer from Fu Huo. Fu Huo knew about Mobius's death. Not just her, but Kevin and the other surviving warriors of the former civilization knew too. They practically watched him die. Fu Huo hadn't initially suspected Mobius was a fake because she was bored. Even after witnessing his death, both she and Kevin were deeply suspicious it was a sham. Mobius, I'll take care of it. Kevin frowned upon hearing that Mobius was attempting to do so. Huo, do you want to go meet them? Kevin said, his eyes turning to Fu Huo. Kevin hadn't been to the paradise of the past since the fall of the previous civilization. There's no need for that now. Perhaps when we defeat Hawkeye, if I'm still around, I might go in and meet them, okay? Although Kevin didn't say it directly, he didn't refuse, so he naturally agreed. Shen Fei then followed Kevin to the World Serpent's headquarters. True to its name, the headquarters was in a completely unexpected location. Master, the World Serpent's cadres immediately gathered after Kevin appeared, looking at Shen Fei with curiosity, especially the Gray Snake. While the others didn't know Shen Fei, he did. Chapter 881, Paradise in the Afterlife, and put the Stigmata project on hold for a moment, Kevin addressed his men without hesitation, stating his orders directly. Yes, Gray Snake and Jackal hesitated at Kevin's command, but since it came from him, they naturally obeyed. Within the World Serpents, Kevin's orders were supreme. As the strongest fusion warrior of the previous civilization and the mastermind behind many developments in modern civilization, Kevin was deified in the hearts of most of the World Serpents. Raven breathed a sigh of relief. Of the officers present, her outlook was the most reasonable. If the Stigmata project could be avoided, many lives would naturally be saved. Human life was not a number. While many might die at the hands of the Hawkeye or the Herrscher in the future, that was a completely different matter from dying at their own hands. That's all. Leave, Kevin said, waving his hand, signaling Gray Snake and the others to leave. Wait a moment, Gray Snake, Jackal, and Raven, who were about to leave, stopped turning. The World Serpent's leadership naturally extended beyond just the 3 of them. As far as Shen Fei knew, there was also a Night Owl, and this wasn't necessarily the entire World Serpent staff. As an organization descended from a previous civilization, it couldn't possibly be limited to just these few forces. If you wish to bring Chiyu's corpse here for your lord to nourish, I hope you won't kill the Valkyries guarding it. Shen Fei turned his gaze to Kevin and continued, and the holy judge of Skyfire. If you want it, I can get it from Siegfried. There's no need to attack anti-entropy, do as he says. Kevin was silent for a moment as the Gray Snakes looked at him, then nodded. To the Gray Snakes, Shen Fei was just a stranger. They only listened to Kevin, their lord. It was only now, in Kevin's presence, that the Jackal was so obedient, otherwise, they would have questioned Shen Fei's identity long ago. Lord, is this person joining the World Serpent? Raven asked after a quick look. No, I'm only here to enter the paradise of the past and see the World Serpent's divine keys. Oh, and how many divine keys does the World Serpent have? Only one, Grey Snake said softly after glancing at Kevin. Show it to him, Kevin said, closing his eyes. Is this the 7 Purgatory Thunders? It's a weapon that perfectly suits me. Looking at the sci-fi-inspired pistol Raven handed over, Shen Fei couldn't help but think. In the original novel, the 7 Purgatory Thunders seemed to transform into a very special state in Miai's hands, seemingly outside of its 7 possible transformations. As the name suggests, the 7 Purgatory Thunders have 7 states, but unfortunately, few can unleash them. Even Raven had only seen 3 of them, and when they were out of shape or in a bad mood, he didn't even use them as a weapon. It's precisely for this reason that, even though Raven and the 7 Purgatory Thunders have a perfect compatibility, they generally don't carry them on missions. For a mercenary, a bad temper at a crucial moment can be fatal. So, Raven handed the 7 Purgatory Thunders to Shen Fei without a trace of reluctance. I don't know what your relationship with the Lord is, but wielding the 7 Purgatory Thunders isn't easy. The Jackal's voice sounded slightly displeased. Kevin and I have a cooperative relationship, really. As for the 7 Purgatory Thunders, I don't have any interest in them. I just want to see and study them. By the way, there's one thing Kevin didn't tell you. I come from another world, a world without collapse. A world without collapse? Are you kidding? The Jackal's first reaction was disbelief. So the Lord stopped the Stigma project because of you, Raven said, a look of realization on his face. Yes, there are other ways to defeat the Honkai, so there's no need for the cruel Stigma to plan. By the way, Zyra, have you bought a villa or island recently? Shen Fei nodded, smiling at Raven. How did you know? Raven asked, surprised. Like I said, I'm from another world and have special abilities that allow me to observe the developments of some other worlds. Take my advice, you're not destined for a villa or island. It's best to sell them. What do you mean? Raven's voice sounded a little annoyed. The island villa was her dream, to live with the orphans she adopted. I've observed many world bubbles, and I've seen your counterparts within them. In almost every world, you've lost your villa or island due to various accidents. If you really want to buy a villa, it's better to buy it on land. Shen Fei had a good impression of Raven, and with the other Raven in the world bubble, he gave her a rare reminder. No way, Raven, are you that miserable? The Jackal couldn't help but laugh. Why should I believe you? Raven cried in disbelief. I have evidence here. By the way, Teresa, you know, in the bubble world, you two had a very good relationship, Shen Fei said, and he displayed the video of Raven, Teresa, Brownie, and others from Sky City within the bubble world. In this bubble world, you're a mercenary and also a bar owner. Oh, and you've also adopted a number of orphans, including Brownie, a crow's nest. Looking at the bar in the video, Raven paused for a moment. The villa and island were her dreams, as was being a bar owner. People can have many dreams. So listen to me, give up the villa and island. Of course, you should give it a try too. Maybe you'll be special in this world. I'll sell them right away, Raven said, and walked out. While the villa and island were her dreams, she had earned them with real money. This fortune was intended to create a better life for her adopted orphans. If she hadn't known, it would have been fine. But now that she knew, she had to be prepared for the worst. She didn't want to waste her money. The other worlds haven't collapsed. After Raven left, the smile on Jackwal's face finally faded. Though Jackwal wasn't a very nice person, she'd even shouted out her tactics against the Herrscher of Consciousness, but that was just her specialty. To paraphrase Kevin's assessment of Jackwal, she was very useful, not just in combat. Her position as the World Serpent's chief scientist spoke volumes about her skill. In pure science, she was on par with Einstein and Tesla. You don't think I can fool Kevin, do you? Of course. Jackwal's expression immediately grew respectful at Kevin's mention. This was Yingji Chu. Paradise of the past, an independent dimension, as it were. The next day, under Kevin's guidance, Shen Fei entered the past, revealing its true nature. It wasn't a relic or a supercomputer, but rather a stigma-like space. Is this considered living under a different kind of circumstances? Shen Fei pondered this as he suddenly moved his right hand, revealing the Yanluo Jingdian. He then whispered, dance with the spirit, Sode no Shirayuki. Following the words of the first sermon, a pure white katana, from blade to guard to hilt, appeared in his hand. A white ribbon danced in the wind at the end of the hilt. The power of this enpakudo can be used, which means, in a sense, this is reality. Unleashing this enpakudo wasn't Shen Fei's intention for combat, but rather an experiment. If this were a virtual space, the Zanpakudo's power wouldn't be unleashed. What a beautiful sword, a sweet, playful voice echoed from the side, and following the voice, a pretty girl with short pink hair slowly approached. Alicia, hey, Kevin, long time no see. After all these years, you look exactly the same. Seeing me, still as beautiful as ever, can't you even smile? I remember when Sue showed me your school photos, I was so shocked. Alicia, I'm not here to see you. Kevin, facing Alicia's stern expression for 50,000 years, couldn't help but frown slightly. You're not here to see me, Kevin? That's so heartbreaking. So, what are you doing here? You can't just be here with this person, right? Alicia said, her gaze shifting to Shen Fei. Though her expression remained unchanged, a closer look revealed her astonishment. A Harsher actually entered the paradise of the afterlife with Kevin. This was truly huge news. If it were in the previous civilization, it would definitely shock the fusion warriors. I'm here to see Mobius, Kevin stated his purpose directly. If it weren't for Mobius's actions, he wouldn't have entered the paradise of the afterlife, just like Fu Hui, unless he had defeated the Honkai. Since the destruction of the previous civilization, neither he nor Fu Hui had ever visited the paradise of the afterlife. It's interesting that you come to see her. What's the matter? Alicia said with a smile. You should know why I came to see her. Kevin's tone remained unchanged. It seems you know. Then I won't delay you from finding her. I'll take care of your friend. Alicia nodded in understanding. There was only one possible reason why Kevin would break his will and come to the paradise of the afterlife, to see Mobius. Anyone else might not have known what Mobius was up to, but the beautiful Alicia was well aware of Mobius's plans. She might even know everything about Mobius's current situation. Yes, Kevin nodded gently and headed deeper into the paradise of the afterlife. As one of the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth, he naturally didn't have to go through the various trials that other entrants to the paradise of the afterlife had to endure before meeting the various heroes. Kevin, how rude. He left without even introducing a guest. So, let me introduce myself. I'm as beautiful as a flower in front of you. After Kevin left, Alicia smiled and introduced herself in her unique style. Second among the Fire Moths. In a sense, this is the right place. Strictly speaking, there's no ranking among the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth. The so-called ranking was just a whim of Alicia at the time, and it's been used ever since. After all, each Fire Moth has its own strengths. Some excel in combat, some in scientific research, and some in spiritual pursuits. For example, when the 8th Harsher of the previous civilization, the Harsher of Consciousness, appeared, Kevin, despite his immense power, had no means to defeat her. It was Sue who intervened and captured the Harsher of Consciousness's true form. Shen Fei's reason for saying Alicia was second was not only based on what he'd learned, but also on what Fu Hu had told him about Alicia. Among the Fire Moths, she was second only to Kevin in strength, and the others were no match for her. Among them was the polite, irascible old man, Kyanji. Alicia had once urged Kyanji to be more polite to Raiden Mei, and Kyanji listened. Kyanji wasn't one to listen to anyone, he only obeyed those who were stronger than him. Alicia, you're right, just like Hu said, you know Hu, how is she? Hearing Shen Fei mention Fu Hu, Alicia's expression of nostalgia flickered. She wasn't having a good time, but now things are finally looking up. At least no one calls her that witch anymore. Congratulations to her then. Alicia's words were sincere. Put it this way, there were so many fusion warriors in the per-civilization, with all sorts of personalities, many with their own agendas. Only Fu Hu had always diligently served as a tool. Both Dr. Mei and Mobius had repeatedly put Fu Hu in near-fatal situations, earning her the nickname Witch. It was precisely because Fu Hu had survived these numerous near-death experiences that Mobius targeted her and subjected her to experiments designed to erode the Harsher, allowing her to survive once again. By the way, now it's my turn to introduce myself. I'm the acting third Harsher of Reason, a world traveler, and I'm honored to meet Her Excellency, Alicia, acting Hare. I've been so busy talking that I forgot to invite you in. Please, Alicia said, leading Shen Fei toward the interior of the paradise of the past. As they walked, They were greeted by the magnificent decorations, predominantly golden in color, truly worthy of the name Golden Garden. From what they could see, the paradise of the past was a vast courtyard. Hersir. A Hersir actually entered the land of the past. This is truly fascinating. As Shen Fei and Kevin entered the land of the past, a burst of excited laughter suddenly echoed through a vast, dark area deep within. Hersir, Kevin, Hersir, Shen Fei's Hersir aura was like a candle in the darkness of the land of the past, so conspicuous that it seemed as if every hero in the land of the past knew of his arrival. This being the land of the past, even if they knew of the Hersir's arrival, they took no action. In other places, Quinjet would have rushed out immediately. This is Eden. Shen Fei and Alicia entered a spacious reception room. His first sight was a dazzling portrait of a woman hanging on one wall. It was Eden, a superstar of the previous civilization and a fabulously wealthy woman, known for her generosity, freely giving away jewels worth a fortune. Chapter 882 Delta, Part 1. Kevin, I never imagined you'd come here with a Hersir. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what anyone else said. When Kevin appeared in a courtyard deep within the land of the past, the petite Mobius, with long green hair, immediately appeared before him. I'm curious. You brought the Hersir into the land of the past and now come looking for me. What's your reason? Mobius continued before Kevin could say anything. You should know why I came looking for you. Do you want to leave the land of the past? Kevin stated his purpose directly. How did you know? Could it be her? She couldn't have known. Could it be Alicia? Mobius looked at Kevin in surprise. She had never imagined that her purpose would be exposed now. Mobius immediately considered how she had been exposed. Raven was her first suspect, but she had immediately ruled her out. Raven had fled so quickly, preventing Mobius's plan from unfolding. Raven's instinct for danger was truly remarkable. If she had hesitated even a moment, she might have become Mobius. Besides Raven, the only other suspect was Alicia. Among the fire moths, Alicia was one of the few Mobius couldn't fathom, and she had always been at a disadvantage in their confrontations. It wasn't Alicia. It was information I got somewhere else. Mobius, are you planning to leave the land of the afterlife? Kevin's expression remained unchanged. So what? Kevin, are you going to stop me? Now that his purpose had been exposed, Mobius naturally admitted it. I can help you. What are you talking about? Did I mishear? Kevin's words stunned Mobius's previously gloomy gaze. How could she not have imagined that Kevin, not only didn't want to stop her, but actually wanted to help her? Even if I try to stop you, will you give up? Kevin protested. Of course not, Mobius said with determination. To become the one and only Mobius, she'd even backstabbed her own true form, so she wouldn't remain in the land of the afterlife forever. Since I can't stop you, I'll naturally let you out. Otherwise, how will anyone else enter the land of the afterlife? The land of the afterlife is where the world serpent trains its cotters. Mobius's presence has severely impacted this process. After receiving intelligence from Shen Fei, Kevin specifically researched the world serpent's cadre training over the years and discovered that many had disappeared in the land of the afterlife. Because of the long time span, and the fact that the legacy of the land of the afterlife wasn't without its dangers, it hadn't attracted the attention of the world serpent's inner circle. If Kevin hadn't learned about this from Shen Fei, he wouldn't have paid much attention. But that was before he knew it. Now that he knew, he naturally wouldn't ignore it. I see. So, how are you going to help me? Prepare a body for me. Mobius's eyes shifted, immediately understanding Kevin's meaning. As a companion of the fire moth, Kevin wouldn't attack her. Under these circumstances, the best way for the world serpent to continue using the paradise of the afterlife was to get Mobius out. Otherwise, every cadre who came to receive the inheritance would be in danger. But after you leave, there's something I need you to do. Kevin didn't directly answer Mobius' question, but stated his request. I was wondering why you're so kind, but since it's your request, of course it's fine. Tell me, what is it? To explore the world outside the Honkai world. I don't understand you, Kevin, are you sane? Kevin's words left Mobius somewhat bewildered. As a top scientist, she simply couldn't grasp Kevin's meaning. This is it, Kevin said, recounting Shen Fei's situation in detail. Kevin was clear about his role. He was merely powerful, not a scientific genius. Relying solely on sheer physical strength wouldn't be enough to combat the Honkai. The plans the world serpent was currently executing were all decided upon by the former Dr. May before his death. Now, he simply had to carry them out. He and Shen Fei would explore the world beyond the collapse, meaning they would discover a world untouched by the collapse, ultimately allowing them to execute the Hengsha plan. As for other aspects, Kevin's forte lay beyond his grasp. If Dr. May were still alive, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable person to leave with Shen Fei. However, Dr. May's memories were missing, leaving Mobius as the only suitable person. If Mobius hadn't intended to leave the paradise of the afterlife, he wouldn't have asked her to do this. But since she was willing to leave, it was a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. The world beyond the collapse, the infinite world, right? Haha, that's really interesting. After hearing Kevin's words, Mobius burst into laughter. That's infinite, and her mark was exactly that. So you just wanted to come and see the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth. What an honor. While Kevin and Mobius were conversing, Shen Fei was also chatting with Alicia. Thanks to Alicia's personality, the two of them had a very harmonious conversation. After all, she was a girl as shy as a flower. Shen Fei had seen narcissists before, but he was the first to find someone as narcissistic as Alicia, yet he didn't seem to be offended at all. It was all about her looks. It's my honor to meet such a beautiful girl. As she spoke, Alicia's gaze suddenly turned towards the reception room door. A moment later, Kevin and Mobius walked in. Mobius, it's been a long time since we last met. Kevin, it's settled. Alicia smiled and waved to Mobius. Alicia, but Mobius didn't look at her kindly. I'm here to sort this out, Kevin said, walking over to sit down across from Shen Fei. Mobius, in turn, looked at Shen Fei with a fiery gaze. I'll have Mobius leave with you later. She'll be more useful than me, Kevin said slowly. You're going to release her from here? Kevin's words startled Shen Fei for a moment. Then, looking at Mobius, he immediately understood what was going on. Kevin, did something happen outside? Although Alicia was still smiling, her eyes had changed. Under normal circumstances, Kevin would not let Mobius leave the paradise of the afterlife. It would only be possible if something happened. This is not something you should know. Kevin, don't tell her. Mobius looked at Alicia with an arrogant demeanor, but unfortunately, Alicia was still smiling. Something happened, Kevin said and told the whole situation, completely ignoring what Mobius had said just now. Outside the collapsed world, this is really too shocking, Alicia said, looking at Shen Fei. Compared with this, the so-called Herrscher was nothing. If that's the case, there is really no one more suitable than Mobius to go, Alicia said so after thinking for a moment. That's rare. I thought you'd object, Mobius. It seems you've misunderstood me, Kevin. If it were you or this Alicia going, I'd have no problem. But as for Dr. Mobius, honestly, I know a few things about her. How can I be sure she won't cause trouble? In reality, for Shen Fei, taking Mobius away wasn't a big deal. He didn't even care about Aizen, so why would he be afraid of Mobius? He was just saying this to negotiate a deal. He was no longer the man afraid of exposing his secrets. For example, even if he revealed his other opera fruit ability in the pirate world, it wouldn't matter. His reasoning was, naturally, to negotiate terms. Tell me what you want. Alicia seemed to see through Shen Fei's thoughts and smiled, stopping Mobius as he opened his mouth. It's simple. Just sign a magic contract with me. A contract of equals. Shen Fei then explained the terms of the contract, which were similar to Aizen's. She had already made plans for Mobius, to throw him into the pirate world. That world was already chaotic enough, so the addition of Mobius wouldn't matter. Naturally, Mobius didn't refuse such a contract. After signing the magical contract with Mobius, Kevin left the land of the afterlife. Meanwhile, a large amount of materials were sent to the land of the afterlife to be used to build Mobius' body, the most important of which was, of course, soul steel. While the land of the afterlife had everything it needed, it was something that could only exist within it and not be taken out. Otherwise, Mobius wouldn't have needed to seize the bodies of the world serpent cotters who had inherited it. He could simply create one and then exchange the rest for the rest. Ms. Alicia, there's something I'm curious about. Have you ever considered leaving the land of the afterlife? Shen Fei was genuinely curious. In his opinion, the 13 heroes of the land of the afterlife could actually leave through the transmission of their consciousness. No, I'm very happy here. I'm just going to be sad because I'll be missing a friend. Alicia looked a little melancholic at this point, and it didn't seem like she was faking it. After all, even if their ideologies didn't align, they were allies fighting the Huanque together, so there was still a sense of camaraderie. Even Mobius was the same. For example, he'd concealed the fate of her and her sister from Sakura in the land of the dead. This was an unspoken understanding between the heroes of the land of the dead, and even during their heated arguments, Mobius and Sakura never spoke of it. So, after the Honkai in this world is mostly resolved, you won't want to stay here forever, will you? Why, you have a crush on me? Too bad you're not my type. Did I get the nice guy card? Do you really think I don't know you're similar to Kiana and like me, Raiden? Alicia's hairpin left Shen Fei speechless. He truly had no special feelings for Alicia. You're overthinking it. I just feel sorry for you. You've been fighting the Honkai impact for the past civilization, so it's time you enjoyed a peaceful world. We'll talk about it later. Eden Star, 1,000 times gravity. Amidst the horrors of the past paradise, surrounded by ruins, Shen Fei activated the Eden Star in his right hand. 4 black gravity spheres immediately appeared around Alicia in front of him, and a powerful invisible force began to squeeze Alicia in the center. Even though he had been using the Herrscher's power to replicate Eden Star, perhaps due to lack of proficiency, he couldn't achieve the same 10,000 times gravity as Walter Yang. 1,000 times gravity was the limit of his current capabilities. Eden Star, you're using it well, but it's still a little different from using it with Eden. Alicia, nestled between the gravity spheres, didn't seem the least bit flustered. As she spoke, the elegant and magnificent bow, flowers of the past, emanated 4 pink rays of light, shattering the 4 gravity spheres. While Mobius was preparing to transfer his consciousness, Shen Fei, curious about Alicia's strength and her mark, engaged her in combat. The inheritance within the land of the past requires a test. Normally, a heroic hero would not engage. These tests involved encountering various Honkai beasts spawned within the land of the past. After all, the memories within these memories were from their prime. Even less skilled heroic heroes like Sue and Mobius could unleash their formidable power, not to mention Alicia, a true combat heroic hero. Since the Star of Eden isn't working, Miss Alicia, beware. Witness the power of modern civilization, Shen Fei declared, causing the Star of Eden to vanish from his hand. 30 Titan mechas then materialized out of thin air around it. These mechas then gathered, their ammunition bays opened, and a torrent of missiles instantly obscured the sky. This was a tactic Shen Fei had learned from the anti-entropy mecha during the Queen's arrival. Against the Herrscher of the Void, such a move would be suicidal, but Alicia was no Herrscher of the Void. With a Herrscher of Reason's abilities, Shen Fei was now a single-handed armored army, a force with unlimited ammunition, so long as he could support it. You still have such a power? Alicia asked, opening the flying flowers of the past in her hand once again. Instantly, a dense cloud of pink arrows filled the sky, intercepting all the missiles. A violent explosion erupted overhead, and raging flames turned the entire sky crimson red. Sure enough, the bow is just a cover, it's actually magic. Alicia was the strongest among all the fusion warriors in harnessing Honkai energy, surpassing even Kevin. If Kevin possessed the strongest power, she possessed the strongest technique. Furthermore, she prioritized aesthetics in her combat, transforming it into something akin to magic. She wielded the flying flowers of the past not because she was a skilled archer, but because the flying flowers of the past were truly beautiful. In fact, there wasn't a single weapon Alicia wasn't proficient with. During their previous fight, Shen Fei had approached her, hoping to deprive her of the full power of her bow. Immediately, a pink crystal sword appeared in her left hand. She could transform the Honkai energy into pink crystals, which she could then use to manipulate enemies and even form a barrier. Okay, that's it. If you keep going, you'll start sweating. Just as Shen Fei was about to attack, Alicia suddenly put away her bow, unwilling to fight anymore. If you want to fight someone, go find Kainji. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883 Delta, Part 2. Kainji, that hot-tempered old man, forget it. I'm not interested in getting tangled up with him right now. Speaking of Kainji, Shen Fei immediately shook his head and refused. He wasn't Raiden Mei. Even if Kainji was extremely annoyed with her, he could only use his words to ask her to get lost, not to resort to violence. But if it were Shen Fei, he would definitely take action immediately. Come to think of it, didn't anyone in the paradise of the past notice that Raiden May was exactly like Dr. May from the previous civilization, or did they all tacitly agree not to mention it? Whether there was reincarnation in the collapsed world was difficult to say. One would have to ask the Hawkeye beasts to find out, but it was true that many people from the previous civilization looked exactly like those of this era. Although Kyanji can be a bit irritable, if you find a way, it's easy to get along with him. I have a copy of Kyanji's Mask, 100 Questions, from Beginner to Mastery. Read it and you'll be able to get along with him easily. I'm giving it to you. As they spoke, they had returned to the reception room. Alicia pulled a book from a nearby bookshelf and handed it to Shen Fei. A girl as gorgeous as a flying flower. This book is actually worthy of publication. It's only because Kyanji can't defeat you, otherwise he would have burned all the books. Looking at the book in Alicia's hands, Shen Fei was slightly stunned. The title was so reminiscent of a novel, and the striking signature on the side made him speechless. It was the first time he had seen a book with the author's signature more prominent than the title. This book should be titled From Beginner to Burial, Shen Fei thought to himself as he took the book from Alicia and began to flip through it. He was deeply curious about this book. He'd had this idea in his previous life, and now that it had been realized, he naturally wanted to see how Alicia had arranged the 1,000 tribulations. It truly is from beginner to master, but this book is only applicable to one person. If everyone else follows its instructions, they'll only be able to progress from beginner to grave. After a quick glance at the book's contents, Shen Fei realized that it wasn't entirely fabricated. However, Alicia was probably the only one who could accomplish the tasks described and remain unscathed. Well, it's a good book, isn't it? This is the information I painstakingly gathered back then. As Alicia spoke, her eyes seemed to eagerly hope that Shen Fei would take the book to Kyanji and try out its contents. You've really worked hard, but I suggest you change the title to 100 Questions on the 1,000 Tribulations Mask, From Beginner to Graveyard. Just as Shen Fei finished speaking, before Alicia could say anything, a clear laugh suddenly rang out from the side. Eden, you're here. The laughter came from Eden, known as the Golden One among the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth. Since it's time, forget it, let's begin. Today's story is about a world where chakra cultivation is the primary focus, the world of ninjas. The so-called time was actually Shen Fei beginning to recount the story of the world he had experienced. Alicia was extremely curious about it, perhaps because he had too much free time. He had spent 50,000 years in the land of the past. Even if he could pass the time sleeping, it was still an extremely long time. 50,000 years, even for an ordinary immortal, isn't such a long lifespan. At first, Alicia was alone, but then Eden arrived, equally curious about the other worlds, and joined in. Fortunately, Shen Fei's portable terminal contained a wealth of images from various worlds, which came in handy. So this is the family affair of an alien family. After listening to the entire ninja story, Alicia was speechless. Yes, training such a young child to be an assassin, Eden's expression was grim. As a fusion warrior, she had seen the dark side before, and she knew something about Mobius's actions. However, even in the most dangerous times for humanity, the former civilization never considered sending minors to war. You didn't do anything. Alicia's expression remained unchanged. I helped a faction committed to world peace unify the ninja world, and now things have changed dramatically. While undercurrents still lingered within the ninja world, with remnants of the 5 great powers still active, the overall situation was improving. Just like how you're trying to convince Kevin to abandon the Stigmata project, Alicia said with a smile. Since I've encountered this, and I'm able to, I don't mind helping. Marks, Stigmata, Fusion Warriors, I didn't expect it to be this way. Feeling the marks he'd received from Alicia and Fu Hui, combined with the information he'd received from Mobius about Stigmata and Fusion Warriors, Shen Fei had a rough idea of the relationship between the three. They were essentially the same, all Stigmata. A Fusion Warrior is one who has fused the genes of a Hawkeye beast to gain its powers. This essentially means gaining access to the Hawkeye beast's ability to harness Hawkeye energy, known as the Stigmata. In this respect, the so-called Herrscher Core is essentially a Stigmata, the pinnacle of Stigmata. The inheritance of the world serpent's cotters involves acquiring the Stigmata of heroes from previous civilizations and becoming a fusion warrior. Therefore, it's clear that both Jackwall and Raven are fusion warriors. Judging by their ability to capture Siegfried in his beast form, Raven's strength is likely considerable. Of course, it's also possible that he utilized some special device within the World Serpent to capture Siegfried. The artificial collapse of a fusion warrior is somewhat similar to the awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Perhaps we can create a Zoan-type Hao-Ke beast devil fruit. Shen Fei was deeply interested in the process of becoming a fusion warrior. Powerful strength and a long life, that's what many dream of. When it comes to fusion warrior technology, Destiny also has it. Teresa is a fusion warrior, but that was merely a byproduct of Otto's plan to resurrect Colin. For true fusion warrior technology, the World Serpent is still the best. Of course, Rosalia and Lilia, who simply became fusion warriors through a random injection, are not a valid reference. Come to think of it, there don't seem to be any fire-attributed judgment-level Hao-Ke beasts in this era. Does that mean we can only choose fire-attributed Emperor-level Hao-Ke beasts, while the strength of a fusion warrior depends primarily on individual strength, and not just the strength of the Hao-Ke beast's genes? The stronger the genes, the better. Shen Fei's desire for a fire-attributed Hao-Ke beast is naturally for Jizzy. Jizzy's talent as a Valkyrie isn't particularly strong. While she can rely on the Valkyrie armor for strength, becoming a fusion warrior would certainly elevate her abilities. Most importantly, this would address Jizzy's limited Hao-Ke resistance. Hello, Vilvi, I'm here again, just in time. I've used up the vibranium you gave me earlier. Give me some more. Vilvi, one of the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth, ranked 5th, bears the spiral mark. She is also the Fire Moth's engineering consultant, the youngest owner of the Spiral Workshop, the Magic King of the Twilight Era, and a genius in the field of mechanics. She was involved in the creation of the armed puppets of the previous civilization, and Shen Fei's purpose in seeking her out was naturally to create armed puppets. Although he had obtained the relevant technology for armed puppets from Otto, the difference between armed puppets was huge, just like the difference in strength between the Kangxun book and Kevin's armed puppets. If Shen Fei wanted to create a puppet like the Kangxun book, with the information provided by Otto, he could do it with dedicated research. However, for a powerful armed puppet like Kevin, that wouldn't be possible. This is where the importance of Velvet becomes apparent. Beyond just the armed puppet, Velvet seems to have developed a weapon specifically for Kevin. He doesn't know what this weapon is, though, and even Alicia wouldn't elaborate on it. Shen Fei's use of top-notch materials from otherworldly sources has earned Velvet's approval. In this respect, she's somewhat similar to Tesla. He also provided samples of vibranium to anti-entropy. Here, I think I might need to go find Black Panther after I get back and discuss whether I can buy some. Given their knowledge of vibranium, he and Stark practically monopolize the vibranium found in the Marvel Universe's underground market. Compared to Stark, he's even more willing to spend a fortune. Velvet accepted the vibranium without hesitation and immediately plunged into research, the fusion of vibranium and soul steel. If Alicia can manipulate Hao-Ke as if it were magic, then Vilvi used her gears to achieve the effect of magic. Don't forget what you promised me, Shen Fei said, looking at Vilvi who is immersed in research. Don't worry, I won't forget. Vilvi ignored Shen Fei after saying that. What Shen Fei asked her to promise was, of course, the creation of an armed doll. This was prepared for Yui, and her appearance would naturally be the little girl with long black hair in the virtual reality. Combined with Otto's soul steel body manufacturing technology, once this armed doll is completed, Yui will be able to enjoy all kinds of delicacies with humans in reality. As for combat power, it is mainly for self-protection in case of an emergency. Yui may never use it in her lifetime, but not using it does not mean it is not needed. It's my turn. Draw a card. Activate the fusion card. Fuse Human Warrior Kevin with Hao-Ke Beast Pavanti to summon Fusion Warrior Kevin. Activate the spell card, Holy Fire Judgment, and equip it to Fusion Warrior Kevin. Due to the synergy, his attack power increases by 3000. Fusion Warrior Kevin will attack the Herrscher of Reason. Inside the reception room, Shen Fei and Alicia sat opposite each other, a holographic dual arena forming between them. Alicia's health was now at only 100. This was her final blow. Activate Trap card, Imaginary Power. All attacks this round are negated. Shen Fei's attack seemed poised to decide the outcome, but Alicia showed no sign of panic. She used the trap cards she had already set up to neutralize the attack. It's my turn. Draw a card. Haha, as expected, I, as brilliant as a flying flower, will be favored by fate. Looking at the card she had drawn, Alicia smiled happily and then revealed what it was. Summon Dr. May, I surrender. Shen Fei was speechless as he watched Dr. May attack Kevin. He had never imagined that the first test subject for the cards he'd designed to tease Kevin would be himself. This game was naturally Shen Fei's creation. He'd immediately come up with it after noticing the lack of entertainment among the heroes of the afterlife paradise. After discussing it with Alicia, she immediately gained their enthusiastic support. The two of them then worked together to complete the entire card game. Of course, this was only the first version, the Fusion Warrior version. There would undoubtedly be more versions to come, such as the Herrscher version and the Valkyrie version. After the game was finished, Eden saw it and expressed considerable interest. He also offered a number of creative ideas, primarily for the spell and trap cards. We can publish this game once it's out. I never expected to complete this world's first game here. Shen Fei had also completed his first animated series, which told the story of a fusion warrior from a previous civilization. A single fusion warrior would undoubtedly warrant a full season of animation. The first season, of course, featured the dazzling young lady Alicia. Hello, Kong. Here, this is your gift. In a safe area within the ruins of Quinjet City, Shen Fei immediately took out a piece of pastry and handed it to a pink-haired girl with bandaged hands. Thank you, brother. What's your relationship with me? Kong took the pastry but didn't eat it. Instead, he looked curiously at Shen Fei and Raven beside him and asked directly. We're friends, I guess, Shen Fei said, resting his right hand on Kong's shoulder and checking her condition. She's only partially awakened her stigma, Shen Fei said, glancing around. The other children who had fled after hearing Raven's arrival couldn't help but sigh deeply. These people were all survivors of Quinjet City's third collapse. They had all escaped the disaster by chance, avoiding death thanks to their awakened stigma, and then encountered Raven, who brought them here. With only so few people left in the entire city, one can only imagine the cruelty of the stigma plan. Even if the world serpent had drugs to accelerate the awakening of the stigma, even if the number of survivors increased tenfold, there would still be less than 1,000. Raven's position within the world serpents meant she could have taken these children to a better place, but to prevent the jackals from discovering them, she had to hide them within the ruins of Quinjet City. Those with awakened stigmata, even incomplete, would not be abandoned, whether discovered by Destiny or the world serpents. Among Destiny's many Valkyries, many hailed from areas affected by the Hawkeye outbreak, having lost their families and only survived by awakening incomplete stigmata. Even though Raven was a world serpent cadre, she couldn't stop the gray serpents and jackals from using these children for experiments. She was able to allow Shen Fei to come along this time because she had consulted Kevin, who had ordered them not to let the gray serpents and jackals attack them. They were therefore prepared to take them to the world serpents for treatment. The jackals had originally planned to transport the children by aircraft, but Shen Fei, upon learning of this, arrived with Raven. His portal was much faster than the aircraft. Do you want to find a better place for them to receive treatment? Looking at all the children present who had more or less injuries caused by the collapse, Shen Fei suddenly had an idea. Chapter 884 Delta, Part 2. A better place, what do you want to say? Just say it, you know the world bubble, I can take them there for treatment. I have a serum that neutralizes Honkai energy, but for some reason, I can't bring it out for now. Shen Fei outlined the situation at the world bubble. Once the Honkai serum was released, Otto would undoubtedly know he had the Serenity Gem in his possession. Despite their current agreement, Otto could turn against him as long as Colin wasn't resurrected. This compromise only served to temporarily avoid a confrontation with Shen Fei. To revive Colin, Otto risked his own life, let alone anything else. If he truly went all out, Shen Fei would be in serious trouble. There aren't many Honkai beasts there. They'll be safe there. Once they're cured, we can bring them back, Shen Fei continued, reassuring Raven. I need to confirm it myself, Raven said after a moment's hesitation, glancing at the children present. No problem, inside Sky City, the world bubble. After confirming the effectiveness of the Honkai neutralizing serum, Raven immediately agreed to let the children in for treatment and insisted on paying. Although Shen Fei didn't care, since Raven insisted, he didn't say anything. Everyone has their own opinions. Excuse me, Rita. Please prepare here. I should be able to take you next time you come. I've already prepared everything, Rita chuckled. Since Rita is the leader of the world serpents here, that's quite remarkable. Raven, upon learning of Rita's identity within the world bubble, was momentarily unsure what to say. You don't want the two jackals to meet, do you? 1 is unbearable already. 2 would turn the world serpents upside down. Don't worry, I won't let them meet anytime soon. Besides, she doesn't have time to leave here for now. Sky City, the world bubble, is openly controlled by Divine City technology. When the light curtain disappears and the city expands, the jackals can't leave as easily as Fu-Hul and Rita. With the light curtain gone, the vast expanse of space outside was visible. Sky City naturally needed to expand. Perhaps in a few decades, a second city would be born. This is my other self. You really do enjoy doing boring things. In a secluded spot at the innermost corner of the crow's nest, after entertaining the guests, the world bubble raven came over and sat across from the collapsed world raven, carefully examining it. You're wronging me. I'm here to treat someone, Shen Fei said, outlining the situation. The world bubble raven's gaze inevitably fell on the other raven again, though the latter seemed to be silent. Although both were mercenaries, their experiences were vastly different. After all, the strength of the enemies was vastly different. By the way, you're just in time. Teresa wants to see Brownie. Take her there. That world is a bit dangerous. It's not suitable for her to go there now. I'll send Brownie back. While Otto might not do anything if Teresa from the world bubble went there, it was better not to take the risk just in case. That's fine, you two can talk. I'll go take a look. Okay, goodbye everyone. I'll come back when I have time. After sorting out his findings from the afterlife paradise, Shen Fei said goodbye to Alicia, Eden, and the others. Although he didn't see all the heroes, he didn't mind. After all, it wasn't like he wasn't coming back. For one thing, he needed to check out Vilvi's research on soul steel and vibranium. Not to mention, he might need to consult Eden later on. Did you forget something? Mobius looked a little dissatisfied. Don't worry, I have things to do here. I'll take you with me before I leave this world. Mobius now had her own body, but she hadn't left the afterlife paradise, continuing her research there. Just a reminder, Mobius snorted, saying nothing more. Next time, ask Hua to come over. I really miss her after all these years. Alicia smiled and waved at Shen Fei. I'll tell her. Whether she comes or not is up to her. Finally gone. This work will be much less. Seeing Shen Fei leave, the armed puppet Klein breathed a sigh of relief. With a harsher Shen Fei's arrival, her workload had doubled. Just as she had told Mayraden, if she hadn't stopped them, the first thing a harsher would have encountered in the paradise of the afterlife would have been the defensive equipment, even if it had come with Kevin. Although Mobius didn't cause any trouble this time, Shen Fei had done quite a bit in the paradise of the afterlife, mostly for entertainment. In the pre-civilization era, the ravages of the Honkai impact had left the Fire Moths and their crew completely inattentive to entertainment, and this was also the case in the paradise of the afterlife. These extra tasks naturally fell to Klein. Even though she was an armed puppet created by Mobius and was programmed to work overtime, that didn't mean she enjoyed it. No one likes working overtime. Now we can get to work, but first, we need to bring destiny and anti-entropy. After emerging from the paradise of the past, Shen Fei didn't return directly to St. Freya's Academy. Instead, he went to Kanghai City and began his own business. With the help of destiny and anti-entropy, card games and animations quickly became a global phenomenon, second only to the Homunculus series. By the way, when Walter was making the animations, he must have used the power of the Harsher of Reason. The animations were able to be produced so quickly thanks to the Harsher of Reason's ability to construct everything. He didn't need to meticulously draw concept art, he could instantly create anything he wanted. Your Excellency, you actually called me. You're a rare guest. It seems you've made quite a few gains from the World Serpent. It's just some trivial gains. You wouldn't just want to tell me that. Shen Fei wasn't surprised that Otto knew about his visit to the World Serpent. While he might not have known the specific details, the people there certainly knew. I want full design rights for the call-in cards, Otto stated his purpose directly. As expected of you, yes, but I have one caveat. There's no such thing as an invincible card. Don't design one for me. The card game is actually divided into two sets, one for ordinary players, and Shen Fei could simply use the ones he'd created previously. The other set, centered around the current Sky Destiny Valkyries, pitted against Honkai beasts. Upon its release, it became incredibly popular, with discussions raging over who was the most powerful of the three Valkyries, Colin, Cecilia, or Yurlandel. Even though Colin's legends are numerous in Sky Destiny thanks to Otto, that's over 500 years later. Compared to Cecilia and Yolanda, she feels less tangible. This was likely why Otto took over Colin's card design rights. Given his attitude towards Colin, how could he tolerate her being outdone? Otto will probably design a unique Colin card and put it in his own deck, for someone who's inferior to his opponent at the game and then uses his authority to ban his account. Otto would definitely do something like this. Poor Liana is so shameless. It seems we can only wait for Colin's resurrection to redeem her reputation. The Black Abyss White Flower was in Yolanda. Cecilia had a previous owner, also an S-rank Valkyrie of S.H.I.E.L.D's Destiny. However, because she betrayed Otto and assisted Walter Joyce, few in S.H.I.E.L's Destiny remembered her now. Tesla even approached Shen Fei about this, but Shen Fei said he'd talk about it later. After all, this was only the initial release, and many people hadn't appeared yet, such as the current Hersher's 3 main members, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others. The popularity of the card game finally enriched St. Freia's Academy's finances. Although Shen Fei owned the company, it also held shares in S.H.I.E.L's Destiny and Anti-Entropy, but S.H.I.E.L's share was entirely given to St. Freia's Academy. Should we try looking for the world of collapse? But that world seems too dangerous. After handing the company over to Rita, the bubble of the world, Shen Fei had some free time and was considering exploring other parallel worlds of the collapse universe. Perhaps we might find the world of the 7 gods. Besides collapse, Shen Fei was also curious about another world that might also be in the collapse universe. Ask me for some help with some experiments on the quantum ocean. I'll be there right away. But just as Shen Fei was about to act, Einstein called. The famous cat torturer Schrödinger wanted his help. After a moment's deliberation, he immediately agreed. Xiaoming is conducting parallel world experiments, and Anti-Entropy is conducting experiments on the quantum ocean. Really interesting. After being expelled from Yolanda's bubble into the quantum ocean, Schrödinger had also experienced many other bubbles, such as one filled with armed puppets. It was the percivilized Mu continent, which was submerged in the quantum ocean by a single blow from the Hersher of the Rock. You've launched a lot of satellites into space lately, didn't you say there were aliens? Of course we have to be on guard. From now on, any asteroids that approach must be detected, then do your best. The buildings here look familiar. Shen Fei, collaborating with Schrödinger on his Quantum Sea experiment, arrived at a Quantum Sea. The first thing he saw was a bustling-looking town. Liar, big liar, I'll never believe you again. Give me back Sister Brania. Upon entering the town and reaching the square, Shen Fei was surprised to spot 2 familiar faces. They were standing on a makeshift platform in front of the square, engaged in a fierce battle. S.H.I.E.L.D, Rosalia, this is a play. Shen Fei recognized them at a glance. The people around the square were engrossed in the play, and many children were shouting, "Brave sister, defeat the Demon King." Rosalia seems a little different. A while ago, Shen Fei spent some time with Rosalia and Lilia, sisters, while working on a card animation. These 2 were the most enthusiastic and eager to appear. This concludes the 3rd act of the Brave song. Thank you all for your support of our traveling troupe. See you again someday. The fierce battle brought enthusiastic applause from the audience, especially from the children, whose hands were red from clapping. Let's go, S.H.I.E.L.D. We've been performing here for 3 days now, and we've earned enough. The Emerald Forest from your Brave Guide should be just ahead. We should be able to see your sister Brania soon. Thank you, Sister Delta. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid, well, it's getting late. Go get some supplies. We have to travel early tomorrow morning. This world is such a hassle. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could finish her words of thanks, Rosalia, no, it should be Delta, waved her hand casually, interrupting her. So it's Delta. That's right, this definitely doesn't look like Rosalia. Due to their Honkai Beast genes, Rosalia and Lilia each possessed a matching horn on each head, one pink and one blue. However, Delta had 2 horns, one red and one blue. Besides these, she also carried 2 weapons, Sleeping Beauty and Swan Lake. I see, Sister Delta, I'll be right there, S.H.I.E.L.D said, turning and heading toward the nearby shop. Hey, what are you doing following us? After S.H.I.E.L.D left, Delta turned and walked directly to Shen Fei, asking. I just saw someone I know. Shen Fei sighed deeply as he looked at Delta. To have that foolish Rosalia become what she is now, one can only imagine what she's been through. Just like Kiana, the Hersher of the Fire Flame, she had to grow up. Zir, Delta whispered Zir's name. She knew her, and since she didn't know Shen Fei, it could only be Zir. You're in such a hurry. I'm not used to it. What do you mean? Delta couldn't help but frown. I know a pair of sisters who look very similar to you. One is called Rosalia, and the other is called, shut up. Before Shen Fei could even say Lilia's name, Delta's aura suddenly changed. This aura, it seems, has become a fully fused warrior. Although the aura was fleeting, Shen Fei still felt that Delta's current strength was probably not inferior to Fu Hu and Yao Landel. Who are you, and how do you know all this? Like you, I came to this world from somewhere else. You're one of his, too. No, he didn't have to send anyone else. I don't know who you're talking about, but being able to travel between worlds isn't exclusive to just one person. I don't care what you're doing here, but please don't interfere with my mission, or I'll be rude, Delta said, then turned and left. This time, Shen Fei didn't chase after him. Heroes fighting the Demon King? In that case, let's have some fun. Having made up his mind, Shen Fei opened the portal, returned to St. Freya Academy, and began to call for his men. Since Delta was with him, Rosalia and Lilia had to be brought along. The rest of the three great masters, Fu Hu, Jilin, Kang Zhuan Zhi Shu, and so on, could easily form a team of heroes. While he didn't know the Demon King's strength, with this lineup and Delta, they could easily take on even a few Herrschers. Chapter 885 Delta, and World Bubble Adventure, Heroes Fighting Demon Kings. Rosalia's going to be a hero. After Shen Fei's explanation, the group gathered in Teresa's office at St. Freya's Academy. Rosalia immediately raised her hand, looking incredibly excited. So did her sister, Lilia, beside her. Branaya wants to go too. Thanks to Shen Fei's game company, Branaya has already begun developing her own game. Perhaps because she owns the heavy armored bunny, or perhaps because of the influence of Walter Yang's mecha animation, Alahado, Branaya has a special liking for mecha-related games and animations. Let me, Kiana, defeat the Demon King, Kiana said with great energy. Fool Kiana, the Demon King will definitely be defeated by Branaya. Although the Branaya's rivalry has decreased considerably now, there are still occasions when they both take on the challenge. All of this is thanks to S.H.I.E.L.'s appearance, which has freed Branaya from clinging to Mei. Of course Rosalia will defeat the Demon King, right, Lilia? Rosalia immediately jumped in. Alright, let's go together tomorrow. We can treat it like a vacation. Let's all go back and get some rest today. World Bubble, Heroes Fighting the Demon King, you chicken-cooped hare, what are you talking about? St. Freya Academy had already notified them, and Shen Fei and Anti-Entropy hadn't forgotten either. Go ahead. Leave this to me and Walter. You can take this opportunity to rest. Before Einstein could speak, Schrödinger answered for them. This is the World Bubble, where's the Demon King? The next morning, Shen Fei took the group inside. Rosalia's first thought was to defeat the Demon King, weapons at the ready. She was so excited that she hadn't slept late the previous night, and only thanks to Lilia did she reluctantly go to bed. I don't know where the Demon King is, but we'll find out if we follow the true heroes. Look, they're coming. Shen Fei chose the location that Delta and Seer would pass through to reach the Emerald Forest. Ah, it's S.H.I.E.L.D, and you, are Yumi? S.H.I.E.L.D and Delta appeared, both stunned for a moment. Rosalia was the first to jump in front of Delta, staring at her with curiosity, followed closely by Lilia. Again, Delta couldn't help but sigh softly, her left hand pressed to her head in frustration as she looked at the red and blue twins before her. As someone who could travel between worlds, she naturally understood the situation of the twins before her. She already had a pair at home. Sister Branaya, are you okay? S.H.I.E.L.D rushed to Branaya with a look of surprise as the twins went to look for Delta. I'm not a Branaya, you know. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D hugging her, tears streaming down her face, Branaya waited until she calmed down a bit before pushing her away and clarifying her identity. Sorry, Branaya sister, that's not right. After listening to Branaya's story, S.H.I.E.L.D realized her mistake and apologized to Branaya, feeling a bit lost for words. You can call me sister if you want, Branaya softly soothed S.H.I.E.L.D, who was floating in another world. S.H.I.E.L.D also joined in. Let me explain. Himiko stepped forward and outlined the whole situation. What are you doing? Delta, finally free of the twin sisters, approached Shen Fei and whispered. Don't worry, we're just here to relax. It won't affect your mission. They seem to like you very much. Let's work together for a while. Himiko didn't mention it earlier, but in the world we came from, they were orphans. It was completely accidental that they became fusion warriors. Shen Fei then recounted the story of how the twin sisters became fusion warriors. Delta's face immediately turned serious. Different worlds bring different experiences to people. Not all worlds are blessed with a twin sister's luck. In Delta's world, Lilia's luck was less so, leading to Delta's birth. Sister Delta, how did you become so powerful? Though they had only just met, the twin sisters' mischief had allowed Delta to display a bit of her strength, subduing them for a moment. This time, the twin sisters' admiration for her grew even deeper. According to the Brave Guide, the Emerald Forest should be not far ahead, where there are spring spirits. Jizzy looked at the Brave Guide in her hand, looking at S.H.I.E.L.D with a hint of resignation. Much of the guide seemed like a lie, yet S.H.I.E.L.D had foolishly believed it all. If she hadn't met Delta, she'd probably still be working for someone in vain. Despite its unreliability, the Brave Guide did give some people a goal: to cross the Emerald Forest, pass the ruins, and reach the final floating island. That was their destination, where the Demon King was said to reside. S.H.I.E.L.D, don't worry. We'll definitely help you rescue your sister Branaya. After a brief exchange, the group set out together. Einstein subtly asked S.H.I.E.L.D a number of questions, most of which concerned basic information about this bubble. By the way, this is for you. On the way, Shen Fei tossed a dimensional ring to Delta. Everyone on this trip had a dimensional ring, including the Kangxuan book. With it, it was incredibly convenient for storing weapons and carrying supplies. Thank you. Delta hesitated for a moment before accepting it. As someone who frequently traveled through bubbles, she knew the conveniences of having a dimensional ring. You're welcome. Meeting in this vast bubble is fate, isn't it? Isn't this a case of trying to cover one's own secrets? The next day at noon, the group finally arrived at the Emerald Forest. Just as they were trying to figure out how to find the spring spirit, they suddenly discovered a large number of wooden signs, with various inscriptions like Spring Spirit Not Ahead. The signs covered the ground, but were difficult to spot because they were covered in fallen leaves. I want to see what the fountain spirit looks like. Why is it me? Following the inscription on the wooden sign, the group quickly located the fountain spirit. Seeing the fountain spirit leaning against a tree ahead, Kiana couldn't help but shout. The fountain spirit looked exactly like her, the only difference being their ears, which were pointed, like those of an elf. Fountain spirit, have you met Sister Branaya? As everyone marveled at the fountain spirit's resemblance to Kiana, S.H.I.E.L.D from the world bubble suddenly rushed forward. Are you a hero? Who are you? The fountain spirit smiled amiably upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D, but then her smile froze as a group of people emerged from the distance, especially the one in front, who looked exactly like her. We are the hero's companions, Rosalia shouted. Let me see. According to the hero's guide, we need to put gold coins into the fountain. After noticing the fountain spirit ignored her, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately opened the hero's guide and took out the gold coins she had earned, preparing to throw them into the fountain behind the spirit. Wait a minute, Delta immediately stopped S.H.I.E.L.D. He then drew his red greatsword and plunged it into the ground in front of him. He looked at the fountain spirit with a serious face and said, those wooden signs in front were all made by you, right? Why are you luring the heroes here? To Delta, the gold coins S.H.I.E.L.D held were all earned through their hard work performing. The people who had to send Delta to the world were being stingy, sending her to collect items without even providing the initial capital, leaving her often hungry. I don't understand what you're talking about, the fountain spirit said, her gaze drifting to the side, clearly feeling a little guilty. We're here to help defeat the Demon King. Please tell her about Branaya. Just as Delta was about to speak again, Himiko stepped out. Branaya, she should have reached the floating island by now, but since she hasn't returned, it means the Demon King hasn't been defeated yet. The fountain spirit glanced at the group before her. After a moment's silence, she revealed Branaya's whereabouts. Sister Branaya, S.H.I.E.L.D's expression immediately expressed concern. Don't worry, S.H.I.E.L.D, we will definitely help rescue your sister Branaya, the other S.H.I.E.L.D said, grabbing the world bubble's arm and whispering soothingly. Yolande, I didn't expect you to be a forest spirit here. I wonder what I look like. Led by the fountain spirit, the group quickly reached the depths of the Emerald Forest, where they could reach the ruins ahead. However, the path was blocked by a beautiful girl with long golden hair and two antlered knights. Sorry, I can't let you pass. There's no need to sacrifice more lives. Although the number of people who appeared this time far exceeded the forest spirit's expectations, she still had no intention of giving way. Forest spirit, sorry, I'm in a hurry. Please move aside. Just as the fountain spirit was about to persuade the forest spirit, Delta suddenly rushed forward, brandishing her red greatsword. Sleeping Beauty. Faced with Delta's sudden attack, the two Deerhorn Knights beside the forest spirit immediately rushed out, attempting to block Delta's attack, but were instantly sent flying by Delta's sword. "Sister Delta is amazing," the twin sisters exclaimed in excitement at Delta's display of prowess. Delta's sword strike not only sent the two Deerhorn Knights flying, but also destroyed all the trees within a radius of dozens of meters. Just as Delta had defeated the Deerhorn Knights and was about to continue her attack on the forest spirit, a strangely shaped wooden spear suddenly appeared in the forest spirit's hand, blocking Delta's attack. "That's enough, let's go back." As the forest spirit took action, the group felt as if the forest came alive. The grass on the ground grew rapidly, wrapping around Delta's feet. Simultaneously, the destroyed trees began to grow, with numerous branches snaking towards Delta from above. As expected of a forest spirit, it can control trees. So, a spring spirit can control water. As soon as the forest spirit appeared, Shen Fei realized he had underestimated the power of this bubble. Interesting, but these little tricks won't stop me. Facing the forest spirit's attack, Delta chuckled softly and swung his great sword rapidly. In a moment, he had cut through all the grass and branches surrounding the spirit, then charged at the forest spirit again. Seeing that his plant magic had no effect, the forest spirit abandoned its magic and instead charged forward with its spear. The saying goes that a magician who can't fight in close combat is not a good mage, and this was perfectly exemplified by the forest spirit. "Let's retreat." As the aftermath of the battle grew, Jizzy had her men retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "Lilia, when can we be as powerful as Sister Delta?" Rosalia looked at Delta, wielding Sleeping Beauty, with envy. She also wanted to be as powerful and handsome. "Rosalia, forget it. You'll never be that powerful," Lilia said, giving her sister no respect. "You're already strong. There's no need to be like her." Himiko placed a hand on Rosalia's shoulder and said to her with a smile. The twin sisters might not have noticed Delta's situation, but people like Himiko, Einstein, Tesla, and even Kiana and May, who had recently experienced misfortunes, had some suspicions. Naturally, they didn't want Rosalia to become the next Delta. "Alright, let's stop here." With a cold shout, Delta and the forest elves, who were about to continue fighting, felt their bodies sink. Their eyes turned to Shen Fei, who had appeared between them. Shen Fei now held the Star of Eden in his right hand. It was he who had used gravity to force the two to stop. "Forest Spirit, you've seen our strength. Now, let us pass. I promise, this time, we'll completely destroy the Demon King." "Forest Spirit, so much time has passed. Do you still want to keep that promise?" In reality, with the Forest Spirit's strength, she could have been one of the heroes who defeated the Demon King. However, due to promise with someone, she remained in the Emerald Forest, serving as a test for future heroes. "You can proceed." The Forest Spirit was silent for a moment, then immediately made way. "Thank you. I believe we'll be back soon this time. Everyone, come out. I know you're all here." After leaving the Emerald Forest, the group immediately arrived at the ruins mentioned in the Hero's Guide, the Rulik Ruins. After taking a quick look around, Shen Fei immediately spoke to the surroundings. "Have we been spotted?" The next moment, three figures emerged from the side. "Huh?" Seeing the figures, Kangsu and Book immediately approached them. It felt like a kindred spirit. These three figures were none other than the three armed puppets. "I am the messenger of the frozen hell, the guide of the pitch-black abyss, and the ruler of the netherworld. Come and meet me." A seemingly aloof armed puppet spoke first, but as soon as she spoke, that aloofness vanished from everyone's mind. This armed puppet was none other than Akatsuki Requiem, also known as the legendary Chuanibayao. "We have come to see the great sage," S.H.I.E.L.D said, still holding the brave guide and following the instructions. "We are the great sage," the three armed puppets said in unison. Chapter 886 The Poor Demon King. "You've actually managed to achieve this, Dr. Tesla. You've made the right choice to come here this time." Passing through the special rift opened by the three armed puppets, the group arrived at their final destination, the floating island of Scarland, home to the Demon King. The so-called floating island was once the landmark of this world bubble, a remarkably beautiful city, but after the Demon King's arrival, it was completely destroyed. Einstein's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at his instruments, and so did Tesla. The two exchanged a tacit, thrilled glance. Within the ruins, the group wasted no time in convincing the three armed puppets, including the Red Kite Wing. Initially, they had believed Shen Fei and his group were associated with the Demon King, But after GZ, the Spring Spirit, and the others convinced them, their suspicions were immediately dispelled. The group had originally needed to train in the ruins, which were intended to cultivate brave warriors. However, after Delta struck with a single blow, all was resolved. The group briefly exchanged words with the Red Tsubasa. Because S.H.I.E.L.D was extremely worried about Branaya, they immediately headed for the floating island. Dr. Einstein, Dr. Tesla, what's going on? The expressions of the two doctors piqued Himiko's curiosity. There's a large amount of Honkai energy here, but there wasn't much there before. Einstein raised the instrument used to detect Honkai energy and smiled as she announced her findings. What do you mean? After hearing Einstein's words, Himiko's face suddenly lit up with realization. It seemed as if she had also come to an idea. Yes, they've isolated the Honkai energy here. If we can figure out how they do it, perhaps we can do the same here. Tesla almost wished he could return immediately to have a proper conversation with Alice's terminal core. Even if it was just isolating the Honkai energy, not eliminating it, it would still be a good thing for human society. At least it could prevent a Honkai outbreak in the city, which would undoubtedly greatly reduce the number of casualties. Dr. Tesla, can you really do it? Kiana, May, Branaya, and the others were drawn to the scene. How can we know if we don't try? Since we're here, let's deal with the Demon King first. I'm curious what kind of Demon King this is. Could it be a Herrscher? Since the enemy originates from the Honkai energy, it's quite possible that the Herrscher could be a Demon King. A newcomer has arrived, and they're so fast this time. The group hadn't gone far when a familiar figure with fiery red hair suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Himiko Anota. Who are you? The two Himiko noticed each other, each stunned for a moment. After a moment, the Himiko stepped forward and told Himiko from the world Bible the situation. From another world, although it was a little hard to believe, seeing another version of herself appear before her, Himiko from the world bubble couldn't help but believe it. She immediately led the group to the hero camp. To the fountain spirits and forest spirits within the barrier, the heroes who hadn't returned were presumably dead. However, in reality, many heroes were still alive on the floating island, numbering perhaps dozens in total. I didn't expect to see heroes from other worlds. We're a bit low on supplies here. Please try some juice made from the floating island's specialty, the Kong Kong fruit, inside the camp. The group saw many familiar faces, such as Fu Hui, GZ, Shichiro Kirira, and others. Rita, as always, was dressed as a maid. Excuse me, heroes, have you seen Sister Branaya? Upon discovering the entire hero camp was filled with heroes, S.H.I.E.L.D excitedly went looking for Branaya. Sadly, she searched the entire camp and couldn't find her. Branaya. The mention of Branaya caused the heroes in the hero camp to fall silent. Rita then smiled and said, I'll tell you about Branaya later. You've come so far, so you should get some rest first. No need for that. Just tell me where the Demon King is, Delta said, a little impatiently. Don't worry, we're very strong here and can definitely take care of the Demon King. If you have any questions, we can wait until we're done with him. Delta wanted to deal with the Demon King quickly, and so did Shen Fei. Well, actually, the current Demon King is Branaya. Fu Hui, Rita, Himiko, and the others in the bubble world exchanged a glance. Fu Hui sighed softly and explained Branaya's situation. What? Impossible? How could Sister Branaya be the Demon King? S.H.I.E.L.D immediately shouted. Hey, Branaya has become the Demon King? No way, the twin sisters followed suit. Can you tell me exactly what happened? I don't believe she could become the Demon King, even though they weren't alone. Branaya couldn't believe that she, who was in the bubble world, could actually become the Demon King. The same was true for Brownie. I didn't want to believe it either. Branaya is actually our good friend. Ever since she arrived here, she's been diligently fighting the Demon King's monsters. We formed a commando team to defeat the Demon King, and at the last moment, Branaya killed him. But before we could celebrate, the dead Demon King suddenly erupted with a powerful force, enveloping Branaya. We tried to save her, but more monsters appeared, forcing us to retreat. Later, to confirm Branaya's condition, we infiltrated the Demon King's palace again, only to discover that it was Branaya sitting on the Demon King's throne, and she began to attack us. No, Sister Branaya won't become the Demon King. You're lying, aren't you? S.H.I.E.L.D covered her ears and shook her head vigorously. I'm sorry, this is all true. The Dragon Slayer eventually becomes a dragon. Delta sighed softly. So you can't be absolutely sure she's the Demon King, right? Brunei retorted after reassuring S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, we actually want to confirm Brunei's situation and rescue her if possible. However, there are too many monsters surrounding the Demon King's palace right now, so we haven't had the chance to get close. Sorry, Fu Hua's last words were addressed to S.H.I.E.L.D. Then let's go confirm it, Brunei said with determination. Okay, I'll gather people immediately. That's the floating island where the Demon King resides, the only floating island here. We'll distract the surrounding monsters and give you a chance, no need for that. Leave it to me. Looking ahead at the ground and sky densely covered with various quantum shadows, Shen Fei stepped forward. With a wave of his right hand, countless blue keys of truth appeared in the sky. Although Brunei, the Herrscher of Reason, didn't construct all sorts of modern weaponry like Walter Yang, the keys of truth she constructed were equally powerful. These keys of truth were actually the weapons of the heavy-armored bunny. Countless flashes of light streaked across the sky, and a continuous series of explosions echoed incessantly. A single volley of fire swept away the quantum shadows in the sky. Leave everything outside to me, and I'll leave it to you up there. As he spoke, Shen Fei used the power of the Herrscher of Reason to construct an S-shaped tunnel leading directly to the floating island above, where the Demon King resided. While Fu Hua, Delta, and even Kiana, even at their current strength, were more than capable of reaching the floating island, the Herrscher of Reason's power would naturally be utilized in order to conduct a difficult experiment. Brunei's motorcycle ride behind the Quantum Sea, like Aokaji's bicycle ride in the ocean, was a path created using her own abilities. Sister Brunei, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely save you. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first to rush towards the tunnel, followed closely by Delta. However, she didn't overtake S.H.I.E.L.D., instead staying close behind her, empathizing with her desire to save the one she cared about most. Amazing, Shen Fei's display of power stunned Rita and Jizzy, who were in a state of shock. But Rita quickly reacted and began organizing the warriors to intercept the quantum shadows charging from the ground. Finally, I can fully demonstrate the power of the Herrscher of Reason. Facing these quantum shadows, Shen Fei could attack with impunity. The key of truth was only the beginning. Then, under the power of the Herrscher of Reason, various modern weapons appeared one by one. Modern weapons are indeed weak against these quantum shadows. Although the experiments had eliminated most of the quantum shadows, they were only low-level. Higher-level quantum shadows were much less powerful than modern weapons. Water-based sub-aerial spears, as some of the quantum shadows that had escaped the net approached, the warriors and the fountain spirits also began to attack. True to form, they used water magic, but their fighting methods were similar to Kiana's. It's finally over. Is this the Demon King? Shen Fei's relentless bombardment quickly reduced the quantum shadows on the ground to a sparse number. However, at that moment, a powerful surge of Honkai energy emanated from the floating island. I'll leave this to you. I'll go up and take a look. Curious, Shen Fei immediately flew towards the floating island. Is this the Demon King? It's just a quantum shadow. Not as good as the one Kevin summoned last time in the Quantum Sea. Arriving at the Demon King's palace on the floating island, Shen Fei immediately saw a massive black figure emanating powerful Honkai energy. It was undoubtedly the Demon King. Is this the Demon King? Lilia, let's defeat him. Led by Rosalia and Lilia, Fu Hua, Delta, Brunei, and others attacked simultaneously. The poor Demon King, freshly released from his seal, was shattered before he could even strike. These fragments were truly shattered, the kind that could never be put back together. Overall, the Demon King wasn't particularly powerful. In a one-on-one fight, Fu Hua of the World Bubble and the Forest Spirits could have defeated him, but he was surrounded by countless minions. Sister Brunei, after defeating the Demon King, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately threw herself into the arms of Brunei of the World Bubble, who had just awakened from petrification. It turned out that Brunei hadn't transformed into Demon King, as Fu Hua had claimed, but had temporarily sealed him. Fu Hua hadn't seen clearly enough, leading to the misunderstanding. Fu Hua's earlier claim that Brunei had attacked them was actually simply Brunei's will, releasing the Demon King to prevent anyone from approaching the seal. After the group returned to the heroes' camp and shared the truth with Rita and the others, a banquet was immediately held to celebrate the Demon King's defeat and welcome the heroes back, now that their mission was finally over. Cheers! The two Himiko shared a common hobby, drinking. Naturally, there was no alcohol at the heroes' camp, but everyone who came was carrying a space ring, and Himiko had filled it with a generous amount of alcohol. The Demon King has been killed. That's great. After the banquet, Rita immediately opened the return passage, and the group successfully returned to the ruins and met the three great sages. The three armed puppets, including Red Kite Wing, were overjoyed to hear that the Demon King had been killed, as it meant their long-standing responsibility had finally come to an end. "You're leaving like that without even saying goodbye to them." While the others gathered in the ruins, Delta, while the Gemini and Iowa Requiem were talking, quietly walked towards the Emerald Forest. The Gemini sisters didn't notice, but Shen Fei did. "There's no need for that," Delta said expressionlessly. "Would you like to visit our world?" Shen Fei invited Delta. "There's no need for that," exactly the same words. "It's rare to meet in the same world. It's fate. If you have time, come and see Brania and S.H.I.E.L.D. If anything happens to me, I'll contact you through them. Don't you want to know what their future holds?" Shen Fei knew about Delta's plight. If possible, he wanted to help her, but of course, that was when he was able. Speaking up now would only cause more trouble. "I understand," Delta nodded, and walked forward. "Take care of those two idiots for me. Don't let anything happen to them." With that, Delta disappeared into the forest. "I will," Shen Fei shouted into the forest. So that's what it is. An ether anchor point. In the underground base of the ruins, Einstein and Tesla were discussing the barrier that would block Hawk-K energy with Alice. Then they realized that they had been overthinking it. What was possible in their world might not be possible in theirs. Even so, the two doctors gained a great deal. It was precisely for this reason that they lamented the great sage's death. If she were still alive, perhaps they could have invited her to the world of Collapse to conduct relevance research. Stargazing? No, that shouldn't be stargazing. It's another isotope of Teresa. Through the great sage's portrait, the group learned what she looked like. She looked identical to Teresa, except for the clothes she wore, making her far more intelligent. After everything was over, the group didn't immediately return, but remained in the ruins. Although the Demon King had been defeated, the quantum shadow remained. Fu Hui, Himiko, and Brania would need to remain here for a while to deal with it, while also trying to restore the floating island's landscape. "I'll come visit you when I have time." 3 days later, Shen Fei bid farewell and returned with his group. However, Einstein and Tesla did not return with them, as they needed to continue studying the device left behind by the great sage. Chapter 887, The Hair of Consciousness. Magic exists. So, the world where the 7 gods reside might be beneath the imaginary tree. But there seems to be some kind of divine law there. It seems we'll have to wait a little longer. The presence of spirits and magic in the previous world confirmed Shen Fei's certainty. The world beneath the imaginary tree wasn't entirely dominated by Hawk-K energy. He remained curious about the world of the 7 gods. However, thinking of the fate of the siblings who had left that world, Shen Fei felt a sense of trepidation. While divine law hadn't outright killed them, it had merely sealed their power. Add to that the fact that 500 years had passed, and he couldn't accept it. If he'd been sealed for 500 years, even his cucumbers would have gone cold. "Forget it, let's go there once I'm stronger. There's no need to take such a risk. Let's fuse the Serenity Gem first." Temporarily putting aside his distractions, Shen Fei headed directly to the Quantum Sea and produced a black Serenity Gem. The birth of each Herrscher would result in the emergence of a large number of Hawk-K beasts. While fusion is possible in the mirror dimension, Shen Fei wanted to explore the quantum ocean this time. He was deeply curious about the relationship between the trees and the ocean in this world. The two seemed to target each other, yet they also seemed to share a common origin. Since the Herrscher's power can be replicated in a person's genes, even if they lose their Herrscher core, they can still be used. Other Herrscher cores should also have this ability. For Shen Fei right now, it wasn't energy he lacked. His physical fitness, combined with his soul's advancement and the Grand Void Sword key he'd learned from Fu Hui, meant he didn't need to worry about that. What he lacked was the ability to harness energy. Given enough time, he could develop various energy harnessing methods, just like Fu Hui, whose Grand Void Sword key was the product of her long and gradual integration and refinement. This was something Shen Fei had been working on. Such things couldn't be rushed. Now that there was a shortcut before him, he certainly didn't mind taking it. The Herrscher core was undoubtedly that shortcut. Even if someone else possessed a Herrscher core, they wouldn't be able to take such a shortcut. The only outcome would be death by the Hawk-K energy. Only those who could resist the ravages of Hawk-K energy could fuse with a Herrscher core. Has it appeared? Let me test the power of the Serenity Gem. Annihilation. After fusing with the Serenity Gem, The Hao-Ke energy surrounding the quantum sea began to rapidly change. Then, a large number of quantum shadows began to appear. Facing these quantum shadows, Shen Fei's body immediately released a strange black mist. Enshrouded by the black mist, the quantum shadows began to rapidly decay and weather. Having previously used the Herrscher of Reason's power to manifest a black abyss white flower, he was familiar with the Serenity Gem's abilities. Decomposition and creation, another ability that somewhat complements the surgery fruit. The black abyss white flower's black abyss ability can decompose and decay all objects, whether living or non-living, while the white flower's creation ability can only heal injuries of living things. This is because the surgery fruit possesses a unique innate advantage in order to utilize the white flower's ability blueprint. Speaking of which, Mobius's immortality seems to be a judgment-level Hao-Ke beast fused with a Herrscher of Death. Unfortunately, there are very few judgment-level Hao-Ke beasts in this era. You want to become a fusion warrior, Shen Fei reaffirmed, looking at the determined Wulian Tajezi before him. Yes, I know you've been researching this. You should have a way to turn me into a fusion warrior, right? Of course I can, but I don't have a suitable Hao-Ke beast gene right now. Theoretically, Jizzy could become a Herrscher of Flame by fusing with a plague gem. With so many worlds beneath the imaginary tree, she might be the Herrscher of Flame in one of them. But theory is just theory. Jizzy's current Hao-Ke resistance makes it difficult for her to fully fuse with a plague gem, even with his full support. What's a Hao-Ke beast gene suitable for me? Jizzy knew about fusion warriors, but only vaguely. She didn't know many of them. What sparked her desire to become a fusion warrior was her previous trip to the world, where she witnessed Delta's strength, and the relationship between the twin sisters. The future was difficult, and her teacher's abilities were somewhat lacking. Naturally, she wished to possess the strength to protect her students, if possible. For fire-attributed Hao-Ke beasts, the only suitable ones right now are Emperor-class Hao-Ke beasts. If possible, Judgment-class ones would be best. Shen Fei briefly explained the situation with the fusion warriors. Naturally, different Hao-Ke beasts possess different abilities. What's the difference between the two? GZ asked after a pause. Difference? Judgment-class Hao-Ke beasts have a higher genetic starting point. Shen Fei briefly explained the difference. That doesn't matter. Let's go with the Emperor-class Hao-Ke beast. After hearing Shen Fei's explanation, GZ immediately made a decision. You probably haven't told Teresa and the others about this decision. I think it's best to discuss it. This is my personal matter. There's no need to tell Teresa. As soon as he said this, it was clear that Teresa hadn't been told. Then let's have a meeting. I have something to discuss as well. In the Dean's office at St. Freya Academy, transported by Shen Fei's mystical portal, a group quickly gathered, including the anti-entropy members and Siegfried. Wait, Jizzy, you want to become a fusion warrior? Why are you doing this? While becoming a fusion warrior is powerful, Teresa didn't want Jizzy to become one unless it was necessary. Don't worry, Dean. I've returned from the paradise of the past with some technology related to fusion warriors from the previous civilization. The experiment won't have any problems. Shen Fei naturally understood the reason for Teresa's concern, the immaturity of fusion warriors. Her and Amber's survival was only possible at the expense of countless other clones. Teacher Jizzy, you'd better think it through. Once you become a fusion warrior, you're no longer an ordinary person. It was Fu Hua who spoke. As a fusion warrior from the previous civilization, she was well aware of the situation. With powers far beyond those of ordinary people, they were naturally considered monsters by the average person. Don't worry, I've thought it through. Jizzy smiled and nodded to Fu Hua. She would never agree to watch her student fight on the front lines from behind. If there was no other way, she might have to accept such a fate. But since there was a way to increase her strength, she wouldn't give up just because of the danger. GZ, Walter Yang looked at GZ, sighed softly, and said nothing. Because of his actions, GZ had disregarded everything and become the Valkyrie of Destiny. Now, he had no right to say anything. You didn't call us all here just for this? If there's nothing else, I still have experiments to complete. Tesla had no objection to GZ becoming a Valkyrie, as long as there was no danger. After all, under the threat of Hao-Ke, greater strength was always a good thing. Of course not for that. The main reason I called you all here today is to discuss the Herrscher of Consciousness. Shen Fei had given the Herrscher of Consciousness much thought, and that was precisely why he had called everyone here to discuss it. Herrscher of Consciousness, At the mention of Herrscher of Consciousness, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Fu Hua. Only Ji Lin, sitting next to Fu Hua, looked at them with a puzzled expression. What are you planning on doing? Are you planning on having Fu Hua use Yu Duchan's zeroth rated power to transfer her consciousness, allowing the Herrscher of Consciousness to be born within her? Einstein spoke slowly after a moment's silence. What? There's such a solution, Tesla exclaimed, looking at Einstein beside him. She hadn't really considered such a solution. Although there are some discrepancies, the general idea is correct. Shen Fei couldn't help but glance at Einstein in surprise. He could only say, as expected of her, with Fu Hua's memories, even a Herrscher would be overridden by those 50,000 years and believe herself to be Fu Hua. Then the Herrscher of Consciousness would side with humanity. Tesla's initial excitement faded, but then his voice trailed off, perhaps reflecting on the problem of this approach. Sacrificing Fu Hua would prevent at least millions of deaths caused by the Herrscher of Consciousness. It was undoubtedly worth it. Unfortunately, none of the people present were willing to sacrifice anything to achieve their goals. I agree. In the silence, Fu Hua spoke. As someone who had experienced the devastation caused by the Herrscher of Consciousness in the previous civilization, she was well aware of the devastation it wrought. To some extent, the devastation wrought by the Herrscher of Consciousness was very similar to that of the Herrscher of Domination in the previous civilization. They all deceived humanity into killing each other, causing them to lose trust in one another. To some extent, the final destruction of the previous civilization wasn't the result of the collapse, but humanity itself. Fu Hua, Teresa, Jizzy, and the others looked at Fu Hua's calm expression, unsure of what to say. Dean, Jizzy-sensei, don't look at me like that. I just used zero-rated power, it doesn't mean I'm dead. And didn't I get my body back in the end? That's true. With this, the atmosphere suddenly became lively, no longer as subdued as before. Listen to my thoughts first. I'm going to prepare a body for the Herrscher of Consciousness. Once she appears, I'll have her transfer her consciousness into this new body, and Fu Hua can return to her own body, since she was born from Fu Hua's body. In a way, Fu Hua is your daughter. From now on, I'll trouble you to take care of her. Congratulations, Fu Hua, on having such a wonderful daughter, GZ said playfully. Looking at Fu Hua as she mentioned the Herrscher of Consciousness as her daughter. The others followed suit, causing Fu Hua's face to flush. Immortal, Herrscher. After the matter was confirmed, only Kang Xuan's issue was still a little confused. She had never imagined that the immortal who had been killed by the devil would one day become a Herrscher. No need to use the first-rated power. I can handle it. Fu Hua had originally planned to use Yu Duchan to transfer her consciousness, but after Shen Fei's intervention, this was no longer necessary. He simply ejected her soul and placed it in the artificial body. After that, Fu Hua's body was placed in the incubator. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study the Herrschers, and Jacquel would have definitely not missed it. However, neither Shen Fei nor Einstein showed any interest in researching. The operation was successful. It's a pity that the Zhuan Yuan sword is no longer available, otherwise Jizzy might have had her own unique weapon. The technology of the fusion warriors of the late per-civilization was already quite advanced. Combined with the refinements Mobius had made over the past 50,000 years, it was practically possible to mass-produce fusion warriors if they so desired. However, the World Serpent didn't seem to have such an idea. While fusion warrior technology was quite advanced, it wouldn't be of much help in saving humanity, as it was impossible to transform all of humanity into fusion warriors. Kevin's Stigmata project suggested that transforming all of humanity into fusion warriors would be equivalent to completing the Stigmata project. However, the problem was that fusion warriors required one-on-one surgeries. With so many people worldwide, even if they performed the surgeries day and night until the end of time, they wouldn't be able to complete the operations. Furthermore, the power of fusion warriors was far greater than that of ordinary humans. If they became widespread, it would naturally create problems. The Poison Pupa organization within the Fire Moths of the Per-civilization was responsible for dealing with those who used the power of fusion warriors to commit evil. They showed up so quickly. It's surprising that the Hongke actually caused the Herrschers to appear out of order. On a small, uninhabited island east of St. Freya's Academy, there stood a quiet villa. Inside, two Fu Hua stood facing each other. One was, of course, Fu Hua, the other the Herrscher of Consciousness. Hongke's consciousness had grown remarkably quickly this time. It had only been less than a week since he had allowed Fu Hua to enter his artificial body, and the Herrscher of Consciousness had appeared. The Herrscher of Consciousness was the 8th Herrscher, while Wendy was only the 4th, meaning there were 5, 6, 7, and 3 more Herrschers ahead of her. When the Herrscher of Domination, the 10th Herrscher, appeared later, the 9th Herrscher hadn't appeared either. Fighting in the consciousness space? It seems we'll just have to wait them out, while Shen Fei could use his Yu-Dutch and mimicry to enter. Considering the relationship between the Herrscher of Consciousness and Fu Hua, it was best for Fu Hua to convince her. Fu Hua's artificial body would have limited her strength if she were fighting in the real world, but now, within Yu-Dutchen, she could be at her peak. What happened just now doesn't count. We've fought again, not long after. Fu Hua and the Herrscher of Consciousness woke up at the same time. The Herrscher of Consciousness, who had woken up, looked unhappy, as if he had suffered a great loss in the illusion. Hello, Zhao. Seeing the two wake up, Shen Fei smiled and waved to the Herrscher of Consciousness. Zhao, you're calling me. You are, so it's you, someone from outside this world. The Herrscher of Consciousness looked at Shen Fei, and after a moment's silence, he immediately recognized him. He must have taken the opportunity to check Fu Hua's memories in his mind. It's me. It seems you already know your identity. Shen Fei had said to Fu Hua that it was enough to be honest with a Herrscher of Consciousness. There was no need to use any tricks. The other party was the Herrscher of Consciousness. If you tried to use tricks in this regard, you would only suffer the consequences. Chapter 888 Dragon Gate, Part 1. This is the Herrscher of Knowledge, in the principal's office at St. Freya's Academy. After Fu Hua arrived with a Herrscher of Knowledge, Qiana, Mei, and the others immediately flocked over with curiosity. Unlike Qiana, Mei and the others were only Herrscher carriers, but this was a true Herrscher. Hello, I'm the Herrscher of Knowledge. You can just call me Zhao. The Herrscher of Knowledge greeted everyone with a smile. Although she possessed Fu Hua's 50,000-year-old memories, those memories were just memories and wouldn't make her the next Fu Hua. To the Herrscher of Knowledge today, she was like a newborn child, brimming with curiosity about everything in the world. Completely different from the class monitor. Hello, I'm Qiana, Qiana said, the first to go up and introduce herself. I know, Qiana, Raiden Mei, Branaya. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. If Otto dares to cause trouble, I'll give him a good lesson. The Herrscher of Knowledge, possessing Fu Hua's memories, naturally understood Otto's intentions. To welcome Zhao, we're having a banquet today, with an open-air barbecue. Qiana, you're a little slow. Brana and Brownie, you're working well together, in the vast underground space beneath St. Freya's Academy, Qiana and the others' dormitories. The Herrscher of Consciousness was single-handedly battling Qiana, Mei, the twin sisters, and the others, wielding a variety of weapons like swords, spears, clubs, and clubs with ease. After settling into St. Freya's Academy, the Herrscher of Consciousness became a sparring partner for Qiana and the others, guiding them in the cultivation of Take's sword ki. This underground space, the spirit particle space opened up by Shen Fei, was vast enough to accommodate a certain level of combat between Fu Hua and the Herrscher of Consciousness. There was also a spirit particle hot spring nearby. Besides sparring, the Herrscher of Consciousness loved to cling to Fu Hua and take her clothes shopping. The difference in style between Fu Hua and the Herrscher of Consciousness was significant. Of course, she occasionally joined the Valkyries on their missions to subdue the Honkai. Chen Xianwu, Anna, what a pity for these two. It doesn't look like they'll become Herrschers anytime soon, but they could use some time away. Besides the Herrscher of Consciousness, the only Herrschers Shen Fei knew of were Chen Xianwu, the Night Owl of the World Serpent, and Anna Shaniet, the Valkyrie of Destiny. They originally loved each other, but fate had twisted their ways, and they both became Herrschers. He hadn't spoken about their situation at the time, and now he didn't know how to bring it up. As a result, he had to keep an eye on them. Let's go, Mobius, you're finally here. I was getting impatient. Having made his decision, Shen Fei immediately went to the World Serpent to find Mobius. She had already prepared everything. Mobius's body was made of soul steel, and Kevin wasn't going to find someone to transfer her consciousness to. Is this the other world? There's no Honkai energy. After all, Mobius, who had arrived in the pirate world, took in the surroundings, her expression instantly becoming complex. Even she, too, had been striving to combat the Honkai. The devil fruit I gave you earlier came from here. Shen Fei briefly explained the situation in the pirate world and the major factions. No one knows for sure how devil fruits are created. Some say they come from the devil fruit tree, but it could also be a technological creation. It's highly likely that there's no devil fruit tree in S.H.I.E.L D. What an interesting world. Mobius's face lit up with excitement after hearing this. She wasn't concerned at all about the battles between humans in the pirate world. She had witnessed many such incidents in previous civilizations, having once joined the poisonous chrysalis of the fire moth. Marine, Garp's actually here. That's surprising. Arriving in Wano country with Mobius, Shen Fei was surprised to spot a familiar warship docked at the country's port. The distinctive dog-head prow immediately told him who had arrived. If it were any other navy, Shen Fei wouldn't have been so surprised. With the founding of Wano country, a plethora of powers had arrived, and Wano country had taken the opportunity to accept a number of foreigners. During the 20-plus years that Kurazumi Orochi had ruled Wano country, its population had plummeted. While it was thought that after the founding of Wano country, the population would recover within a decade or two, Shen Fei had no such plans. Wano country's local characteristics were too strong, especially the prevalence of samurai culture. Although his side had suppressed the samurai, who had lost all their privileges, they still held a significant influence. Even if he couldn't kill them all, he would have to rely on the influx of foreigners to dilute the desire for privilege. This is my lab. You can take a look around here now. I'll introduce you to the others after I'm done with my business. Because of Garp's unexpected arrival, Shen Fei didn't immediately take Mobius to meet S.H.I.E.L.D and the others. Inviting Wano country to join the world government, recognizing the legal status of the four emperors, inviting the four emperors to join the world government, is the world government in a hurry? Before meeting Garp, Shen Fei first met with S.H.I.E.L.D, Chelsea, and others, and learned from them about the current situation on the ocean. Generally speaking, the ocean has entered a brief period of peace, and the fighting between the Revolutionary Army, the world government, and the Navy has temporarily ceased. The reason for this pause is simple: the world government's member nations conference is about to convene. This is a routine meeting held every 4 years, and even under these circumstances, the world government cannot cancel the meeting. In fact, the more urgent it is, the more it cannot be cancelled. Member nations are extremely important to the world government. Without a large membership, there would be enough celestial gold to support the celestial dragons, finance the navy, and manage world government officials. All of these require money. As for the Revolutionary Army, due to its rapid expansion, it has also encountered numerous internal issues that need to be resolved. In fact, some in the Revolutionary Army have been discussing whether to hold a world conference, similar to the world government, but this has been rejected by the Revolutionary Army's top brass, including Dragon and Sabo. The Revolutionary Army will hold a world government conference, but not here, but on the Red Earth continent. This integration also prepares for the next step of conquering the Red Earth continent. Strictly speaking, the ocean is now a true three-way balance of power: the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and the four emperors of the New World. The world government's plan is a good one, but it completely treats everyone else as fools. Isn't that disrespectful? The world government has always considered itself superior, as if allowing others to become its members is a blessing. Perhaps for some, it is indeed a blessing. After all, the world government will protect the interests of its rulers, but for the four emperors, it is just a joke. Vice Admiral Garp, having Wano join the world government is a truly brilliant idea. But I want to know one thing: if Wano joins the world government, how will the Tenjo gold be calculated? Let me be clear, Wano won't hand over even a single berry of Tenjo gold. Asking him to hand over the Tenjo gold was sheer fantasy. He'd even tried to rob it. The world government, battling the Revolutionary Army, had temporarily levied Tenjo gold twice, only to find it was stolen both times, though it was clearly the Revolutionary Army that took the responsibility. So, you're refusing? Garp said, looking much older. But that was understandable. A few years ago, who would have imagined the Navy would be in such a predicament? Sengoku, on the other hand, looked even older, but had to dye his hair black to maintain his dignity. How can you say you're refusing? This isn't a negotiation. As long as the world government agrees to these conditions, joining the world government is possible. Shen Fei produced a document and placed it in front of Garp. You might as well just refuse. Even when he was looking at Garp, his face couldn't help but change when he saw the conditions above. That's not certain. Maybe those 5 old guys will agree to my conditions. By the way, there is no room for negotiation on these conditions, only agreement or disagreement. Okay, Vice Admiral Garp, I won't see you off. Shen Fei stood up and left after saying that. He didn't know what to say to Garp, Sengoku and others. The situation had come to this point, and they were still fighting for the world government. With the evil deeds of the celestial dragons exposed on the sea, Garp's title of hero was now put in quotation marks. In the eyes of many people, he got this title of hero entirely because he saved the celestial dragons. Those 5 old guys, as long as they are not crazy, there is no way they will agree to those conditions. Back in the back garden, Chelsea said from the side. I didn't expect them to agree. I was just pretending to be greedy. The other conditions aside, the world government simply couldn't agree without paying 1 Bailey of heavenly gold. If they did, the world government would practically exist in name only. After all, even a leak would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among the other member nations. Although the world government is currently at a disadvantage, we infer that the 3 ancient weapons, the Heavenly Kings, are very likely in their possession. In a crisis, they would undoubtedly deploy them. Long is also worried about this, which is why he's temporarily halting his offensive, preparing to look for an opportunity to raid the Red Earth continent and carry out a decapitation operation. No matter how powerful a weapon is, it requires human operators. Don't worry. I don't know what the Heavenly Kings are, but I've already made arrangements. Come, let me introduce you to someone. The world government meeting is about to begin, which means I will appear. It's up to you now, in the mirror space above Mary G's. The sacred land of the Red Earth continent, Shen Fei left behind a shadow clone before opening a portal and departing. Unaware of IM's exact appearance date, even though the World Government Conference was still nearly a month and a half away, Shen Fei was prepared to act in advance. This was part of his plan, to use shadow clones to monitor. Once IM appeared, he would be pulled directly into the mirror dimension. At that point, no matter who the Heavenly King was, he would be forced to lie low. You seem quite at ease here. Have you found this world's soul society? On the top floor of Cake Island, home to the big man pirates, Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the relaxed Aizen. Just like in Soul Society, Aizen had become the de facto ruler of Cake Island. Curious about the soul fruit, Aizen's first stop was here. Using the Kajika Suijai, Mirror Flower Water Moon, he controlled the entire big man pirates while also using Charlotte Rin for his experiments. I have no clue yet. Either Soul Society doesn't exist here, or I haven't found the key yet. Then do your best. It's okay. I have plenty of time, don't I? That's true. It had to be said that Aizen's ambition was immense, but that was a good thing for Shen Fei, whether he succeeded or failed. Success would allow him to see what Soul Society was like in this world. Failure would allow Aizen to focus his energy on this and avoid causing trouble. Luffy, as expected, is the only one who completely ignores the situation of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. I wonder if he'll go after Doflamingo next. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he read the newspaper reports of Luffy's actions on Fishman Island. Luffy was a pure man, all he wanted was to become Pirate King. He didn't care about the Celestial Dragons or the world government if they came his way, but he wouldn't care if they didn't. Yui, Asuna rushed over to hug the little girl with long black hair as she emerged from the incubator. Mom, little Yui said, waving her arms excitedly. In the world of Sword Art Online, after leaving the pirates, Shen Fei arrived and transferred Yui's core into the armed puppet. Yui, come and eat something. Is this really possible? Asuna looked at Shen Fei in surprise. She had never imagined that Yui could have such an ability. Before, she could only eat within the game. Of course it's no problem, it's delicious. This is disgusting. After a series of tests, it was proven that Yui possessed all the emotions of a human. Great, now I can take Yui out for dinner. Thank you. Asuna said this and kissed Shen Fei directly. If you really want to thank me, this is not enough. I'm ignoring you, Yui. Come, Mom will help you change. Shen Fei's words made Asuna blush. Then she hurriedly picked up Yui and left in a hurry. I won't let you go this time, you're really clingy. It's time to continue exploring. After spending several days with Asuna, Shen Fei felt a bit reluctant to move, but he eventually pulled himself together and said goodbye to her. He returned to the Marvel world and took a look around. Finding nothing serious, he resumed his exploration. It's a modern city, but I didn't expect such a slum to exist in a world like this. Standing atop a 6-story, seemingly shabby building in the New World, Shen Fei was speechless as he gazed at the clean, tidy buildings across the way. He then immediately deployed his observation haki. The whole city is actually moving. Huh? I've been discovered." As his observation haki unfolded, Shen Fei was stunned. The city beneath him was actually moving. It was truly astonishing. But even more surprising was that his observation haki had been detected. "I guess I need to be more careful when I go to the new world. I can't be so reckless." This discovery made Shen Fei immediately reflect. No one likes being investigated for no reason, and he was no exception. "Huh? Are those orcs?" Shen Fei jumped down from the dilapidated building and onto the equally dilapidated street. Looking at the people walking back and forth on the street, he was stunned again. Chapter 889 Dragon Gate, Part 2. The people who appeared in Shen Fei's side all had features of animals he had seen before, such as horns on their heads, long ears, or tails with different characteristics behind their backs. When Shen Fei walked out of the alley and onto the street, the people around him all looked at him at the same time, but then looked away. Shen Fei could sense that many of these glances were filled with greed. Shen Fei didn't care about those greedy glances. With his attire, he appeared in a place that should have been a slum, and he looked out of place. Sorry, just as Shen Fei was about to head towards the clean and tidy building he had seen before, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and bumped into him. The person seemed to be being chased by someone from behind. After a quick apology, she immediately ran forward. It was a girl with short purple hair and a pair of long purple ears on her head. "You didn't expect that? I never carry any money." Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as the purple-eared girl rushed forward. Although her movements were extremely agile, Shen Fei still saw the look of astonishment on her face as her hand reached into his pocket. She probably couldn't believe that someone as well-dressed as Shen Fei wouldn't carry not only a wallet but also any belongings. Ever since he got the interspatial ring, Shen Fei hadn't used any pockets to carry anything. What bad luck. I didn't expect it was just a showpiece. I thought today would be your lucky break. Turning to Ellie's, the purple-eared girl finally stopped her light steps and leaned against the mottled wall, a look of displeasure on her face. "Today is indeed your lucky break," Shen Fei said as she emerged from the side. Judging from the purple-eared girl's movements, she was undoubtedly a repeat defender. Such people were, in a sense, well-informed. It just so happened that he didn't know the situation in this world, which saved him the trouble of searching for someone. What bad luck. The purple-eared girl looked surprised to see Shen Fei appear. The next moment, she flicked her right hand and pulled a grappling hook from a waist bag she carried. With a flick of her right hand, the hook shot directly toward a third-floor window above her head. Using the hook, she swiftly climbed up the third floor. "Looks like a rabbit. Those ears really do look like a rabbit." With this thought, Shen Fei vanished from his position in an instant. Catching me won't be that easy. After passing through 3 buildings, skirting 5 alleys, and entering the ground floor of an abandoned building, the purple-eared girl finally stopped, panting loudly. "Oh, so confident," the familiar voice echoed again. "It's my bad luck. Take me to the guards." The purple-eared girl muttered something under her breath upon seeing Shen Fei reappear. Then, as if resigned to her fate, she stopped running. "I don't mean to arrest you." Shen Fei was speechless. He'd chased her mainly to gather relevant information, not to capture her. He wasn't above offering her some benefits, if possible. "What do you want to do?" "I'm telling you, I'm infected." Shen Fei's words seemed to startle the girl. He then gently tugged at her shirt, revealing what looked like strange black lenses around her waist. "Infected? Ah!" Just as Shen Fei stared at the black lenses in confusion, the girl suddenly groaned and began to tremble violently. "What is this?" Looking at the purple-eared girl lying on the ground, curled up, shaking violently, with blood smearing at the corners of her mouth, Shen Fei hesitated for a moment before moving to her side and placing his right hand on hers. "Don't come near me," the trembling girl said in a trembling voice. As she spoke, her left hand seemed to reach into her shirt pocket for something. "Sorry." Understanding her intention, Shen Fei immediately pulled out a small bottle from her shirt pocket, containing a white pill. "Is this medicine?" After receiving the girl's confirmation, Shen Fei immediately stuffed the pill into her mouth. "It's stone. How is that possible?" After taking the medicine, the girl's trembling slowly subsided. Shen Fei then discovered a black crystal on her body, a stone imbued with a strange energy. "Dan, Longman, Ansuo, I didn't expect this was this world." After the girl returned to normal, Shen Fei learned from her where they were, Arknights, a world filled with all sorts of tragedy. The world of Honkai was already filled with tragedy, and Honkai disease had caused countless casualties, but compared to this world's Ord disease, it was nothing. Ansuo, Haven't you gone to Rhodes Island yet? Shen Fei naturally knew S.H.I.E.L.D. He was a special agent in the game, specializing in seducing people and persecuting the regicides. He hadn't recognized him before, probably because his appearance in real life was so different from that in the game. Or rather, the outfit in the game was what she wore on Rhodes Island, not what she was wearing now. As an infected person, Daddy was discriminated against in this world, so naturally, no one would want to reveal their identity. Furthermore, since S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to be still a thief in Longman, she naturally wouldn't wear skirts or stockings. Wearing such things would make it difficult to escape. Rhodes Island, reunion, I don't know what's going on now, although S.H.I.E.L.D. knew what kind of world this was, she didn't know much more. After all, she had to work hard to make ends meet. Not to mention what was happening outside of Longman. Even within Longman, S.H.I.E.L.D's knowledge was limited to the slums. S.H.I.E.L.D., let's make a deal. I'm new in Longman and need proof of identity and how to exchange for Longman coins. If you can do that, I won't treat you unfairly. After a moment's silence, Shen Fei decided to settle down in Longman first before discussing anything else. You stowed away, and S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at Shen Fei in surprise. There were countless stowaways in Longman, and this was not surprising to S.H.I.E.L.D. She had also stowed away to Longman in the past. Because she accidentally contracted mineral disease, she had to leave her hometown until she came to Longman. Although the treatment of infected people here was also unfriendly, it was much better than other places, so she stayed here. However, most stowaways were poor people, and it was really rare for someone like Shen Fei to stow away. I guess so. How can you do it? And can this be exchanged for Longman coins? Shen Fei took out a gold brick. Red gold, you didn't come to Longman for refuge, did you? Looking at the red gold that suddenly appeared in Shen Fei's hand, and S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to understand something, and his face was enlightened. He was so rich, but he stowed away, so he had to be seeking refuge. So this is red gold? Judging by an S.H.I.E.L.D's appearance, it's obviously worth a fortune. Thankfully, unlike in the game, red gold isn't worth much, so Longman coins are always scarce. I wonder if the real Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals handles red gold. I guess so. Shen Fei didn't explain in S.H.I.E.L.D's misunderstanding. No problem. Obtaining an ID card from Longman is actually quite simple, and S.H.I.E.L.D. explained, explaining some of Longman's policies. Longman is an open and inclusive city. Smuggling is a non-issue here. Anyone willing to abide by Longman's laws can obtain an ID card, even if they're from Syracuse. Of course, this applies to normal people. Infected individuals are another matter. And S.H.I.E.L.D. led Shen Fei directly to a multi-story building, which was naturally the Longman guard station. Originally, one didn't need to come here to obtain an ID card, one only needed to find an intermediary and pay a fee. This amount was much less than going directly to the Imperial Guards, as the Imperial Guards paid the fines for stowaways. However, for Shen Fei, a small fine was nothing. He had come to the Imperial Guards primarily to meet the renowned dragon-fighting tiger, Ghost Seeker trio. As they arrived at the Imperial Guard's main entrance, they unexpectedly encountered two people emerging from inside. One of them, though female, was towering, a figure no man could match. With a single horn, long green hair, and a massive triangular shield at her side, she was none other than Xingchen, the first 6-star operator Shen Fei had drawn. The woman with long, curly blonde hair standing beside her was, of course, the renowned S.H.I.E.L.D., the renowned mascot and the only one of the dragon-fighting tiger, Ghost Seeker trio to hold a 5-star rating. S.H.I.E.L.D., what are you doing here? Xingchen was speaking to S.H.I.E.L.D., but his gaze was directed at Shen Fei. While everyone around him possessed a variety of characteristics, Shen Fei, a human, stood out as an anomaly. Fortunately, there were people like Shen Fei in this world, so he didn't attract much attention. Get an ID, S.H.I.E.L.D. said, smiling and waving to Xingchen and S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of her job, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a regular at the guards, sometimes even going in on purpose. The food at the Longman guards was much better than what she'd eat outside. Is that him? Yes, by the way, stay away from the slums for the time being. There's something going on there, Xingchen said quietly, glancing at Shen Fei. S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in a sense, an informant for Xingchen, Chen Huji, and the others. Miss S.H.I.E.L.D., I have a sum of red gold I'd like to exchange for Longman coins. I wonder if you're interested. While an S.H.I.E.L.D. and Xingchen were talking, Shen Fei approached S.H.I.E.L.D. and stated his purpose directly. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a renowned wealthy woman, even wealthier than the cat head in Rhodes Island who used her snack money to buy itch bullets. He needed some Longman coins anyway, so why not ask S.H.I.E.L.D for the exchange? You're in luck. I'm off work. How much do you have? S.H.I.E.L.D said after sizing Shen Fei up. S.H.I.E.L.D was a very principled person, having never exploited her position at the Longman Guards for personal gain. Don't worry, I'll definitely satisfy you. What Shen Fei didn't mention was that even with S.H.I.E.L.D's wealth, she couldn't possibly buy out all his red gold. Before coming, he had already inquired about the price of red gold from an SUO. With Ansuo, a familiar figure, and S.H.I.E.L.D's connections, Shen Fei's identification was quickly processed. S.H.I.E.L.D paid the illegal immigration fine for the time being, as he didn't have any Dragon Gate coins on him. The four of them then headed to an elegant restaurant near the Imperial Guards. Since the fall of Chernobog a week ago, the reunion movement, it seems we didn't make it in time for Rhodes Island to rescue the doctor. Inside the restaurant, watching the news on TV, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. He had originally thought that if time permitted, he might go to Chernobog and prevent some tragedy. Although Rhodes Island rescued the doctor in the Battle of Chernobog, the losses were devastating, and this was due to W's letdown. Otherwise, the losses on Rhodes Island would have been even more severe. This is red gold. Name your price. After reviewing the reunion movement's actions, Shen Fei took out a box of gold bars and placed it in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. The glittering box of red gold made Xingqiang and Ansuo's eyes light up. They had never seen anything like it before, but for S.H.I.E.L.D, it was nothing. Her piano was worth 1.8 million. Your originium skill is truly remarkable. S.H.I.E.L.D paid no attention to the box of red gold. What caught her attention was Shen Fei's method of producing it. This originium skill, which could store items, was new to her. The so-called originium skill refers to spells. Many people in this world possess a talent for spellcasting, and one aspect of this, similar to Harry Potter's wizards, is that they require a wand to cast spells. However, those infected can cast spells even without a wand, but the cost is a further increase in their oripathy. The transaction went smoothly. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't take advantage of Shen Fei during the transaction. In that respect, she was very fair. This is your share. By the way, any news on Rhodes Island? After receiving the Longman coins from S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei immediately gave an SUO a share. Of course, he didn't give too many. Although an SUO wouldn't mind giving them all, an SUO was clearly not the type to rely on charity. Rhodes Island is in Longman right now. They seem to be working with the Royal Guards to find some infected. What are you looking for Rhodes Island for? An SUO then recounted what she had learned. Looking for infected people in the slums? Are you looking for Misha? Rhodes Island is a pharmaceutical company dedicated to rescuing infected people. Your oripathy is very serious. I think you'd better ask them to take a look. Shen Fei had a clear understanding of an SUO's current oripathy problem from the previous examination. On the surface, her oripathy appeared to be a minor issue, with some stones in her thighs and abdomen. However, her internal organs were actually severely damaged by the oripathy. The severity of oripathy isn't solely determined by the amount of black originium on the body's surface. Normally, the more originium on the surface, the more severe the oripathy. However, don't forget that oripathy can also parasitize within the body. In this regard, oripathy is truly devastating, especially when it comes to crystals growing within the body. If it's in an unimportant area, it's fine, but if it's in a place like the orifices or the brain, even the slightest change can be fatal. Ejaph the lamb's hearing loss stems from oripathy. Fortunately, she went to Rhodes Island for treatment, otherwise, the oripathy would have quickly killed her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890 Dragon Gate, and Originium. If it weren't for oripathy, it would be incredibly convenient. Shen Fei, reclining on a sofa in a luxury hotel near Daegu Square, gently tossed a fist-sized cube of black crystal in his left hand. This was the refined, pure originium he'd purchased from the underground black market in Longman through a secret connection, used to power his car. The entire Terra Continent's technology is built on originium, and both daily life and industrial production rely on it. Originium is a crystal that holds immense energy. If this piece of originium were used in a car, it could easily drive from Longman to Victoria. Given the distance between Longman and Victoria, this piece of originium could power a car for over a month. Such a powerful energy source is naturally incredibly popular, and even though it could spread terminal illnesses like oropathy, few could resist its allure. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would use such highly refined originium to power a car. Cars typically use ordinary originium, while refined originium is reserved for more advanced industrial equipment or mobile cities. This world's ability to build such a vast mobile city is entirely due to pure originium. The purification technology for pure originium is a closely guarded secret among nations and major corporations. Purchasing it is, under normal circumstances, extremely difficult, requiring not only wealth but also qualifications. Shen Fei, having just arrived at Longman, clearly lacks such qualifications. As for asking S.H.I.E.L.D to buy it, that's even more impossible. Private transactions of pure originium are strictly prohibited by all nations. As a senior inspector of the Longman Guard Bureau, if Shen Fei dared to make such a request to her, he'd likely end up with the Longman Guard Bureau's famous pork chop rice. However, precisely because of this, the underground trade of pure originium persists despite repeated bans. I remember there were many speculations about originium in my previous life, including the idea of a fallen evil god. If that's true, that's a problem. Shen Fei's purpose in purchasing pure originium was simple: research. Although his current research was only a rough outline, he had already figured out a few things. Originium possesses consciousness, which, in some ways, is very similar to the current collapse. If this were true, Shen Fei was reminded of a saying: whale fall, one thing dies, all things are born. However, if this were true, it would spell immense trouble. With Shen Fei's current strength, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of defeating even a fallen evil god. Forget it, that's a bit far-fetched right now. Let's take it one step at a time. The most important thing is to find a way to keep that white rabbit alive. Shen Fei then temporarily set aside the question of the source of the originium. Terra's problems weren't just about the originium, there were also evil demons, sea airs, behemoths, and so on. Furthermore, there was no telling whether disasters would strike underground or in the sky in the future. Based on the available intelligence, the disasters in these two places would undoubtedly be significant. Terra's technology, fueled by originium, was incredibly powerful, but records of the sky were extremely scarce, even of aircraft being pitifully rare. This was somewhat unusual. For ordinary people, it wouldn't matter, even if they had the idea, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But for scientists, with such a vast world and no scientists exploring the sky, it was simply impossible. Let's watch a movie first. What's this? The Mysterious Mystery of the Gods and Demons, the Alien Divine Palm, Decisive Battle 2? Hey, isn't that the Iron Eater, opening Longman's network? Shen Fei immediately selected the top-ranked movie. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar face. If Xingqian was the first 6-star movie Shen Fei drew in his previous life, then the Iron Eater was the first 5-star. The producer absconded with the money, the male lead was arrested for theft, and the famous kung fu star Wan Shengsheng is in crisis. After discovering the Iron Eater, Shen Fei immediately checked the news about her. Surprisingly, most of it was negative. It seems she's not infected yet. I think she contracted oropathy in an accident. Was she framed? The entertainment industry is never easy, especially for those with simple personalities. The Iron Eater is undoubtedly one of them. Maintaining one's independence in the entertainment industry requires a certain level of strength. Just like Zhuge Qingyan under one person, there was a director who wanted to take advantage of him and threatened to ruin his reputation. The director simply disappeared. But that was because he was Zhuge Qing. If it were any other person, the outcome would probably be different. Let me play with you guys for a bit. It's been a while since I've done anything myself. With that, a tablet appeared in Shen Fei's hand. After connecting to the internet, his hands quickly tapped away on the virtual keyboard. Since acquiring Red Queen, he'd rarely engaged in regular hacking, but his skills were no slouch. Especially since he was just hacking into entertainment websites, it wasn't the database of Ryan Life Sciences, so the effort wasn't that much. Quickly, he had completely wiped out the data from 3 entertainment websites and a tabloid. The Top 100 Folk Food Guide. I think it was compiled by Croissant from Penguin Logistics, but you should definitely try it. Let's go to this scale fishball shop. Looking at the pamphlet handed to him by an SUO, Shen Fei flipped through it and immediately spotted a familiar place. An SUO had always harbored a desire to try every restaurant listed in the top 100 folk cuisine guide, but financial constraints meant she had only managed to eat at a few. It was nighttime in Longmen, but under the shimmering neon lights, the streets were bustling with activity. Compared to the bright lights here, the slums were utterly dark. Due to restrictions on the guards' presence, the slums lacked public amenities like streetlights, not to mention the fact that Longmen was currently engaged in a war with the Reunion movement. The Reunion movement was already attacking Longmen from the outskirts, but the fighting there hadn't affected life in Longmen, so life remained largely as it should. The only impact was probably in the slums, where the highest number of infected people were. Bang, bang, bang. As Shen Fei and an SUO advanced toward Longmen's harbor, they heard the sound of intense gunfire from the front. Then, a car sped toward them, followed by 6 black cars in a frantic pursuit. The people on the street seemed accustomed to this sudden situation and immediately took cover. Penguin Logistics, speaking of which, how did Xia's halo get fixed on her head out of thin air? Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder as he watched the red-haired 6-star sniper operator firing back out the car window. Only 2 people? That must be Texas, right? With that kind of driving, he could definitely be a race car driver. Through the car window, Shen Fei glimpsed the situation inside the car. At the same time, Xia also saw Shen Fei and seemed stunned for a moment, but then disappeared around the bend with the roar of the car. Penguin Logistics again. Can't the guards do something about them? After both parties disappeared, the dodging pedestrians returned to the street. Some looked very dissatisfied, but others seemed somewhat happy. For example, people in the shops on both sides of the street had already started to count the losses, even if some of the damage was caused not by Xia but by the people chasing Xia and his group. Rubber bullets, metal bullets. Shen Fei picked up 2 bullets along the way. The ones from the Angel Xia were rubber bullets. Perhaps because of Wei Yanwu, Penguin Logistics couldn't use live ammunition at Longmen. However, the people behind him clearly didn't give Wei Yanwu any respect, and their future looked uncertain. Guns, no, in this world, they should be called muskets. Originally, they were the specialized weapons of the latter in Sakota. However, over the years, someone had copied Sakota muskets to create universal muskets. Of course, these cloned muskets couldn't match the power of the Sakota. The muskets used by the Sakota were more than just muskets. They were related to their originium craft, and their power surpassed conventional guns. For example, the Lateran in Chapter 9, nicknamed Grandma, fired 6 shots, emitting a blazing glow, something no ordinary gun could achieve. Because of this, even with standard guns, crossbows are still the weapons of choice for the vast majority. Depending on their originium skills, crossbows aren't necessarily inferior to guns. Wow, it's really lively here today. Arriving at the scaled fish ball shop by the harbor, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile at the figures cooking outside. He then walked with an SUO to an empty table. An SUO, you're here. Are you with a friend today? The young man grilling the scaled fish balls greeted her with a smile upon seeing her. I heard the food here is delicious, so I came to try it, Shen Fei said, looking at the 2 tables to his right. One of them was occupied by an elderly man with a rat-like head and a white coat. He was the Rat King, Lin Jiru, who, along with the Wei Yanwu, ruled Longmen, one openly and one covertly. However, not many people in Longmen knew of his identity. Most people probably just thought of him as an old man who enjoyed a stroll. Come to think of it, even within the same race, there are significant differences between males and females. Lin Jiru still wore the animal head, but his daughter, Lin Yuxia, bore no such features. The same was true for Wei Yanwu and Chen Huji, as well as for Rhodes Island's renowned physical therapist, Gavidal. Besides the Rat King, the other person was also a familiar face. He wore a black robe inlaid with gold, his face bearing some dragon features. It was none other than Old Lee from the Lee Detective Agency in Longmen. Sitting across from him was a young woman with golden hair. Unsurprisingly, it must be Wai Hu, the martial arts master. Hello, old man, an SUO said, smiling as he saw Lin Jiru and immediately stepped forward to greet him. An SUO, having spent years in the slums, naturally knew the old man who often strolled around, though he didn't know his true identity. Little an SUO, I haven't seen you in a few days, Lin Jiru said, smiling. I've been lucky lately, finding a good employer. Congratulations, boss. Give me some fish balls, Sister Sheng Shen, Are you alright? Just as Ansuo and Lin Jiaru were talking, Huaihu suddenly leaped from his seat and approached the woman with short gray hair and a pair of sunglasses. What can I do? I'm just starting over. The man seemed familiar to Huaihu. Wan Xingshen, Iron Eater, what a coincidence. It would be even more interesting if Wei Yanwu were here again. Shen Fei recognized the man immediately. After all, he had taught someone a lesson for her that afternoon. Do you need any help, Miss Xingshen? Old Li finally spoke after Huaihu pulled Iron Eater to his table. Thank you, Mr. Li. As long as I have the scale-fish balls, I'm fine. It's fine on your side, but those people won't give you a chance to make a comeback. Seeing that Iron Eater clearly considered her bankruptcy as bad luck, Shen Fei couldn't help but speak. What do you mean by that? Shen Fei's sudden words surprised Wan Xingshen and the others. It was not until they saw Shen Fei's eyes looking at her that they could not help but ask. It's very simple. You don't really think that you're like this just because of bad luck. This is obviously a trap set up for you by someone. What? Why do they treat Sister Xingshen like this? Waihu couldn't help but shout. Speaking of it, Waihu and Tai-Shi Beast's acquaintance can be said to be a matter of fighting. The two met in a scale-fish ball shop. Both of them practiced martial arts, so they couldn't help but fight, and then they knew each other. Because she blocked the way to wealth for some people, I think after you became famous, many people came to you for various reasons, but I think you should have rejected them all. Sister Xingshen, Waihu's eyes immediately looked at Tai-Shi Beast, asking with his eyes if this was true. Yes, Tai-Shi Beast nodded immediately after a silence. Longman swear words. After getting the confirmation from the iron-eating beast, Waihu immediately couldn't help cursing. As a chivalrous woman who takes it as her duty to be a hero, of course she can't stand this kind of thing. If it's just to make you unable to get along in the film and television industry, I might not say anything, but their subsequent behavior is too vicious. I really can't stand it. Vicious. Lao Li looked at Shen Fei thoughtfully, and the same was true for Lin Jiaru on the side. What do they want to do to Sister Xingshen next? Waihu asked immediately. It's very simple. It's normal for a kung fu star who has no backstage to get injured while filming. At this time, as long as someone pushes a little, a new infected person is born, and you can't find any problems afterwards. Longman swear words. After Shen Fei finished speaking, Waihu immediately couldn't help it. She uttered a classic Longman swear word, and then kicked a stool next to her. In this world, deliberately turning someone into an infected person can be said to be the most vicious thing. Uncle Li, is what he said true? After venting his anger, Waihu immediately looked at Lao Li in front of him. It's very likely. Lao Li couldn't help but sigh softly. Even he had to admit that Shen Fei's words made a lot of sense. Ms. Wan Xingshen, I'm interested in setting up a film and television company. I wonder if you're interested in working for me. I promise you won't encounter any injustice here, and I can recover your lost money. Chapter 891W, Part 1. You're trying to poach Sister Xingshen. You weren't just exaggerating, were you? Waihu looked at Shen Fei with suspicion after hearing his words. As a student at Longman, she was no fool. If Shen Fei hadn't said that last sentence, she might not have doubted him. You should know whether it's alarmist or not, Shen Fei said calmly. While trying to win over the Iron Eater now did seem a bit opportunistic, this was indeed a good opportunity. You really can recover Sister Xingshen's wealth. You know, the Imperial Guards haven't had any leads. Waihu looked at the Iron Eater, who looked very depressed because of Shen Fei's words. She wanted to comfort him, but she didn't know how. If they wanted to fight, she would do it, but this matter obviously couldn't be resolved by fighting. Of course, as I have said before, those people dared to do this to Miss Wan Xingshen because she had no backing. The same goes for recovering the lost money. The Longman Guard Bureau has a lot of things to deal with every day, so naturally they can't devote much energy to this aspect. Shen Fei paused, then continued, but if this is an order from Longman's Governor Wei Yanwu, I believe this matter can be resolved quickly. Under normal circumstances, something like the iron-eating beast would naturally not alarm Wei Yanwu, and Wei Yanwu would not waste time on such a trivial matter. As for the Guard Bureau, with Chen Huji there, they are willing to investigate. However, such matters are difficult to investigate, and secondly, the Longman Guard Bureau is currently busy with a reunion movement's offensive and has no energy to deal with these matters. Sir, do you know Commander Wei? Li stopped Waihu from speaking and spoke up. I don't know him, but that doesn't mean I can't ask him for help, Shen Fei said. his voice suddenly rising. You should all have heard what I said. You've been with me for a few days now. How about reporting this to Commander Wei and letting him handle it? While it may seem like a small matter to him, it could be a life-changing event for the person involved. Silence fell. After Shen Fei finished speaking, no one spoke. Wei Hu carefully observed the surroundings, as if checking for anyone hiding. After all, she's a citizen of Dan. As the highest leader of Longmen, shouldn't you express your concern? Shen Fei continued, regardless of whether anyone responded. Was there anyone hiding nearby? Of course there was, and it was one of Wei Yanwu's shadow guards. With his high-profile appearance at Longmen and his interactions with Shi-Huiya, it was inevitable that Wei Yanwu would be unaware of it. With anyone else, Wei Yanwu might not have paid much attention, but with Shen Fei, just his appearance alone was enough to convince him. On the land of Terra, nation-states are incredibly powerful, each boasting its own powerful armed forces. There's the Emperor's Blade of Ursus, the Imperial Guards of Yan, the Silver Pegasus of Casimir, the Absolver, the Queen's Voice, the Snow Knight, and so on, all possessing formidable strength. The Shadow Guards are so formidable that even Chen Huji wouldn't necessarily be victorious in a one-on-one duel. Even if that Shadow Guard were among the elite, that's a testament to their strength. G-Scale Fishball Shop is located on a street near the harbor, offering unobstructed views. Normally, no one could hide so close and unseen, but that's without the aid of originium skills. Invisibility and other originium skills are common in this world. During his time in Longmen, he gained a general understanding of originium skills. While they resemble supernatural powers, each person's originium skills are unique. There are also universal skills that can be learned. Yan Nation's Shianshi Mansion is a place where originium skills are taught. To put it another way, there's a difference between a person with innate supernatural powers and a person who cultivates their own cultivation techniques. It seems this alone won't be enough to get Wei Yanwu tracked. So, I'll add another bargaining chip. In return, I need you to make sure everyone involved in this incident gets the consequences they deserve, and recover all of Miss Wan Shengsheng's money and compensation. At this point, Shen Fei's voice rose again. Tell Wei Yanwu that Kasha-Che is still alive. While Shen Fei could help with the iron-eating beast, that would take considerable time. Letting Wei Yanwu handle it would be much simpler. After all, this was his city, and Shen Fei had no shortage of bargaining chips. He had made the decision to help the iron-eating beast that afternoon. As for starting a film and television company, it was a sudden idea he had only just encountered after he'd actually seen it. At that moment, he thought of a certain guy who loved making movies, Honglu Shisu and Zuanji Giant Soldier, also known as Nian, Yer, Ling, and Zai. Back then, due to the difficulty, he didn't draw any of them, and could only draw Zai. Now his chance had come. He could gather Yer, Ling, and Zai completely in the real world of Terra. He could even film the event, bringing Wei Yanwu and Lin Jeru together to film it. The name Kasha-Che was mentioned, and the faces of Lin Jeru and Lao Li at the scene suddenly changed. The two shadow guards secretly following Shen Fei also gasped. Who is Kasha-Che? Wei Hu looked at Lao Li, whose expression had turned serious, with a puzzled look on his face. This is not something you should know. Remember, don't mention this name again. It's best for you to forget it, Lao Li said sternly to Wei Hu and Wan Shengshen, giving Shen Fei a deep look. Catching Old Carp's gaze, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that Old Carp was amused, but rather that seeing Old Carp reminded him of the time when Old Carp ran into an old friend of his in Shangshu. He'd assumed he was just like him, but he'd turned out to be a winner. And, Old Carp, I want 2 bowls. Boss, are our fish balls ready? Shen Fei said to G immediately after feeling one of the shadow guards disappear. G was also from Rhodes Island, and while he was clearly just an honest seafood vendor, some within Longmen had somehow spun him into the boss of the Longmen underworld, a hidden professional killer. Even Wei Hu wasn't immune to this, and a subsequent drama further deepened the misunderstanding. Judging purely by appearance, G, a native of Ursus, looked like a tough guy. Even some within Rhodes Island shared this perception upon their first encounter. Here they are. In reality, the scaled fish balls had already been prepared, but they hadn't been served to avoid interrupting Shen Fei and the others' conversation. They taste really good. Croissant's recommendation was truly thoughtful. No wonder Lao Li often came here for the fish balls, and even if he didn't come, he'd ask Wei Hu to buy some for him. Ms. Wan Shengshen, I think your matter will be over soon. If you don't want to pursue a career in film and television, that's fine. If you still want to, you can come to me. I can't guarantee anything else, but I do have sufficient funding. Not only was there sufficient funding, but there were also scripts. I'll consider it. Even now, the iron-eating beast was still a little bewildered. With her simple nature, she had never imagined this could be so complex, especially the mineral sickness, which left her with a lingering fear. Naturally, the iron-eating beast didn't reject those infected, but that didn't mean she wanted to become one herself. Sister Shen, are you okay? Waihu looked at the iron-eating beast with a worried look on his face. It's okay, I just need to think it over, Lord Wei. While Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D were enjoying fish balls and delicious fish soup, the shadow guard who had left arrived at Wei Yanwu's office. Even at this hour, he was still working. I'll be out for a moment. Seeing the shadow guard's appearance, Madame Wenyu, who had been accompanying Wei Yanwu in the room, started to leave, but was immediately stopped by Wei Yanwu. What's the matter? Wei Yanwu naturally trusted his wife. It's about Kashiche. The shadow guard then told Shen Fei about Kashiche's survival and Wan Shengsheng's situation. For the shadow guard, Kashiche was naturally the most important matter. Impossible, he's dead. Upon hearing that Kashiche was still alive, Wei Yanwu immediately stood up from his seat. He had been keeping a close eye on Kashiche. He had received the news of his death at the first moment. Wei Yanwu naturally didn't believe it at first. After all, he was well aware of Kashiche's power. However, after repeated confirmation, he truly believed Kashiche was dead. It seems he's negotiating with you. Let me handle the Wan Shengsheng matter. No, I'll handle it. Let me handle it. I know a little about Wan Shengsheng. Baizu loves her movies. She's had some bad luck lately, running into scammers, but she didn't expect to encounter something like this. At this point, Madame Wenyu's tone suddenly shifted, her face serious. If Kashiche is truly not dead, then the reunion movement's purpose must be something more than simple. Xiao Ta, and Xiao Chen? Well, Madame Wenyu sighed at the end. Wei Yanwu and Wenyu had originally assumed that the reunion movement's attack on Longmen was Tallulah revenge for what happened that year. They believed that, influenced by Kashiche's teachings, Tallulah must harbor a deep hatred for them. Raising an enemy's child, training him, and sending him on a quest for revenge perfectly suited Kashiche's purpose. Longmen had been stolen from him by Suiao Kashiche when Wei Yanwu and his men had forcibly taken it from him. This deep hatred was something Kashiche would naturally never forget. But if Kashiche hadn't died, then Tallulah and Kashiche had conspired to do all this. It wasn't just hatred, perhaps Kashiche even wanted to retake Longmen. Madame Wenyu sighed, reflecting on this very thought. If only Tallulah had come to seek revenge, things would have been much simpler. Chen Huji hadn't matured yet, otherwise Wei Yanwu might have willingly died at Tallulah's hands. Regardless, Tallulah's father had indeed perished at the hands of Wei Yanwu's Scarlet Sky Sword. If this situation continued unchecked, it might have resulted in a repeat of the previous fate, with blood relatives slaughtering each other. Don't worry, no matter who it is. Don't even think about taking Longmen back from me. Longmen was Wei Yanwu's Achilles heel. Back then, he could have killed Tallulah and Chen Huji's father for this city. Now, even if he didn't want to, if the time came, he would still kill Tallulah. This was also to prevent Chen Huji and Tallulah, the two sisters, from killing each other. At this time, Wei Yanwu had no idea that Kashiche was trying to provoke a war between Ursus and Yan's state. Firstly, she had no idea of Kashiche's true identity, and secondly, Wei Yanwu had been communicating with the top leaders of Ursus. It turns out that money makes things easier. Next, I should go find a Minaya, but Wei Yanwu is very patient. Originally, Shen Fei thought that Wei Yanwu would meet with him soon, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. What a mess. Arriving with Anso in the Longmen slums, even from a distance, the incessant sound of gunfire could be heard, mingling with the roars of anger, the sounds of fighting, and the cries of pain. The slums were now a turmoil, and the chaotic commotion had every door closed. Midaya, it's clearly a rabbit, but its ears are so unlike a rabbit's. Could it be because of the Chimera bloodline? Standing on a dilapidated building, Shen Fei watched the fierce battle below, Rhodes Island versus Reunion. To be precise, it wasn't just Rhodes Island. On Midaya's side, he saw a short-haired red-haired Zakota, a wolf, Exa, and Texas. Besides these two, there were also the Fat Fox, Razor, and the wealthy cat-headed cat from Black Steel International. Big cat's here too. Really violent, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly as he watched the big cat leap from the reunion building and attack them. The so-called big cat was naturally Wang, one of his most coveted operators back then. In his previous life, although he was a Rhodes Island doctor, he was clumsy, so the operators he most desired were those capable of second or third tier defenses. As for first tier defenses, he had no use for them. After all, he wasn't the evil spirit of the Tower of Babel. Even when he copied assignments, he often failed. This was puzzling to him. He'd copied the assignments according to the instructions, sometimes even using higher configurations, but for some reason, he kept failing. He couldn't figure it out. In games, you don't see bloody scenes, but in reality, they're unavoidable. Imagine what would happen if Wang struck a person with a chainsaw. It was just like that now. This was war, so naturally, no one would hold back, even if both were infected. Those present naturally didn't react to such scenes, they were used to it. Even Enso, who was beside him, didn't seem to react in any unusual way. This gave Shen Fei a deeper understanding of the darkness of this world. There are some things that knowing something and seeing it with your own eyes are two completely different things. That's Misha, right? And Miss W, with her observation haki, W, hidden from ordinary eyes, naturally didn't hide anything from Shen Fei. Misha's subsequent death was largely due to W, but she was also trying to stop Tallulah from hitting the Dragon Gate, which resulted in the tragic death of both sister and brother. Who are you? Shen Fei and Anso immediately aroused their vigilance when they appeared before Amaya and the others. We're looking for medical treatment in Rhodes Island. Shen Fei smiled and waved to Amaya, then led Anso towards the wary Amaya and the others. Perhaps realizing Shen Fei and the others meant no harm, Wang, Exa, Texas, Franca, Razor, and the others immediately sheathed their weapons. See a doctor. Yes, her oropathy is quite severe and requires treatment, Shen Fei said, briefly describing Anso's condition. I understand. Miss Anso can come back to Rhodes Island with us later. Rhodes Island naturally welcomes anyone seeking treatment, and Amaya didn't even bother discussing fees. Hello, Amaya. A formal introduction. I'm Shen Fei. Shen Fei walked over to Amaya and touched her bunny ears. Since he was already meeting Amaya, it would be a shame not to touch her ears. Stop. What are you trying to do? Shen Fei's actions immediately alerted the woman with bunny ears who had been standing behind Amaya. She threatened to attack, swinging her long-handled hammer. Sister Baoxing, it's okay. Mr. Shen means no harm, Amaya said, stopping her immediately. As the heir to the Demon King, Amaya was more than she looked. Is this Baoxing, Amaya's fan? Rhodes Island took in people for various reasons. Some came to follow Quinjet, for example. But Baoxing, this man only had eyes for Amaya, the doctor, and Quinjet. Even Teresa had to take a back seat. Mr. Shen, are you also infected? Amaya's face turned red when someone suddenly touched her ear. She immediately pushed Shen Fei's hand away and asked. No, Shen Fei had just opened his mouth when Amaya's communicator rang. Amaya immediately picked it up. The person on the other side was Chen Huji from Longman. Superintendent Chen, Misha has been found and is heading to the rendezvous point. After Amaya briefly explained the situation, she immediately hung up the call, nodded to Shen Fei, and the team set off. Because the Longman Guard Bureau cannot enter the slums, Chen Huji cannot take the Guard Bureau to the slums and can only wait for Amaya outside. This is why Rhodes Island needs to take action to find Misha in the slums. Even now, because the reunion movement has infiltrated the slums and caused chaos, the Guard Bureau cannot act arbitrarily. Chapter 892W, Part 2. The existence of the Longman slums is a long-standing problem, especially given the large number of infected individuals involved. Several years ago, Chen orchestrated a campaign for the Royal Guards to enter the slums, but ultimately, reality dictated that the Royal Guards failed to gain entry. Even Longman's ruler, Wei Yanwu, and Rat King, Lin Jeru, were powerless to change this situation, leading Wei Yanwu to envision a major purge using the reunion movement's attacks. While this method was a simple one, it was a bit too brutal. Fortunately, Lin Yuxia and the Shadow Guards didn't completely follow Wei Yanwu's plan. Many problems plague the world of Terra, but the most fundamental one remains the oropathy. Without a solution to this problem, many subsequent issues will be difficult to address. Inspector Chen, I'll leave Misha in your care. I hope she'll be well cared for, and once this is over, I hope she can come to Rhodes Island for treatment." After Amiya reunited with Chen Huji, Amiya handed Misha over to her and prepared to return to Rhodes Island. While docked at the edge of Longmen, Rhodes Island had agreed to a series of conditions with Wei Yanwu, one of which was to help Longmen deal with the infected. Finding Misha was just one of the issues. The larger task was fighting the reunion movement outside Longmen, basically, the eradication of it in the game. So, even though Amiya was deeply concerned about Misha, she had no choice but to leave her to Longmen. Misha's infection was much more severe than the others. She'd only been infected for about a week at most, but her oripathy had spread rapidly, likely due to her different constitution. "That's not Rhodes Island's concern," Chen Huji said coldly. After confirming Misha's identity, she immediately turned and led her men away. This scene made Baoxing look extremely unhappy, but she didn't say much. "Ansuo, you and Amiya go to Rhodes Island. I have some things to take care of here, and I'll visit you there later." Although he was deeply curious about Rhodes Island, especially about a certain Babel spirit, whose identity and gender were unknown, said to be omnipotent and consuming originium, and Kaltsit, whose supposedly omniscient age was unknown, he had more important things to attend to right now. Boom. The guards led by Chen Huji and Misha had just walked 2 blocks when they were attacked. A violent explosion instantly engulfed the 4 guardsmen in the lead. Fortunately, they were fully armed, and the blast only blew them away, not killing them immediately. The Special Inspectorate of the Longmen Guards, led by Chen Huji, consisted entirely of elite members from the Longmen Guards, equipped with the finest weapons and equipment. Wei Yanwu spared no expense in this regard. The Special Inspectorate's configuration was similar to the in-game setup, with heavy armor, snipers, mages, and guards. The heavy armor, not the vanguard, was undoubtedly in the vanguard. After all, real life didn't require a payback. Defend. The sudden attack startled Chen Huji for a moment. She had clearly not expected to face an attack under such circumstances, but she quickly regained her composure. She immediately deployed her men, with the heavy armor holding up shields in the front, followed by the mages and snipers. Boom boom boom. Just as the guards' heavy armor had raised their shields, the next wave of attacks arrived. This time, it wasn't an explosion, but a mage's attack. It was a mixture of fireballs and shockwaves, coming from the reunion's mages. For a reunion comprised entirely of infected, mages were plentiful. Even those capable of firing shockwaves or small fireballs were far superior to the average person. While the ore disease inflicts immense suffering on the people, it also grants them a gift unavailable to ordinary humans, originium arts. Theoretically, every infected person is a sorcerer, capable of casting spells without a staff. Of course, this is only theoretical. The ability to manipulate and utilize originium arts depends on individual skill. Chen Huji, for example, possesses exceptionally poor control over her originium arts. Of course, some are exceptionally powerful, such as a certain ancestor of the Jing's clan, who has gained an immense lifespan through the distortion of originium, and whose strength even the fragments of the gods fear. Longmen, protect her. Chen Huji, protected by a heavy shield, erupted in anger upon seeing the enemy direct their attacks at the 4 guardsmen who had been blown away. As she spoke, she burst free from the armored shield and charged towards the nearest guardian. Upon noticing her movements, the reunion magicians immediately focused their fire on her. But the next moment, a flash of cold light, a shockwave, and a fireball were sliced apart by Chen Huji's sword. It wasn't Shizuo unsheathed, but simply another sword she carried. Chen Huji normally carried 2 swords. She wasn't a 2-handed swordsman. However, Shizuo was usually difficult to unsheath, at least for a formidable foe. This time, the foe she faced was clearly not a formidable one. After severing the reunion magician's attack, Chen Huji immediately used her left hand to lift the fallen guard's member to safety. She repeated the same move, quickly carrying all 4 of them. She's truly a dragon, a 6-star operator indeed. Shen Fei, who had witnessed Chen Huji's actions, felt a sense of emotion. Chen Huji's race, apart from anything else, possessed advantages not shared by many, such as physical prowess. Strictly speaking, the races of Terra are all stronger than the average human. Take Anso, for example. Her oripathy is extremely severe, yet she remains agile and swift. And then there's Fang Di, a woman who often thinks of her family's farming life. Her physical fitness allows her to survive an explosion in a building dozens of stories high and fall to the ground without dying. This level of strength is rare even in the world of pirates. Such is Vaven's physical fitness. Boom boom boom. Just as Chen Huji had secured the 4 people and was about to attack the reunion magicians, a violent explosion erupted from the Imperial Guards. This scene caused Chen Huji's face to change. He didn't bother to attack the enemy, but immediately rushed to the Imperial Guards, who were engulfed in the smoke from the violent explosion. Misha's gun, a voice soon echoed from the smoke. It turned out that the seemingly powerful explosion was just a cover, the smoke was the real purpose. Longman swear words, Chen Huji's face darkened upon discovering Misha was missing. Maya had just handed her over, and here she was kidnapped by members of the reunion movement. Doesn't this undermine the Longman Guard's incompetence? Not to mention Maya had previously told her to protect Misha. Sorry, we're being stopped. How's your situation? Just then, Xingqiang's voice rang through Chen Huji's intercom. Misha was kidnapped by members of the reunion movement, Chen Huji briefly explained. What should we do next? Where are the Rhodes Island people? Xingqiang asked. They've returned to Rhodes Island, tell them what's going on. Their help will make the search faster, Xingqiang said after a pause. Puji Long, if you're embarrassed, I can handle the negotiations with Rhodes Island. Shi Huai's voice echoed through the intercom, seeming to understand what was happening. No, I'll contact them. Shi Huai's appearance made Chen Huji look extremely annoyed. As he spoke, the sword in his right hand flashed, shattering the collapsed wall in front of him. Maya, it's me. After venting his anger, Chen Huji finally contacted Maya and explained the situation. Understood, we'll be right there. Maya naturally had no intention of mocking Chen Huji. Upon learning that Misha had been taken away by the reunion movement, she immediately promised to come. What are you looking at? Hurry and find someone. Oh, and capture a few reunion movement members and get them to the hospital immediately. After hanging up the phone, Chen Huji looked at the guards who were quietly standing by and shouted loudly. You are Alex. Misha, who had been taken away by W, remained silent all the way, following W silently until she reached the outskirts of Longman and saw broken bones, her brother Alex. She finally reacted. At first, she was excited, but soon lowered her head with a look of guilt. Misha regretted what happened back then, worried her brother would hold a grudge against her. Alex, however, was incredibly warm to Misha. As he spoke, his tone was filled with resentment towards those who oppressed the infected. Misha tried to retort several times, but after seeing Alex's expression, she remained silent. Although she had only been in contact with Maya for a short time, Misha had learned about Rhodes Island's philosophy. It's safe to say that if it weren't for W's subsequent actions, Misha might have actually made it to the island. So, your plan is to kill all the non-infected. Just as Alex continued to recount his hatred, a strange voice suddenly echoed in the air. Who is it? The sudden appearance of the stranger immediately caused the dozen or so members of the reunion base to draw their weapons and aim at the newcomer, but the next moment, they collapsed. Misha, see you again. The newcomer was, of course, Shen Fei. After stunning the reunion members with his spiritual pressure, he immediately smiled and waved to Misha. Although they hadn't spoken before, they had seen each other before, in Maya's group. What did you do? Seeing his companions fall, Alex immediately raised his grenade launcher, ready to attack Shen Fei. Room, scan, but at this moment, Shen Fei's voice rang out again. With a wave of his left hand, Alex's grenade launcher, magazines, and argonium explosives flew off his body, landing about 10 meters to his right. You, be quiet. The sudden disappearance of his weapons didn't deter Alex from resisting. He immediately picked up the machete of a fallen reunion member nearby, but then he felt a pain in his neck, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. It would be difficult to persuade someone like Alex to give up through persuasion, especially since Shen Fei didn't have time for that now. Naturally, he simply knocked him down. Ms. W. I'm surprised you didn't take advantage of this opportunity. After dealing with Alex, Shen Fei turned his attention to W. He had been keeping an eye on her. In terms of danger, Alex and W were completely different. W is a Sarkaz. What are Sarkaz? They're a demonic race, and W is a mercenary who does what she pleases. The only person who can get her to obey is probably Teresa, a die-hard fan of Teresa's. I don't want to fall like them, but who are you? I've never heard of you, I'm just a nobody. It's normal I haven't heard of you, nobody, haha. Shen Fei's words made W laugh. He had knocked dozens of reunion members unconscious without any action, and the strange way they disarmed them had heightened W's vigilance. Limited 6-star, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh at W, who was covered in weapons. He hadn't had W in his previous life. He had joined the game a little too late, missing out on a lot. Looks like there's nothing for me here. Farewell. The unexpected intrusion of an unexpected figure had W preparing to retreat. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't your mission still unfinished? Shen Fei said, turning his gaze to Misha and saying, Misha, can you lend me this bear? After hesitating for a moment, Misha handed Shen Fei the toy bear she had been wearing around her waist. It was a rather worn-out bear, nothing special, except for the outside. The inside was different. That must be what you want. If you want it, take it. Shen Fei found a very unusual key inside the bear and tossed it to W. What do you mean by that? W looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled look. It's pointless. This thing is completely useless now. Tallulah doesn't need it at all. You want to stop her, but relying on it won't work. I don't understand what you mean. You know exactly what I mean. Miss W, you want to stop Tallulah, and I want to stop her too. We can work together. Cooperation, interesting, but unfortunately, I'm just a mercenary. Tallulah is my employer now. Whatever she wants to do has nothing to do with me. Regardless, I still want to thank you for the key. It allows me to complete my mission, W said, and slowly began to retreat. Mercenary? Then will you accept my employment? I can offer a high price, of course, but only after I complete my current mission. Perhaps seeing that Shen Fei had no intention of taking action, W immediately turned and prepared to leave quickly. Tallulah now is not Tallulah. She's just a controlled puppet, Shen Fei said slowly, facing W's back. What did you say? W, who was about to leave, stopped and turned again. That's what you just heard. I believe you should know that there is a huge difference between what Tallulah did before and after the reunion. This is the fundamental reason why she became like this. The one who controls Tallulah's body now is an immortal. If you rashly go there, I'm afraid I can only collect your body. What you said just now is true. Before W could speak, a figure rushed over. It was Chen Huji. Chapter 893 Frost Star. You're here pretty quick. With the appearance of Chen Huji, Shen Fei spotted Amiya, Wang, Exa, Texas, Franca, Razor, and others. Atrocity didn't show up this time, but a few familiar yet unfamiliar faces appeared around Amiya. There were so many operators on Rhodes Island that Shen Fei could only remember the famous ones. He had only a vague impression of the others, not to mention that many operators on Rhodes Island hadn't yet been deployed. Shen Fei wasn't surprised by their appearance. When he'd previously subdued Alex the Bonabreaker and the others, he'd noticed someone following them. Or, more accurately, W had deliberately had someone following her, since she hadn't intended to bring Misha back in the first place. Amiya, long time no see. Shen Fei didn't immediately answer Chen Huji's question. Instead, he smiled and greeted Amiya. W, standing nearby, saw Amiya and her expression immediately turned cold. W naturally knew Amiya. They'd often met at Babel. Back then, W hadn't been kind to Amiya. She felt it was because of that little bunny that she'd spent less time with Her Highness Teresa. Long time no see, little bunny. Why isn't that guy here? That guy was, of course, the doctor. He was the second of the two people W wanted to kill most. Tallulah wasn't even on W's must-kill list yet. As for who was number one, it was naturally Tracy. Teresa's death was inevitably linked to the doctor. It wasn't surprising that W was suspicious. Teresa's assassination on Rhodes Island, in Babel's territory, was unnatural. Even without considering the state of Rhodes Island's defenses at the time, Teresa wasn't a simple target. After all, she was a demon king. Just look at Amiya now. She was just a teenager, yet with the power of a demon king, she could effectively fight Tallulah, let alone Teresa. In terms of age, Teresa is significantly older than Amiya, even with a 0 added to the end. She existed before the Patriots went to Ursus, and she could certainly wield the power of multiple demon lords. Not to mention, Teresa managed to pass on the demon lord's power to Amiya before her death, which clearly seemed premeditated. Miss W, long time no see. Amiya looked at W with a complicated expression. When she returned to Rhodes Island from Chernihiv with the doctor, She naturally understood what had happened while reviewing Chernobog's operations. While W had aided Rhodes Island, it had also resulted in the sacrifice of many Rhodes Island operators, including the elite operator Scout. Shen Fei's arrival was a little late, otherwise, the tragedy at Chernobog could have been prevented. "I'd rather we didn't meet," W said, turning to Wang and then saying, "What do you mean by that look?" Wang's eyes were filled with anger from the moment he saw W. Scout's revenge will come to you sooner or later. As an elite Rhodes Island operator, Wang naturally knew the full extent of the Chernobog incident. "I'll settle accounts with you, and I'll settle accounts with you too. Scout was sacrificed for those useless people. Do you think I want to? He's a rare master of tactics and sniping among the Sarkaz." W also looked furious. W and Scout were old friends. Both had served under Teresa and were from the same clan. She naturally didn't want Scout to die unless it was absolutely necessary. However, under the circumstances, Scout's death was necessary. After all, he had to answer to Teresa. The leader of the Sarkaz mercenaries at the time was a subordinate of Teresa. If he had ordered the Sarkaz mercenaries to attack Rhodes Island, it would have been a disaster for Rhodes Island. Wang was also aware of this situation. Otherwise she would have rushed forward with her chainsaw the moment she saw W. "What you just said about Tallulah being controlled is true." Chen Huji ignored the issues between W and Rhodes Island, and even Misha's issue is put aside for now. For her, the most important thing now was naturally Tallulah's situation. Upon learning that Tallulah was the supreme leader of the reunion movement and was attacking Longman, Chen Huji felt deeply conflicted. After all, on one side was Longman, the very place she was supposed to protect, and on the other was her blood relative. Of course, but now's not the time to discuss the details. "W, where is Frostster now?" Frostster and the Yeti squad all died at Longman. It was truly tragic. "You want to convince her, but that guy isn't that easy to convince." W seemed to instantly understand Shen Fei's thoughts. "I believe I can convince her." Shen Fei was very confident about this. The worst that could happen was to knock her out. "No problem, I'll take you to her." After a moment's silence, W immediately nodded in agreement. "I'll leave this to you." Seeing W willing to lead the way, Shen Fei immediately carried the unconscious Bonabreaker Alex and pointed at the unconscious reunion member, saying to Rhodes Island and Chen Huji, "I'll have someone stay with the guards to hand over." Emilia nodded immediately. Of course, Chen Huji wasn't the only one coming from the Longman guards. Other members of Star Bear, including a certain little tiger, were still behind. "Send the doctor over." As Shen Fei and his companions, led by W, searched for Frostster, Kaltzit's voice suddenly rang out from her office aboard the Rhodes Island ship docked in Lungman's 5th district. Kaltzit was aware of Emilia's trip to the slums at Lungman's request, but since it wasn't a major event, and Rhodes Island had more important matters to attend to, preparing for the upcoming reunion attack, the doctor didn't go with Emilia. Kaltzit was surprised by the twists and turns that unfolded. A mobile city, it's incredible every time I see it. Led by W, the group arrived at a damaged mobile city module in the desert outside Longman. It was a small town. Naturally, the mobile cities of this world weren't a single entity, but rather a network of countless connected modules. Since they could connect, they could also separate. In the event of a natural disaster, the mobile city would dismantle and move, reassembling upon reaching its new location. If it were just a few modules, Shen Fei wouldn't have been concerned, but this was a city, and the technological sophistication involved was considerable. Of course, the lost civilization possessed even greater technological sophistication. Kaltzit revealed that Chernobog's sarcophagus was merely a home-use physiological repair device, yet even before a method for its full utilization had been discovered, it was already supplying energy to the entire mobile city. This suggests that not all of the energy from the home-use physiological repair device was being used for the mobile city. Furthermore, since it was only for home use, this only hinted at the immense power of that lost civilization. In this respect, this world does bear some similarities to the Honkai world. Its technology is entirely derived from archaeology, as evidenced by the Rattlin guns. "W, have you betrayed me?" As Shen Fei and his group reached the edge of the abandoned city, Froststar and the Yeti squad appeared. Froststar, dressed in snow white, stared expressionlessly at W. She had always been wary of the Sarkaz mercenaries. "I didn't betray you. I was forced into this situation." W spread her hands, feigning the air of a victim. "I was forced into it." "Who could force you?" Froststar's expression remained unchanged. She's talking about me, Froststar, Shen Fei said, stepping out. Be careful, the air temperature is changing, Wang said, standing in front of Amaya. Her originium skills made her extremely sensitive to air changes. In theory, Wang's originium skills were the opposite of Froststar's, one hot, the other cold. Unfortunately, Wang's heating power wasn't high enough to counter Froststar's ice. Froststar, I didn't come here to fight you, but even with that, I don't think you'll stop. Sorry, room, slaughterhouse. Shen Fei had barely finished his words when a figure appeared behind Froststar, his right hand pressing directly onto her shoulder, restraining her. This temperature is comparable to Kevin's. Froststar's body temperature was extremely low, indicating that her mineral sickness had reached a critical point. Big sister, let me go. Seeing Froststar restrained, the Yeti squads on either side of her immediately changed their expressions. The two closest Yeti squads even charged directly at Shen Fei. Calm down. If you don't want your big sister to die, it's best not to attack. As Shen Fei spoke, he waved his left hand and tossed the two men aside. What do you mean by that? A Yeti squad member hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the others to cease their originium techniques. Her oripathy has reached a critical stage. Don't say you didn't know. This silenced the entire Yeti squad. They were aware of the situation, but as infected individuals themselves, they were completely helpless. Wait here. I'll be back soon. Watch them and make sure they don't start a fight. After sensing Froststar's condition, Shen Fei hesitated for a moment before carrying her and running deeper into the ruined town. Even with all his healing and recovery abilities, they seemed insufficient against oripathy. Injuries like a broken leg or foot, or even a life-threatening condition, were far less severe than oripathy. Room, slaughterhouse. Shen Fei led Froststar to a secluded, deserted area, smiled at her, and then proceeded to chop her into a dozen pieces. The biggest problem with oripathy was the originium crystals accumulated inside and on the body. These couldn't be eliminated through normal means. While some had attempted to remove the surface crystals, larger ones quickly appeared. While the originium crystals on the body's surface could be removed, those within were completely impossible. The mere thought of originium coursing through the bloodstream, growing on internal organs and intestines, it was a chilling prospect. It's no wonder that those with mineral sickness don't live long, or even find survival painful. Froststar was experiencing this. Every day, she had to endure the excruciating pain of the originium within her body. Just like before, when Froststar spoke to Amaya, Wang, and Greythroat, Wang had once said to her, "Don't you feel the pain?" While others couldn't remove the originium within her body, Shen Fei had a solution. He cut Froststar into dozens of pieces, naturally aiming to clear the originium crystals from her body. This didn't require Shen Fei to remove them piece by piece. A simple scan with the operation fruit would suffice. Your originium technique, Froststar, now with only her head left, stared at the black originium crystals flying out of her body. The sight of this stopped her in her tracks. She had never imagined anyone could possess originium techniques capable of such feats. But the next moment, Froststar's expression became excited. In terms of the severity of the ore disease, Patriots was more severely infected, but Patriot's physical condition prevented him from collapsing. In fact, the reason Froststar and Patriot ultimately failed wasn't due to the enemy's strength, but rather their own ore disease. Alright, how are you feeling now? After removing the originium crystals from Froststar's body and those that were clearly visible on her body, Shen Fei immediately restored her. I've never felt so relaxed, Froststar, having regained control of her body, said with disbelief. It's only temporary. You'd better not use originium skills so frequently. And now we can talk, okay, but I need you to do me a favor and heal someone, Patriot? No problem, big sister. Are you alright? When Shen Fei and Froststar reappeared, the members of the Yeti squad finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been truly worried something might happen to big sister. Froststar and the Yeti squad were both people who would risk their lives for each other. It's okay. If you want to talk, you can talk now. The only members of the reunion movement left in the abandoned town were Yeti and Froststar. The rest of the reunion movement had been taken away by Mephisto and Faust. Of course, but before that, I think some of you might be hungry. How about something to eat? Shen Fei clasped his hands together, and two long wooden tables appeared out of thin air before the group. He then placed a large amount of food, pastries, and drinks on them. How can there be such delicious food? The Yeti team was thrilled to see the tables full of food they had never seen before. As infected, they had never tasted anything so delicious before, and many of them cried with excitement. The Yeti team are actually just a bunch of children. At another table, Wong looked at the Yeti team, who had taken off their hoods, with a look of surprise that then turned to anger. Chen Huji remained silent. She hadn't expected such a situation either. Although she had become infected by accident, because of Wei Yanwu, she naturally wouldn't experience the same things the infected faced. Now that you've found the person you were looking for, you can tell me now. After calming down, Chen Huji immediately spoke to Shen Fei. No, we're still short of 2 people. Amidaya, I think you should be able to contact Quinjet. Chen Huji, please contact Wei Yanwu. There's something they're probably very eager to know. I'm Quinjet, I'm Wei Yanwu. Welcome, both of you. Now we can have a good chat? Chapter 894, Part 1. I don't know what you want to discuss, but just now, the reunion has attacked the Jixin district, and now the Imperial Guard is fighting with them. And at this time, you left 3 inspectors from the Imperial Guard Special Inspectorate to discuss things. I want to ask, are you from the reunion? And Rhodes Island, you should remember the agreement with me. Now the reunion is attacking Longman, but I don't see any of your people taking action. Can I say that Rhodes Island wants to break the agreement? Before Shen Fei could speak, Wei Yanwu spoke first. His tone sounded very unfriendly, but the information conveyed in his words still made Chen Huji, Zixin, Shihuaya, and Amidaya from Rhodes Island change their expressions. Then, both sides couldn't help but look at the side where Shen Fei was. At this time, the group was divided into 3 forces and sat in 3 directions of the long table, forming a triangle. Shen Fei was sitting next to Froststar, W, Alex, Misha and others. The other 2 directions were Rhodes Island, led by Amidaya, and the Dragon Gate Guard, led by Chen Huji. Zixin and Shihuai rushed over from behind. Mr. Shen, is he from reunion? Amidaya asked first. No, Shen Fei shook his head slightly, then looked at Shuangxing and W on the side. I don't know, I'm just a mercenary, you should ask her. W smiled and spread her hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. Then she gestured with her eyes that Shen Fei should ask Shuangxing, but unfortunately Shuangxing didn't speak. Let's go. Chen Huji stood up immediately after a slight silence. For her, the information about Tallulah was of course very important, but the safety of Dragon Gate seemed more important at this time. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry, Rhodes Island has something that must be done now. Amidaya also stood up. Rhodes Island must stop the reunion's attack on Dragon Gate. This incident didn't benefit Rhodes Island in the slightest, and in fact, it incurred heavy losses. In the original novel, during the battle against Tallulah, against the immortal Black Snake, Rhodes Island also lost numerous operators, including members of Team Rosemary. Seeing Rhodes Island and the Imperial Guards preparing to leave, W smiled brightly, but while she did, she didn't forget to eat. Shen Fei had also laid out a large amount of food on the table, but only 3 people actually ate, Frostster, W, and Misha. Misha hadn't had a full meal since fleeing to Longman. As for Bonnebreaker Alex, his lips occasionally moved, seemingly drawn to the aroma of food, but ultimately, for the sake of his dignity, he refrained from taking action. Since Amidaya hadn't taken action on the Rhodes Island side, the others naturally wouldn't. As for Longman, it went without saying. Chen Huji was a very disciplined person. General Wei is truly formidable, but wasn't the reunion's attack on Longman part of your plan? If we drive them out now, your plan will be ruined. Is that really a good idea? Shen Fei wasn't surprised by reunion's actions. They had quite a few members in Longman this time, including Frostster, Regicide, Faust, and Mephistopheles. I don't understand what you mean, Wei Yanwu said after a brief silence before speaking over the communicator. If you don't understand, then I'll simply explain that Longman has developed rapidly in recent years and has become very prosperous. However, in the eyes of some people, Longman can become even more prosperous. There is still a lot of land inside Longman that can be developed, but the problem is that there is an insurmountable obstacle to the development of these lands, that is, the slums and the infected. Due to certain historical reasons, when it comes to dealing with the issues of slums and the infected, even the controllers of Longman find it difficult to do anything about the slums. For example, when Superintendent Chen Huji wanted the guard bureau to enter the slums, but in the end it came to nothing. Gangs were rampant in the slums, and the situation was extremely chaotic. Back then, Chen Huji drafted a plan for the guard bureau to enter the slums and assembled a special inspection team. As a result, the first person to betray Chen was the informant she had been helping. I think some people have already guessed what's going to happen next, but to avoid confusion, I'll continue. Shen Fei's words made Chen Huji, Shi Huaiya, Zixian, Amiya, Wang, Kaltsit, and W, who were not present, look pale, and a deep chill welled up in their hearts. Frostster, Alex, the Yeti squad, and the others, on the other hand, looked puzzled. Just at this moment, the reunion attacked Longman. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the reunion were to intervene, the entire slum would be reduced to a battlefield. At this point, someone could simply make a move, like starting a massive fire, to not only wipe out the reunion members but also completely eliminate the slum. They could then claim it was reunion-infected individuals who did it, and then build commercial buildings and high-end residential areas in the slums without any losses. Am I right, Governor Wei? Ursa's curse? Wei Yanwu didn't react at all, but Alex, the Bonabreaker, couldn't help but roar at him after hearing Shen Fei's story. Meanwhile, the Frost Star and Snow Monster teams had lost their appetite. I don't know what you're talking about. After a long pause, Wei Yanwu finally spoke, directly denying Shen Fei's claims. However, his denial elicited no response, save for Alex's roar. Sit down, Alex. You think you are fighting for the infected, but in fact, you are just a pawn. Not only you, but the entire integration movement is a pawn. It's not just one person who uses you as pawns, but also the immortal Black Snake Koshije, the governor of Longman Wei Yanwu, and the regent Thersis far away in Victoria. The more violent the trouble you make and the more people you kill, the happier they are, because it will be easier to achieve their goals. Ursus swear words. Alex was angry, his eyes full of confusion at this time. He could only keep punching the long table in front of him. As expected of an Ursus, his strength should not be underestimated. If Shen Fei hadn't stopped him in time, he would probably have smashed the long table. Wei Yanwu, how dare you do this? Chen Huji, who had been silent all the time, roared at this moment. Officer Chen, don't be provoked. This is completely untrue. Do you think I'm stupid? Chen Huji was no fool. She had graduated from the Victoria Royal Guard Academy with flying colors. She knew full well that if Shen Fei continued to act, what he said would easily become reality. In fact, this had been Wei Yanwu's original idea, but Lin Yuxia and the Shadow Guard, who were carrying out the mission later, had their own ideas and hadn't carried it out to the extreme. For Wei Yanwu, he would give everything for Longman, including his own life. Wei Yanwu didn't respond to Chen Huji's words, as he was facing the gaze of his wife Wen Yu. Commander Wei, it seems Rhodes Island can no longer honor its agreement with Longman, as an organization dedicated to saving the infected. Amiya had also made a decision after learning of Wei Yanwu's actions. Even though this decision would cause considerable trouble for Rhodes Island, this was Rhodes Island. It would never compromise because of practical difficulties. Rhodes Island, you have thought it over carefully, Wei Yanwu said, his tone devoid of emotion. Wait a minute, Amiya, don't make a decision so quickly. I've already explained the situation. I'm sure Governor Wei won't be so foolish as to still choose this method. And I'm sure after hearing what I'm about to say, Governor Wei won't have time to focus on trivial matters like the slums. Alright, everyone, take a seat. This is where the real action begins. Officer Chen, let me tell you the answer to your previous question. The current Tallulah isn't actually Tallulah, but the undying black snake Kosciuszko. All of this is his scheme. Impossible. Kosciuszko is dead, Wei Yanwu suddenly interrupted. Governor Wei, I remember telling you before that Kosciuszko isn't dead. You don't seem to know Kosciuszko's true identity. Who is he? The undying black snake Kosciuszko. This is truly immortal. There's only one way to kill him completely, and that's to destroy the nation of Ursus. Otherwise, he's immortal, for he's the embodiment of Ursus. I think you understand what I mean. How could such a thing be possible? Wang couldn't help but cry out. It's unbelievable, but it's true. Even Tallulah, who's now possessed by her, is just one of his many avatars. As the incarnation of a kingdom, there couldn't be just one. While it's unlikely to be as perverted as my second brother's 181 pawns, a few wouldn't be a problem. This time, He used the reunion movement to capture Chernobog and then attacked Longman. He had several goals, one of which was to kill Officer Chen himself. What? What's his grudge against Puji Long? Why did he have to kill her? Shi-Hu-Ia couldn't help but yell, and Xingqian couldn't help but look at Chen Huji. There's no grudge, but Officer Chen is Tallulah last obsession. Even Koshichay can't erase it. The only way to do that is to kill Officer Chen. Only then will Tallulah completely dissipate, and Koshichay can truly control her body. Longman curse, Shi-Hu-Ia couldn't help but curse. This is just one of Koshicay's goals. His second goal is to provoke a war between Ursus and Yan Nation. That's why he wants to seize Chernobog. He'll use Chernobog's core city to ram Longman. During this time, he'll continuously send signals to the surrounding area, indicating that this is Ursus territory. Whether Longman fights back or not, it will constitute an excuse for war. Longman, you're swearing. Why would he do this? What's in it for him? Shi-Hu-Ia continued to speak. To divert internal conflicts within Ursus. As I said before, Koshicay is the embodiment of the Ursus nation. If Ursus is strong, he'll be strong. Similarly, if Ursus is weak, he'll be weak too. Once Ursus is destroyed, he'll disappear completely. In fact, Koshicay did this to save Ursus, but as the enemy, Shen Fei naturally didn't need to explain it in such detail. Ursus is experiencing unusually harsh treatment of the infected, leading to widespread unrest. Even renowned patriots have joined the reunion movement. If this continues, Ursus will undoubtedly weaken further, and civil war might erupt again. Shen Fei had discovered civil war in Ursus before, as reported by Longman. This happened shortly after the current Ursus emperor took office. While it was quickly quelled, it also sowed the seeds of deeper conflict. So, when civil war breaks out, diverting conflict by waging a foreign war is undoubtedly the better option. Many within Ursus still yearn for the era of their late emperor. Shen Fei was speechless about Koshicay. He was truly presumptuous, claiming to be the embodiment of a nation. Compared to others like him, he was far inferior. He should have met Yeligand. He was also taking things for granted. In fact, Shen Fei believed that if Ursus and Yan Kingdom went to war, Ursus would undoubtedly suffer. To support war through war, one must consider the target, and must constantly win and plunder sufficient wealth to feed the country. With the strength of Yan Nation, Ursus clearly cannot do this. The reason Ursus has become like this is because supporting war through war can no longer feed the country. Ursus originally destroyed countless small city-states to support war through war, but looking at the countries that still exist today, none of them are weak. Even the seemingly weakest Jereg has the supersized Yeragand in his country. Although Yeragand is only a 5-star in the game, that's obviously just him slacking off. The difference between the star rating in the game and real-life strength is huge. Longman curse, Shi-Hu-Ia seemed to only know this at this moment. The reason why the integration movement was able to capture Chernobog was entirely due to its design from the beginning. The army was evacuated in advance, leaving only the military and police. Even the highest level nobles had basically left, and the remaining nobles were almost all of low status. At this point, Shen Fei couldn't help but look at Alex, and then continued, Alex, in fact, when you captured Chernobog, there were 2 Ursus army groups with several high-speed land battleships on standby. In addition, a large number of regular troops were also mixed in with the integration movement. If the integration movement had failed at that time, they would have helped you capture Chernobog. By the way, there were also about a dozen Ursus royal guards who were also in Chernobog at the time. Of course, their purpose was not to help the integration movement capture Chernobog, but to attack the Dragon Gate when Chernobog hit the Dragon Gate. Governor Wei, I wonder if you have any way to deal with these forces prepared by Koshicay. At this moment, our Grand Governor Wei was mentally cursing Longman. He might have some hidden power, but it was limited to his shadow guards. Longman had no army. As a complete nation, it was naturally impossible for its mobile cities to have their own armies. This was a consensus among almost all nations, even Ursus. Shen Fei had a miscommunication here. While what he said was true, the reality was that as long as Chernobog didn't hit Longman, the Ursus army and the royal guards wouldn't be able to intervene. If it were that simple, Koshicay wouldn't have needed to manipulate Tallulah and use the reunion movement to trigger a war. Wouldn't it have been much easier to just attack Longman directly with his army and royal guards? But Ursus and Yan were both powerful nations. So they had no choice but to find an excuse, even if it was a poor one. This was the game between great powers. It wasn't like a big nation attacking a small one. Longman curse. As everyone fell silent at Shen Fei's words, Alex stood up and roared like a madman. Tell him everything about what's going on, okay? He seems to be having trouble accepting reality. Just as Alex was about to go berserk, W struck him unconscious. Alex was certainly powerful. He was an Ursus, after all, but W was a sarcasm. Don't worry, he's fine. He's just having trouble accepting reality. He'll be fine once he wakes up, W said, pushing Alex towards her, looking worried at the stunned Alex. Captain Wei, Longman isn't suited to take action in this matter. Let us handle it. After a long silence, Called Sit spoke. Can Rhodes Island do it? Wei Yanwu's tone was filled with doubt. As long as Longman doesn't take action, Rhodes Island's only opponent is Tallulah. During the silence, Called Sit clearly saw the weakness in Kotchushko's plan. I say, you seem to have forgot me. I'm not telling you to solve the problem. I'll handle Tallulah's situation. No, I'll rescue her. Rhodes Island needs to save the survivors. Chapter 895, Mid-Year. Can you rescue Tallulah? Hearing that Tallulah could still be saved, Chen Huji's expression was filled with excitement. Shi Huiya, standing beside him, was also likewise. Tallulah, Chen Huji, Shi Huiya, and Lin Yuxia were classmates back then. If Tallulah had been abducted by Kotchushko and remained in Longman, she would likely be a member of the Longman Guard, the future director, or even the governor. Chen Huji, Shi Huiya, and Lin Yuxia would all remain in their respective positions, assisting and supporting her. The future of Longman would belong to these four. Of course, while Kotchushko's methods are powerful, it's a pity he had such bad luck meeting me. Shen Fei was extremely skilled in this kind of soul possession technique, not to mention now that he had mastered the Grand Void Sword Key, which could even knock out the consciousness of a Honkai god. While Kotchushko could be considered a god, compared to Honkai god, the difference was worlds apart. In fact, Shen Fei actually had a concept for how to cure the oripathy. Originium was sentient, and the Grand Void Sword Key had a special attack for the situation. This meant that if you were powerful enough, he could unleash a massive Grand Void Sword Key attack on the entire planet and perhaps cure the oripathy. The difficulty with this concept lay in the fact that he lacked the ability to cover the entire planet with Grand Void Sword Key. This meant that at that point, he would need to possess at least the power to destroy the entire planet with a single strike. Perhaps he could achieve this in the future, but it would definitely take quite some time. Still, it was a solution, wasn't it? Thank you. Although Tallulah hadn't been rescued yet, Chen Huji was very happy to know that she hadn't changed. What's your goal? Wei Yanwu's words echoed at the right moment. Grand Governor Wei, don't assume everyone thinks the same way you do, acting with the ulterior motive of self-interest. My true purpose is to make this world less tragic and to disrupt certain people's plans. There are always those in this world who refuse to succumb to reality and yearn for a brighter future. Take Rhodes Island, for example. They've been saving the infected for years. With their power, they could have lived a better life, but they chose this thorny path. Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals, while it might sound strange to say so, would a pharmaceutical company need safe houses in various relic-like locations, with enough weapons stored there to arm a regular army unit? But Rhodes Island is truly a pharmaceutical company. They have the best and cheapest cure for oripathy. To be blunt, with Rhodes Island's technological prowess, if they wanted to, they could easily surpass Rhine Life Sciences. Countless people have made fortunes reselling Rhodes Island's drugs. I'm telling you the truth because everyone here deserves to know it. Okay, getting back to business. Midaya, you guys on Rhodes Island should prepare. I'll leave the rescue work up to you. Shen Fei could deal with Tallulah, but saving the survivors of Chernobyl from the natural disaster on his own was unrealistic. Rhodes Island, on the other hand, had considerable experience in this area. For many years, Rhodes Island had participated in various rescue operations across this land, mostly pro bono, especially those involving the infected. Originium is a high-level energy source, but it's also extremely dangerous. Any mishap can lead to a massive outbreak of the infected. To conserve resources, some people, despite knowing the dangers of originium, fail to implement safety measures. Take Meteor, for example. Her hometown was destroyed by a logging machine explosion. A noble coveted the trees guarded by the Meteor family. Although Meteor was reluctant, he ultimately agreed out of a desire to help the village, short of funds. The explosion destroyed the entire village, and the nobleman fled, leaving the village devastated. Such incidents have occurred countless times across this continent, yet no one seems to care. Rhodes Island has been providing rescue services everywhere, but there's only one Rhodes Island. Not every disaster site can welcome the infected, at least not Meteor's village. Rhodes Island will be prepared, Amy nodded solemnly. Rhodes Island has always been committed to rescuing those affected by natural disasters, never giving up even in the face of hardship and danger. This time, Rhodes Island came to Longman for this very purpose. How can I trust you to solve this problem? It's no wonder Wei Yanwu was so doubtful. From what Shen Fei had just said about the situation in Ursus, it was clear that the place was a dangerous place. Even if he personally led his entire shadow guards, there was no guarantee of victory. How could he trust Shen Fei alone? This is precisely why Wei Yanwu, in the original novel, distrusted Rhodes Island. Even at the time, he was unaware of Cherno's situation and didn't believe Rhodes Island could possess such strength. For those unfamiliar with Rhodes Island, it's difficult to grasp its strength. Even Shen Fei wasn't fully aware of its specific strength, especially when it came to its elite operators. After all, no one knew how many elite operators were still available. There were the old women of Lateran, the sharp ones who could even battle with the Black Knight's mace, and the mysterious medical department. Even Touch could stand against the Grand Master of the Unhealed Alliance. Under these circumstances, Wei Yanwu naturally sought to resolve the situation himself. Lungmen was everything to him, and he wouldn't let it be destroyed by war. Even in the original novel, if the Rat King hadn't intervened to stop Wei Yanwu, he would likely have gone to Cherno himself. That's naturally my strength. Since I said I can solve the problem, I naturally have the power to do it. Let me show you. As he spoke, Shen Fei's right hand shone with a faint light of lightning. As he raised his right hand, a pillar of lightning shot out from his palm, reaching the sky. This scene startled everyone present. In fact, not only the people present, but also some members of Longman were drawn to the appearance of the pillar of light that soared into the sky. The lightning pillar plunged into the clouds and immediately began to spread. Soon, a huge lightning kiln, 100 meters long, appeared in the clouds. Although Shen Fei had not yet invested more time in thunder-related magic due to the lack of the Thunder Spirit Pearl, with the Water Spirit Pearl and the Earth Spirit Pearl in hand, he naturally wanted to study the Lionman magic first. However, with his mastery of the Thunder Escape Kiln ninjutsu, combined with the thunder-related magic, he could easily use the Kiln magic. Not only the Kiln, but also other magic such as the Thunder Dragon emerging from the sea, which he was currently researching. Great Governor Wei. I believe even you and Longman should have seen it, Shen Fei said to Wei Yanwu, who was on the communicator, while controlling the Kiln overhead with one hand and roaring to the heavens. Thunder Method, who are you? Wei Yanwu's solemn voice echoed from the communicator. To some extent, I am also a Yan Nation. This level of strength is enough to solve the current problem. To think someone here can use Thunder Method, and on such a large scale. Let's go. While Wei Yanwu was surprised by Shen Fei's ability to use the secrets of the Yan Nation, others in a quiet courtyard in Longman were also amazed. Then, 4 figures quickly fled the manor and headed towards the Kiln. No way, I just came here for some hot pot. Is there any need for such a big fuss? At the same time, inside a hot pot restaurant in Longman, a woman with short white hair, a pair of red dragon horns on her head, and dressed in white and red clothes, looked through the glass window at the Kiln in the distance and sighed helplessly. A moment later, the white-haired woman picked up a folding fan placed aside, left a few blue Dragon Gate coins, and disappeared from the shop. Boss, what's that? A Fenty girl, shield in hand, shouted from the entrance of a bar with the words, "The End of the Earth" written on it. What's so fussy about that? A moment later, a black penguin staggered out of the bar, carrying a bottle of expensive wine. Boss, isn't that amazing? Perhaps there's some powerful treasure in there, the Fenty girl exclaimed excitedly. This isn't some treasure, the penguin said thoughtfully. How could a natural disaster appear? Where are the messengers of the natural disaster? What are they doing here? Why hasn't the city moved yet? As the man and the penguin watched the unicorn bearing its claws in the distant sky, the street in front of the bar erupted in chaos, with pedestrians running frantically in all directions. Oh, that's right, this is a natural disaster, boss. What should we do next? The Fenty girl seemed to react only then. Don't worry, it's not a natural disaster. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go back to drinking, said the penguin, staggering back into the bar. That's enough. I believe in your strength. Stop it now, Having witnessed Shen Fei's strength firsthand, Wei Yanwu's tone became much more polite. With such strength, it was already at the level of a natural disaster. He didn't even need to take direct action. The mere presence of Qilin had caused chaos at Longmen. The Terra world and the Honkai world were very similar in one respect, both would trigger natural disasters. In the Honkai world, if a volcanic eruption, snowstorm, flood, or meteorite fell, and the cause could not be found, it was definitely caused by Honkai. The same was true in the Terra world, the only difference being that here it was caused by Originium. Not everyone understands the power of thunder magic. To the average person in Longmen, this is a sign of impending natural disasters. Not only the street smarters, but even the most powerful in Longmen are constantly calling Wei Yanwu, asking why Longmen hasn't moved despite the disaster. Under normal circumstances, powerful individuals rarely come into contact with Originium and are naturally not afraid of contracting or sickness. However, if they are within the reach of a natural disaster, it all depends on luck. Mobile cities are built to avoid natural disasters. Under normal circumstances, they won't move, only when a disaster strikes. The arrival of a natural disaster is unpredictable, requiring the services of disaster messengers. A city as large and prosperous as Longmen must have at least a dozen such messengers on staff. To combat the disaster, the people of this land are working tirelessly, even forming alliances similar to the Crisis Pact, of which Rhodes Island is a signatory. In this situation, if rumors spread that Longmen couldn't even predict the arrival of a natural disaster, many would undoubtedly avoid such an unsafe city. Mr. Shen, please stop immediately. Someone in Longmen is already spreading rumors of an impending natural disaster. Kaltzit's voice rang out over the communicator. Rhodes Island, docked at the port in Longmen's 5th district, naturally also saw the Qilin in the sky. Sorry, I'll stop now. Kaltzit's words startled Shen Fei. He hadn't expected this to happen. He had originally planned to release the mind beast Shenlong, since this was Yan Nation, after all. But remembering that the Yan Nation's royal family in this world was a Shenlong, and that a certain behemoth was also a Shenlong, he decided against it for now. Boom! The lightning Qilin transformed into an endless stream of lightning, completely obliterating a mountaintop not far from the ruined city, leaving behind a massive crater tens of meters in diameter and nearly 10 meters deep. Alright, everyone, we can begin now. Frostster, let's go. It's time to stop the war in Longmen. With that, the group immediately split into 3 groups and began their movement. On Rhodes Island, Emil was about to lead the group back to Rhodes Island to discuss the next steps with Kaltzit and the doctor, so they naturally wouldn't be traveling together. Although Chen Huji and Shen Fei were both heading to Longmen, one was from the Longmen Guards and the other from the Reunion, so naturally they couldn't act together. Stop the war? How are you going to stop it? The war has already begun, and it can't be stopped simply by wanting to. Of course, if you kill both sides, you can stop it, W suddenly said on the other side of the road leading to Longmen. The anger, hatred, and rage within the infected have now been unleashed by Tallulah, no, as you say, Koshni, and it won't be easily extinguished. W's words silenced Frostster, Snow Monster, and the others. As those who had personally experienced the Chernobog tragedy, they knew W's words were true. Strictly speaking, the Reunion was on the verge of splintering. The events in Chernobog had made many see the Reunion for what it truly was, not an organization that would bring survival to the infected, but only destruction. While this Reunion movement was just fine for those filled with hatred, like Bonabreaker Alex and Mephistopheles, it was a different story for those whose sole purpose was survival. For example, Talkative Bob, Mudstone, and others had all left the Reunion. Then take those who are willing to leave. Shen Fei was naturally aware of the problem W was addressing. Many within the Reunion were no longer pure victims, but had become perpetrators, a mob. Such a mob was extremely difficult to convince. He wasn't a saint, he wouldn't consider saving them all. Even Rhodes Island wouldn't have such a mindset. In war, Rhodes Island showed no mercy to its enemies, even if they were also infected. In reality, for Shen Fei, having already saved the White Rabbit, he could easily ignore Mephistopheles, Faust, and the others at Longmen and head directly to Chernobog to find Tallulah. But Froststar didn't want to abandon those of their compatriots who were simply trying to survive but had come under orders. I thought you'd want to end the war outright, W said again. I never intended to save everyone. I'm not a savior. In fact, I simply gave them a choice. Whether they can seize it depends on them, not me. Chapter 896, Part 2. In the world of Terra, the infected endure a profound injustice, but even so, not all are willing to stand up. Many even betray their compatriots for petty gains. Tallulah encountered this situation repeatedly throughout her journey. This, of course, is likely due to the fact that most infected are illiterate and lack any knowledge. The lower the caste, the more susceptible they are to eripathy and, consequently, to incitement. People like Alex the Bonnybreaker and Mephisto are numerous in this world of infected. It's just that most lack the strength of Alex and Mephisto. Furthermore, the deep pool forces that appear later on are even more distorted than the reunion. If it weren't for Kasha-Che's problems on the reunion side, even Mephisto wouldn't have become what he did. For Shen Fei, his current task is simple: do what he can. As for saving the land, perhaps he'll have to wait until Amaya fully awakens. I see cities devastated. I see originium scattered across the land. I see you, atop a black crown, boiling millions of lives into memories. I see the Demon King, enslaving all species. This was Amaya's Demon King prophecy. However, Shen Fei never believed it. From another perspective, in this situation, all beings were truly equal. Everyone was under the Demon King's command. There's a saying that goes, judgment is based on deeds, not deeds. Who says a Demon King's rule can't bring peace and prosperity? When humans become wicked, even a Demon King can't match them. No matter how beautiful your words are, or how you're constantly sowing discord and fomenting war, they're nothing but a joke. Someone's coming. Seeing four figures suddenly appear and rapidly approach from the front, Frostster, and the Yeti team immediately prepared for battle. The mysterious clothing approaching from the front almost certainly made them enemies. Yan State Supervisor Jings, Tay greets you, Senior. Four figures shrouded in red cloaks approached Shen Fei and his companions about 5 meters away. They stopped and immediately raised their hands in a salute. I'm not your senior, Shen Fei said, gesturing to Shuangxing, and the others to hold back. We've already contacted Lord Wei and are aware of your plans. We have no intention of interfering, we simply came to pay our respects. Shen Fei's denial was met with no reaction from the four. Before arriving, they had encountered Chen Huji and the others. They were deeply concerned about the situation at Longmen. Chen Huji, Zixian, and S.H.I.E.L.D were much faster than their group. After their encounter with Chen Huji, Wei Yanwu, who had been in constant contact with them, had passed the buck to Shen Fei. Jings and the others had come to Longmen with a mission, to investigate its development. Wei Yanwu needed to demonstrate its current state. Now, thanks to Shen Fei's involvement, the investigation had gone awry. Naturally, they had to implicate the culprit, and at the same time, they could leverage the power of Yan Nation to investigate and contain Shen Fei. For Jings and the other three, the sudden appearance of such a powerful, unknown thunder user naturally necessitated an investigation. Of course, given Shen Fei's demonstrated prowess, they couldn't force anything and could only await orders from above. Well, now that we've met, I have things to attend to. You may leave. Shen Fei would definitely make contact with Yan Nation, but not now. He was deeply curious about this world's Yan Nation. With dragons and killins, were there white tigers, vermilion birds, black tortoises, and phoenixes? Even Sarkaz, Sakota, and Vafen races existed, so it was hard to say they didn't exist. And perhaps a white tiger had already appeared, that was Felin. While Felin primarily refers to cats, like the wealthy woman with a cat-like head, it also refers to tigers, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the person who appeared later, Shongshu, who shared the same species as S.H.I.E.L.D. Junior, take your leave. Senior, I don't know why you're with these infected people, Tay. After Shen Fei waved his hand to signal them to leave, Jings immediately prepared to say something. However, the tall, pointed-horned man beside him couldn't help but speak, but Jings immediately stopped him. Senior, I've spoken out of turn, it's okay. You're not the only one prejudiced against the infected. Shen Fei fully understood Tay's attitude. Until the oripathy was completely eradicated, even if Shen Fei mobilized all his forces, he wouldn't be able to change the overall situation. For example, the infected couldn't walk freely and had to live in areas where they gathered. In this world, oripathy was a truly terminal illness, and an extremely dangerous one at that. For this very reason, it required centralized management, far more terrifying than an infectious disease like the plague. Yan Nation's attitude towards oripathy was already the most tolerant in the entire Terran world. While there were various restrictions, at least they had no worries about food and clothing, and this quarantine wasn't some kind of inhumane forced isolation. For example, if a family's child is infected with oripathy, they must be taken away from their parents, never to see their child again. In Yan country, non-infected individuals are allowed to reside in infected communities if they so choose, meaning parents can still live with their children if they wish. This is something no other country offers, not even Colombia, which is known for its tolerance towards infected individuals. Big Bob longed for the life in Colombia, but that lifestyle required wealth. If one was poor, Colombia wouldn't be much better off. That's why Big Bob had only thought about making a fortune before going. Colombia's vast settlement system attracted countless infected individuals, including some people Beozing had once known, who, naturally, ended up buried in the Colombian wilderness. This is perhaps a case of survivor bias. While some infected individuals did prosper under Colombia's settlement system, they were only a few lucky individuals, built on the backs of countless others. This was back when the Great Reclamation system was just beginning. Back then, with a bit of daring and a bit of luck, one could make a killing. But now, the golden age of the Great Reclamation has passed. The Dr. and Amiya's experiences in Colombia illustrate this point. Not only are the wages of the infected pitifully low, but they're also often subjected to harsh excuses and replaced with so-called medications that are completely ineffective. As for other countries, it's even easier to explain. Only small nations or remote regions, like Gerard and Gabriel's hometown, have much less prejudice against oripathy. Another visitor. What a rare guest. It was her. Even if she's a fragment of a god, she's still a god. Just as Tay apologized and Jings and the others were about to leave, a figure appeared behind them. It was a figure Shen Fei recognized very well, and with that aura, Shen Fei immediately understood who it was. Short white hair, white and red clothing, dragon horns and a dragon tail, it was naturally Nian. When Shen Fei first arrived in this world, his observation haki had been spotted by someone, and that person was Nian. So it was you, little brother. I thought it was that old stubborn guy from the Shi mansion who was here. Nian, why are you here? Jings and the other three looked shocked at Nian's appearance. Their expressions couldn't be seen due to their masks, but they could still guess. After all, as the overseer of Yan Nation, he naturally knew some of the country's secrets. Let's have hot pot, Nian answered Jings's question honestly, though it was clear Jings didn't believe him. Little brother, you look like you know me. That's strange. I don't remember meeting someone like you, Nian said, smiling and greeting Shen Fei. Although this is our first meeting, I know a little bit about you. How about a chat? Shen Fei, not wanting to miss the opportunity, stepped aside. Some things in their conversation with Nian were unsuitable for too many people to know. No problem, Nian nodded with a smile, then followed. Go back immediately and report the situation. Jings and the other four, who had been about to leave, stopped dead in their tracks. Nian and a powerful but unknown Thunder Master, either one of them would have been enough to alert the Yan Nation, let alone two of them. Jings was silent for a moment, then ordered one of them to return to Longman. Young man, you're being very cautious. What do you want to discuss? The two of them arrived about 100 meters away from Shuixing, Jings, and the others. Shen Fei immediately set up a soundproof barrier, which Nian seemed unfazed by. How about talking about S.H.I.E.L.D? Shen Fei was deeply curious about S.H.I.E.L.D. Dividing S.H.I.E.L.D into 12 equal parts, resulting in 12 gods, it was hard to imagine S.H.I.E.L.D's strength. Similarly, Shen Fei was curious about the power of this world's great Yan. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D had been injured in his battle with the other gods, his success in subduing them demonstrated the immense strength of great Yan. It was the only nation in the world to have successfully subdued a god. Brother, do you know a lot? At the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nian, who had been beaming, suddenly turned serious. Even though she was S.H.I.E.L.D's clone, Nian had absolutely no desire to return. She was already an independent being. She had only just emerged to find an opportunity to slaughter S.H.I.E.L.D, and to that end, she had dragged all her sisters aboard. Perhaps one day, Rhodes Island would truly be able to face S.H.I.E.L.D. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm from beyond this world. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Fei finally spoke frankly to Nian. Beyond this world, the famed land, or the Arctic tundra? There are humans there, Nian asked, bewildered. All the nations of Terra are currently situated on a single vast continent. With the exception of a few, many people have never seen the ocean, nor do they know what it is. This situation is naturally anomalous. Over the years, there have been people curious about other places, such as the depths of the ocean or the edges of the continents. Unfortunately, the people living on this continent have never left. None of the expeditions from the land have ever returned. Iberia was said to possess an incredibly powerful golden fleet, but it was annihilated in a single day, followed by a great silence, which instantly weakened this once mighty nation. Neither of those things. It's the real world beyond. The world I'm talking about isn't this continent, or even this planet, Shen Fei said, repeating his old tricks, using magic to reveal to Nian what the world and the world beyond are. So this is the world beyond. In that case, am I the one in the painting? That's true, except this painting is much larger. Shen Fei pondered Nian's description and nodded immediately. It was like Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzi. From this perspective, Zai, who could create the world within the painting, was truly remarkable, if only she weren't so timid. Of the 12 avatars, Zai was the most timid. Since she gained consciousness, she had never dared to sleep. Perhaps it was because she was a god that sleep was irrelevant. Any other being would have perished long ago. For me, it's actually very simple for you not to disappear. You don't even need to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. head-on. As long as I take you out of this world, S.H.I.E.L.D., no matter how powerful he is, won't be able to cross the world to retrieve you. Then what do you want from me, little brother? Do you need me to accompany you? If it were you, little brother, it's not impossible, but my body is over 1,400 degrees Celsius, as long as you can withstand it. Ahem. Nian's words really caught Shen Fei off guard. This was something he had never expected. I don't have any special purpose. I just met you and wanted to help you. Besides, preventing S.H.I.E.L.D. from being born is also good for Diane in this world. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. was very weak now, Diane would definitely have to pay a heavy price to kill him again. Just one order would be enough to cause Diane heavy losses, not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D. You're from another world, Great Yan. That's true. In a certain world, I was the emperor. Really? You don't have that annoying aura those guys have. Just an emperor, nothing special. And really, you're considered a god, but even rarer than an emperor. Great Yan has a strict hierarchy, and the emperor naturally has his heirs, but Shen Fei doesn't have that. That's true. I can't wait to visit other worlds, not yet. I have some things to do here. Once I'm done, I can take you there. Oh, and here's information about other worlds. Take a look, Shen Fei said, pulling out a tablet and handing it to Nian. Because of his discussions with Alicia and the others in the paradise of the past, Shen Fei had compiled a rough outline of each world, saving him from the hassle of explaining things later. Traveling across worlds, this is truly fascinating. Zai will surely be very interested. I didn't expect there were so many worlds. Nian glanced at the contents on the tablet before returning it to Shen Fei. Now was not the time to examine it in detail. It was just dealing with a certain god who had taken over another's body. Shen Fei immediately recounted the events of Kashiche. The incarnation of the kingdom? I didn't expect such a situation to arise now. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fragments, Nian knew a great deal, but this was the first time she had heard of the incarnation of the kingdom. Let's go. We'll talk about the rest later. They're all waiting for you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897 Wei Yanwu, Part 1. Senior, do you know who she is? Seeing Shen Fei and Nian walking back together, laughing, Jings immediately stepped forward and spoke to Shen Fei. Don't worry, I know exactly who she is. And this is a good thing for Yan Nation, isn't it? I will get her out of Yan Nation. For Yan Nation, Nian and the others, who were fragments of the giant beast, posed a threat. If it were just Nian, Zai, Ling, and the others, it would be fine. They feared S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resurrection. As for Nian and the others, they had done much for Yan Nation, such as suppressing the evil demons in the north. Ling had suppressed them there for 100 years. Although Nian had never personally defended the area, he had provided Yan Nation with a considerable amount of equipment. Only Zai, being too timid, had remained hidden within her painting, oblivious to worldly affairs. However, this was also a good thing for Yan Nation. In fact, even now, Nian's brothers and sisters were still on the front lines against the evil demons. Shen Fei knew most about S.H.I.E.L.D's 12 fragments, Nian, Zai, and Ling. Aside from the so-called second brother, there was very little information available. Under these circumstances, if Shen Fei took Nian and the others away, even if S.H.I.E.L.D was truly resurrected later, his strength would be significantly reduced without these fragments. Of course, if Shen Fei wanted to take Nian, Ling, Zai, and the others with him, he would need to negotiate with the Yan Kingdom's higher-ups. Otherwise, how could they trust you with him? What if Shen Fei shared the same motives as Nian and the other's second brother and wanted to resurrect S.H.I.E.L.D and replace him? Yan Kingdom would be in trouble. This was different from Shen Fei's previous conversations with Nian. As a nation, there was more to consider. Leave Yan Kingdom, Shen Fei's words stunned Jings. While taking Nian away was a good thing for Yan Kingdom, it was clearly not something Jings could decide. So, Jings immediately said goodbye. After Jings and the others left, Shuangxing, and the others sheathed their weapons. Then looked at Nian curiously. Due to Yan Kingdom's geographical location, outside of a few mobile cities like Longmen, people from other countries were unfamiliar with the country. The only thing they knew about it was that it was a powerful nation. Who is this? Asked Nian's identity curiously. From the conversation between Shen Fei and Jings, she knew that Nian's identity was very unusual. I'm Nian, Tikaz. It's been a long time since we last met. Looking at the horns on W's head, Nian's tone sounded a little nostalgic. Tikaz, I haven't heard of this term for a long time. Now we are called Sarkaz. When W spoke, his eyes shifted a little, as if he was thinking about something. Sarkaz? That means Kazdal still has no king. Yes, who are you and how do you know Tikaz? W couldn't help but ask. The name Tikaz is not known to many people among the Sarkaz today. W only knew this name because she had spent some time in Babel Tower and Teresa. Have you been to Kazdal? Shen Fei also became curious. I've been to many places, but now everything is different. As gods, their concept of time is completely different from that of humans. A human's life is often not as long as their sleep. As gods, they naturally have plenty of time to look around. Even Zai, who has been hiding in the painting, sometimes travels around and paints, not to mention Nian. Similarly, the people and things they meet along the way may never be seen again during their rest time. This is Froststar, Misha. After nodding, Shen Fei introduced Froststar and others to Nian. Nian then greeted them with a smile. As for the identity of Froststar and others as infected people, Nian naturally didn't care. In this world, anyone can be infected with mineral disease, but Nian and others are the least likely to be infected, even if they are directly under the natural disaster. The infected are fighting so hard, they're truly formidable. But it seems Old Wei didn't deploy the shadow guards. The group quickly arrived at the Dragon Gate's rendezvous area. Normally, the place would be bustling with activity and the roar of traffic, but now, a cacophony of explosions, roars, and screams mingled. The members of the Dragon Gate guards, even with their numerous heavily armored teammates protecting them, were constantly forced back under the onslaught of the reunion's mages. The infected are so powerful, why hasn't anyone tried to raise an army of them? Is it because they don't want to, or has someone tried and failed? The enhanced originium skills of the Or disease patients meant that the reunion's mages were significantly more numerous than those of the Dragon Gate guards. Even the better-equipped Dragon Gate guards couldn't withstand the barrage of spells. Wei Yanwu can't possibly carry out her plan now. This is luring the enemy deeper. Shen Fei couldn't help but murmur as he watched the reunion advance deeper into Longmen as the Longmen guards retreated. On the surface, the reunion was indeed gaining the upper hand, but Shen Fei knew Wei Yanwu's weakness. This is a bit troublesome. Shen Fei sighed softly as he watched many reunion members driven mad by the war. Can W find Faust, the regicide, and the others? Leave it to me, W said, taking off and landing before rushing towards the now open Longmen. Next, be careful. If things get too difficult, retreat first and reunite here. And don't act separately. Wei Yanwu could send his shadow guards. After W left, Shen Fei turned to Froststar and the Yeti squad. Froststar and the Yeti squad's next mission is paramount. It depends on them to determine how many members of the reunion movement can be evacuated from Longmen. The reunion movement's members will never obey his orders. They are also the most dangerous. Shen Fei has exposed Wei Yanwu's plan, and the shadow guards might now target the reunion movement. It's for this reason that Shen Fei didn't allow the Yeti squad to split up and gather the reunion movement's members. The Yeti squad's overall combat power is considerable, but if they were separated, their strength would be greatly weakened. Let me give you some protection. As he spoke, Shen Fei formed hand seals, casting a golden light upon Frost Star and each member of the Yeti squad. Don't worry, we've seen bigger things, a member of the Yeti squad said with a smile, curiously pressing the light on his body. This wasn't a lie. Although the Yeti squad members were very young, they had experienced situations that a normal person would never encounter in their lifetime. The infected minds of Ursus are a veritable hell. To put it bluntly, the Yeti squad crawled out of hell. Don't forget what I said before. Longman Shadow Guards are on par with Ursus's inner guards. You can defeat a few of them. The Yeti squad immediately fell silent. They had faced Ursus's inner guards before, and even with Frost Star, they could only barely hold off two of them, with the main pressure coming from Frost Star. Of course, this description of the strength of the inner guards and shadow guards is not accurate, as their situations differ significantly, involving the issue of restraint. Ursus's royal inner guards, due to their demonic connections, have a significant suppressive effect on those less powerful or fearful of them. The shadow guards wouldn't have that same feeling with the Yeti squad. Let's go, meet the ruler of this city, Shen Fei. Separated from Frost Star, the Yeti squad, and the others, naturally had things he needed to do. He had to talk to Wei Yanwu. Some things couldn't be said over the communicator. It's quite chaotic, but it turns out not many people care about this part of the slum. As expected, when the war starts, it's the richest people who leave. Shen Fei and Nian stood on the roof of the tallest building in the slum, overlooking the chaos below. A large number of reunion members rushed in, and many of them even broke into rooms and dragged people out. If they were infected, it would be fine, but if they weren't, the outcome would be unpredictable. Compared to the chaos in the slum, on the street across the slum, except for the members of the Royal Guard, everyone else had disappeared. I wonder if Shi-Huai's piano, worth 1.8 million, can be saved this time. The chaotic situation below suddenly made Shen Fei think of the piano that was ultimately lost. Xingqian had originally wanted to save it, but after all, the reunion magicians didn't care. Hey, why bother? Originally, Shen Fei didn't intend to care about what those people from the reunion movement were doing. There were too many such things. However, when he saw that the people from the reunion movement also attacked children, he finally couldn't help it. With a wave of his right hand, a gorgeous sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. 4 consecutive shots directly penetrated the chests of the 4 people. The 4 people died suddenly. The child was startled and then quickly hid in a nearby house. Nian is a good weapon. Nian looked at the weapon that suddenly appeared in Shen Fei's hand with some surprise, and then took it from Shen Fei's hand. Without any movement, the sniper rifle melted and disappeared into the air. Huh? It's a creation. Nian looked at the sniper rifle that disappeared in his hand in surprise, but then an identical sniper rifle appeared in his hand. As expected of Nian, she's practically a god of forging and smelting. Looking at the sniper rifle in Nian's hand, even superficially identical, it was enough to astonish Shen Fei. Combined with the 12 towers and 5 fortresses, 3,000 mechanical devices, and 1 million mercenaries the Grand Tutor had her forged back in Shangshu, given enough materials and time, she could single-handedly supply the entire nation with equipment. This was also the world. If Nian were brought to his Tang dynasty, she wouldn't need 1 million terracotta warriors, 100,000 would be enough to sweep the world. That's Quinjet. She's here at this time, and that fog? That must be the Kingslayer's Arginium technique, right? I see. Shen Fei didn't see Quinjet, but he did see her unique pet, with 4 sharp claws and a body covered in black crystals, possibly an Arginium creature. Upon spotting Quinjet, Shen Fei immediately greeted Nian and headed for her. He was deeply curious about the supposedly omniscient Quinjet. If he added the all-powerful Dr. Omnipotent, wouldn't the 2 of them, combined, be all-knowing and all-powerful? Speaking of which, Mon 3TR appears to be an Arginium creature. So why did Quinjet contract the originopathy? And the originopathy doesn't seem to affect her at all. Is it because she's an immortal? Quinjet was undoubtedly an immortal, and so was the Dr. Omnipotent. Technically speaking, the Dr. Omnipotent was much older than Quinjet. After all, there's been a theory that the Dr. Omnipotent was a human from a previous civilization. All life on Terra arose after the fall of the previous civilization, But there were many theories about why that civilization fell, and the only assumption was that Arginium had a significant bearing on it. Even human civilization, even at the level of its predecessor, was utterly annihilated by the Arginium. It was clear that humanity was too fragile. With these fanciful thoughts, Shen Fei and Nian quickly arrived at the source of the thick fog. By then, the fog had thinned somewhat, allowing them to see a girl in a red coat pinning a red-haired girl to the ground. Not far in front of them, Mon-3TR was threatening with his fangs and claws, while the red-haired girl trembled all over, seemingly terrified by Mon-3TR. This was understandable, considering that even the Ursus Royal Guard was surprised by Mon-3TR's presence. Sure enough, he's the Kingslayer who destroys both the game and reality. This must be Hong. In the moment Shen Fei and Nian were together, Mon-3TR suddenly roared loudly and immediately returned to Quinjet, shielding her behind him. Hong, carrying the defenseless red-haired girl, dodged to the side. To think there's a creature like this? So many surprises today. Upon seeing Mon-3TR, Nian's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed even she was surprised by Quinjet's pet. Mr. Shen Fei, Quinjet said as she walked over to Mon-3TR and waved at him as he neighed. Don't be surprised. Maya showed me your photo. Are you here to meet Governor Wei? I happen to be planning to meet him as well. As if guessing Shen Fei's doubts, Quinjet continued. Dr. Quinjet is truly amazing, Shen Fei said with a helpless smile. He didn't know if Quinjet knew everything, but she was definitely very smart. So, when Tallulah was kidnapped from Rhodes Island, was it all a show? Quinjet, with a doctor in her arms, had Tallulah taken away so easily. It was truly abrupt and abnormal. After all, that was Rhodes Island's main ship. How could it be so easily broken into? What if the invaders didn't want to rescue Tallulah, but were instead trying to deal with Rhodes Island's enemies? Rhodes Island had so many elite operators, but only one, Wang, was on board. This was incredibly strange. Quinjet had experienced the Regia's assassination, so even if there were many hidden secrets involved, it was impossible for her not to take precautions. Otherwise, what if someone tried to assassinate Maya, the new Demon King? You must be the Kingslayer, right? Frostster is waiting for you over there. Once you see her, you'll know what happened. Let her go. With Quinjet's permission, Hong immediately released the Kingslayer and appeared at Quinjet's side. Ludmilla, I've said what I need to say. Go back and think about what you want. You don't need to lecture me. I'll make sure you pay next time. The Kingslayer gave Quinjet a cold look, then turned and left, completely ignoring Shen Fei's intentions. Chapter 898 Wei Yanwu, Part 2. Poor Kingslayer. What bad luck. Shen Fei shook his head as he watched the Kingslayer depart. In the game, she was known as the weakest member of the reunion. While that wasn't true in reality, she had to face Quinjet and Red. The Kingslayer was no match for either of them. Strictly speaking, the Kingslayer wasn't weak, definitely not the weakest among the reunion's members. Her Arginium technique was a form of magic similar to the Mist Hidden Art, effective for concealment and assassination. Aside from Patriot, Tallulah, and Frostster, the others' abilities were similar, their strengths simply varying. But after all, he'd encountered Quinjet and Red. Quinjet, needless to say, though she hadn't shown much individual prowess, was just a Mon-3TR, making her no match for the Kingslayer. As for Red, due to her background, she was practically a match for Rupert, even though she was also a Rupert. The original Kingslayer, resigned to the oppression he faced from Red here, returned to Syracuse, determined to become stronger and seek revenge. Quinjet's talent for picking up children could rival Orochimaru's. Many operators on Rhodes Island were picked up by Quinjet, many of whom were less powerful than her. Red, for example, was not only formidable but also fiercely loyal to Quinjet. She was a member of Rhodes Island's secret organization, SWEEP. This led Shen Fei to wonder if the existence of SWEEP was the reason behind Tallulah's subsequent abduction. Others included Popka. Don't underestimate her in-game rank. In reality, her incredible strength is unmatched. It's a bit strange, considering Popka is a Carthusian, yet her power surpasses even the average Plantahu. Those who wield chainsaws are ruthless. Reality is truly different from reality. How could Quinjet wear an off-the-shoulder dress? Of course, perhaps she only wears that in Rhodes Island. One of Shen Fei's most vivid memories of Quinjet was the Originium crystals on her shoulders. He hadn't had the chance to see them now, but that was understandable. Infected individuals, especially those who ventured out, wouldn't expose their originium crystals. As for a swimsuit, that was even more unrealistic. It was probably only worn in certain special places, like Dasare, Ziosta, or some remote tribes, like Gavel's homeland, where so-called mineral sickness was simply stone sickness. Someone's coming. Looks like we should leave. Just as Shen Fei was about to approach Quinjet, he suddenly glanced to the left, where a group of reunion members appeared. Red. Quinjet nodded, nodding to Red, who immediately vanished. Shen Fei perceived her as heading for the reunion pair. Red reappeared, spotless. Isn't it necessary not to kill people? The reunion team wasn't dead, but they were temporarily immobilized. Hong removed their devices, worthy of someone with a bone-frozen skill. Who are you? When Shen Fei and his 4 companions arrived at the Longman Guard Bureau building, they were immediately spotted by guards members located behind the fortifications. Shi-Hu-Iya, nice to see you again. Why don't I see Officer Chen? It was Shi-Hu-Iya who was in charge of commanding the guard sorcerers through the drone's loudspeaker. Shen Fei immediately stepped forward to greet her. It's true that originium techniques are truly remarkable. Besides being able to produce various spells, they can also be used to control drones and originium creatures. Because of originium, creatures in the wild have undergone tremendous mutations. Even the same species can undergo significant changes due to originium. For example, originium bugs can be classified as ordinary originium bugs, acid bugs, high-energy bugs, and even self-destruct bugs. Others include rock crabs and hunting dogs. Ordinary rock crabs are food, but some mutated originium rock crabs can even overturn tanks. Perhaps because Longman uncovered Wei Yanwu's plan, he abandoned his plan to abandon the Imperial Guard building and now aims to suppress the reunion. A team of sorcerers capable of controlling a large number of drones would have a significant impact in a war. They're like simplified bombers. Even in the game, facing bomb-dropping drones, most people would resort to using a quick revive to block them. But that's in the game. In reality, there are no quick revives to block drone bombs, not to mention that bomb drones often appear in large numbers. If the game could create dozens or even hundreds of bomb-carrying drones at once, that would be quite interesting. The reunion naturally has drones, and they have more sorcerers than Longman. Unfortunately, even for sorcerers, controlling drones isn't easy, it requires training. Since reunion sorcerers are all infected themselves, they naturally don't have the training to operate drones. Captain Wei is waiting for you. Shi-Hu-Iya had no time for pleasantries with Shen Fei. After ordering a member of the Imperial Guard to lead the way for Shen Fei and his group, she immediately resumed her instructions. Did this guy figure it out? An old fox is an old fox. Quinjet had guessed his intention, and so had Wei Yanwu, leaving Shen Fei feeling slightly annoyed. Officer Chen, your current mission is to command the Imperial Guard to repel the reunion movement. Do you understand? Following the Imperial Guard members to the floor where Wei Yanwu's office was located, they reached the door when they heard an extremely angry roar from within. Please wait a moment, the Imperial Guard member leading the way prepared to report, but Shen Fei ignored him and pushed the door open. Sorry, it's urgent. I hope I didn't disturb you. Watching Shen Fei and his group walk in, Wei Yanwu wanted to say he was disturbed, but he held back. After all, it wasn't just Shen Fei who was there, but Nian as well. Of the 4 people who had arrived, only Hong hadn't entered Wei Yanwu's office. As the governor of Longman and the brother of the current emperor of Yan, he was naturally aware of Nian's existence. No, this matter is over. Officer Chen, go do your work now, Wei Yanwu said, signaling Chen Huji to leave immediately. Unfortunately, Chen Huji didn't seem to see his gaze and turned directly to Shen Fei. When are you leaving for Cherno? I want to go with you, Chen Huji. Wei Yanwu, nearly furious, began to name names. Since this city can't accommodate the infected, I, as an infected, have no reason to stay. Even though Wei Yanwu hadn't yet done those things, the fact that he wanted to do so made Chen Huji understand something. She had a special relationship with Wei Yanwu. Otherwise, like the previous director Jiu, she would have left the guard bureau long ago. Previously, Chen Huji was a little confused by Jiu's determination to leave after becoming infected, but now she understood. Wei Yanwu looked at Chen Huji for a long time without being able to speak. He never thought that at this time Chen Huji would reveal that she was an infected person. Even if he, Wei Yanwu, was the governor of Longman, and Chen Huji had an extraordinary relationship with her, There was no way for an infected person to become a senior inspector of the Guard Bureau, let alone the director of the Guard Bureau and the governor of Longmen. Originally, Wei Yanwu wanted to slowly let Chen Huji establish her authority, starting with the director of the Guard Bureau, and then she would become the governor, and Shi Huai would become the director of the Guard Bureau. Chen Huji's identity as an infected person made Quinjet look at her more. There's no need to be so confrontational. She just wants to see Tallulah. I promise she'll return safely, and I think it's a good thing for her to get out and see the world and broaden her horizons. Let's first discuss the integration movement. Chen Huji is incredibly upright now, a righteousness that brooks no compromise. Integrity is a good thing, but unfortunately, this land can't accommodate such a righteous person. Wei Yanwu was much the same back then. Don't underestimate him, he was a man willing to give up the throne. If he hadn't left Yan State for Longmen, he'd be the current emperor of Yan. What do you want to discuss? Wei Yanwu paused for a moment, then moved on from Chen Huji. Of course, how to minimize losses on both sides. It sounds a bit strange for two warring parties to sit together and discuss minimizing losses, but it's happening now. After a fierce exchange, the two sides finally reached a settlement. Although strictly speaking, Wei Yanwu agreed to Shen Fei's request with a look of displeasure. Shen Fei's power was so strong that he had to give up some things. If it were him, Wei Yanwu would definitely not be so easy to deal with. By the way, let's talk about the situation in Rhodes Island. They helped you solve such a big problem. Governor Wei, you can't be embarrassed not to contribute a bit, right? This has nothing to do with you, Your Excellency, Governor Wei. I have only one request. I want the relics that Edward Arterius left at Longmen. How did you know this? Wei Yanwu's expression suddenly turned solemn. The fact that Edward Arterius left relics at Longmen was not something that everyone should know. Of course I have my own channels. Is it for the King of Advancement? So, it's not like Tallulah doesn't have a chance to compete for Victoria's throne. If this is Kochushko's plan, it's quite far-sighted. While Quinjet and Wei Yanwu discussed the matter of Edward Artorius, Shen Fei was also pondering something else. During his days at Longmen, he had searched the internet for intelligence on various countries in the world. While it wasn't top secret, when combined with what he had gathered, it made a difference. He could understand why Kochushko took Tallulah away instead of Chen Huji. Chen Huji was only of the Yan nation's dragon bloodline, while Tallulah was a double dragon hybrid, and she also displayed Draco's bloodline. Under these circumstances, she was qualified to compete for the throne of Victoria. If it was Tallulah from the reunion movement, she might not have had this chance, but what if it was the Grand Duke of Ursus? And what if Kochushko simply wanted to use her status to confuse Victoria? If any of Victoria's 8 dukes harbored ulterior motives, they could easily use Tallulah's guise. Much like how Fusa's banner was often raised during the late Qin dynasty. Edward Arterius, like Wei Yanwu, had the chance to become king of Victoria, but he gave it up and fled to Longmen, where he met Wei Yanwu and Lin Jeru. It's a pleasure working with you. By the way, Duke Wei, please take care of my film and television company. After establishing the film and television company, Shen Fei simply handed it over to Iron Eater. There wasn't much to do, just producing TV series or movies. He had plenty of money and didn't need financing. He was even less worried about competition from his peers, as Wei Yanwu was behind him. Iron Eater was currently preparing to film the previous film. You want to make a movie? Upon hearing the word, Nian immediately piqued his interest, as expected of someone who wanted to film the film Honglu Shi Sui. Why, you're interested, of course, then prepare the script first. Once this is over, we can start filming, then I'll have to prepare thoroughly, Nian said, then fell silent, apparently trying to think of something suitable to write. Wei Yanwu looked at Shen Fei and Nian speechlessly. If it weren't for these two, he would have kicked them out of the discussion about filming in this situation. Is Rhodes Island interested? It'll be considered an investment, and you can share the profits. Thinking of Rhodes Island's many operators, Shen Fei immediately spoke to Quinjet. You should discuss this with Amaya. She's the leader of Rhodes Island. Just as Wei Yanwu was training Chen Huji, Quinjet was also training Amaya. She never interfered in matters concerning Amaya's authority. If she always handled it, who would Rhodes Island listen to? If Amaya hadn't been preparing to mobilize her, she would definitely have brought her to see Wei Yanwu this time. Guess we'll have to wait until this is over. Okay, I have to deal with reunion. See you later in Rhodes Island. A fight's about to break out. When Shen Fei and Nian found Frostster in the Yeti, she was leading the Yeti squad and some reunion members in a standoff against Mephisto's herd, Faust's phantom crossbowmen, and another group of reunion members. Surrounding both sides were some reunion members led by the Kingslayer, who looked bewildered, unsure which side to support. "You actually said my sister was wrong? I think you've betrayed me, and those people deserve to die, Mephisto. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. This is the perfect opportunity. Faust, move aside. You're not my target." Frostster had long been disgusted with Mephisto's actions. If it weren't for the greater good of reunion, she would have attacked him long ago. While Mephisto's Originium skills were formidable, unfortunately, Frostster's Originium skills were perfectly matched to hers. "Faust, you know what Tallulah was like before. She's not the same person now. If this continues, the reunion movement will perish. I'm sorry." After hearing Frostster's words, Faust looked at Mephisto, who wore a twisted smile, but ultimately shook his head. "Well, I'm sorry, but attack." Frostster and the Yeti squad immediately attacked simultaneously, freezing Mephisto's herd in an instant. P.S. Does Mephisto want to die? Chapter 899 Rhode Island, Part 1. Frostster struck without mercy. After freezing most of Mephistopheles' herd, she immediately unleashed a barrage of icy spikes at him. Having survived the brutal snowfields of Ursus, Frostster was no mercy. Her attack also engulfed Faust. Despite Frostster's favorable impression of Faust, once he attacked, he became an enemy. "Damn it! Stop her!" Mephistopheles' face darkened as he watched his herd frozen. As he spoke, the herd that had been surrounding him immediately threw themselves between him and Faust. As a sorcerer, Mephistopheles was well aware of his weakness in close combat, which was why he always had a herd of Sarkas guarding him. The Sarkas' physique, enhanced by Mephisto's Originium technique, meant that even Frostster's Originium technique could temporarily freeze them. While the freezing was difficult, the numerous ice spikes piercing the Sarkas herd drastically slowed their movement. Faust sighed inwardly upon seeing Mephisto in danger. He raised his crossbow, and with a flash of purple light, a single purple bolt blasted towards Frostster. Faust was well aware of Mephisto's problem, but after all, they were best friends. While others might abandon Mephisto, Faust would never abandon him. Faust's crossbow's attack was so powerful that even Frostster was forced to pause and conjure an ice shield before her. Bang! The purple crossbow bolt struck the center of the ice shield. With a muffled thud, cracks appeared on the shield before it shattered, dispersing into a cloud of icy debris. Simultaneously, the purple crossbow bolt shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. The blow was equally powerful. Having blocked Faust's attack, Frostster attacked again. This time, before Mephisto could even prepare to withstand it, Faust pulled back. While Frostster's attack remained the same, still a cone of ice, the chill intensified. Faust, as a marksman, was naturally not foolish enough to fight Frostster in such an environment. Speaking of which, if Frostster and Tallulah fought, I'm not sure who would win. If we take into account racial advantages, Frostster doesn't seem to win. Frostster's ice and Tallulah's fire counteracted each other. Unfortunately, Frostster was only a Carthus, while Tallulah was a Draco, of the bloodline of two dragons. The Phantom crossbowmen are no match for the Yetis, but W went there, and there are Alex and Misha too. Frostster single-handedly suppressed Faust and Mephisto. The Yetis had an easier time. The Phantom crossbowmen were incredibly powerful when combined with Faust's attacks, but on their own, their damage output was significantly reduced, not to mention the Yeti's shields, which Shen Fei had provided. "Mephisto, you lunatic, Syracuse, move!" Watching Mephisto retreat under Frostster's pressure, he began to use his Originium technique. The Kingslayer, watching the battle, cursed and immediately ordered the reunion members around him to retreat. A large amount of dust fell from the sky. This was Mephisto's Originium technique. While harmless to normal humans, it could slowly transform infected individuals into a herd through the dust. Of course, this was only the theoretical state of his Originium technique. Whether the infected can be transformed into a herd depends on the strength of both parties. Just like in the original novel, Mephisto discovered Officer Chen's infection through this, but that's all he could do. The easiest thing for Mephisto to manipulate was naturally corpses. As dust settled, the previously deceased nearby began to rapidly emit black Originium from their bodies, staggering to their feet. However, before they could join the battle, They were frozen by Froststar's icy aura, causing Mephisto to unleash a barrage of Ursa's curses. The frozen herd reduced Mephisto's combat effectiveness by at least 80%, forcing him to rely on the few remaining Sarkas to fend off Froststar's attacks. However, as Froststar's attacks continued, the Sarkas herd gradually dwindled. After being pierced by a barrage of ice spikes, even the Sarkas would be frozen. If this continued, without all of their herds, the two would be completely vulnerable to Froststar's attacks. Faust, hey, let's save him, Shen Fei sighed softly as he watched Faust's unwavering devotion to Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles deserved death, but Faust was different. Froststar, let's stop here. Shen Fei appeared before Faust and Mephistopheles, blocking Froststar's incoming icy spikes with a wave of his hand. Simultaneously, he froze Mephistopheles' last two Sarkas herds. You want to save him? You should know what he's done. Froststar immediately stopped fighting after Shen Fei appeared. Simultaneously, the Yeti squad and the Phantom crossbowmen also ceased their battle. If Froststar's side was truly engaged in a life-or-death struggle, even if it was just a matter of holding each other back, no one would resort to ruthless action. Of course I know that, but you've also seen that if Mephistopheles dies, this guy will probably be buried with him. I'll take care of his problem. Shen Fei nodded to Froststar. Before Mephistopheles could speak, he waved his hand and collapsed to the ground. An illusory feather appeared out of thin air in his sight. You dudgeon. Seeing Mephistopheles fall, Faust immediately lowered his crossbow. I will seal his memories of the past few years, retaining only his childhood memories before the undead black snake distorted them. Is that okay, Faust? After the battle, Shen Fei summoned Froststar, Kingslayer, and the others and told Faust his plan. Since killing Mephistopheles was difficult, but leaving him alone wasn't a good idea either, the only option was to alter his memories. With his current strength, he could easily distort Mephistopheles' memories completely, but after thinking about it, he felt it was unnecessary. Can it really be done? Faust's expression suddenly became excited after hearing Shen Fei's words. In fact, Faust was the first to notice Tallulah's change. He originally wanted to take Mephistopheles away, but unfortunately, before he could act, Tallulah noticed and threatened Mephistopheles' safety. The reason why Faust was able to detect Tallulah's change earlier was probably because of his race. Fidelia, like Causes, is a snake. For Faust, if Mephistopheles could return to the past, it would be perfect. Back then, Mephistopheles was just a boy who loved to sing, but couldn't sing. Of course, but you'll have to take good care of him. Just say he lost his memory due to the effects of the battle. You can decide the details yourself. As he spoke, Shen Fei immediately deployed the feather dust, entered Mephisto's mind, and began to remove the seal and modify his memories. Shen Fei could have used the feather dust to modify Mephisto's mind, but that would have required fabricating memories, which was too much trouble. It would have been simpler to just say he had lost his memory. Since I've already helped, let's do it to the end. Having sealed Mephisto's memory, Shen Fei also took the opportunity to treat the originium in his throat. As a child, Mephisto was a very loyal person, having swallowed the originium raw to transform himself into an infected. Sasha, what's wrong with me? My head hurts, and you've grown taller. Mephisto, regaining consciousness, looked at Faust and immediately, with a look of joy, took his hand. Upon seeing Frost and the others, he smiled and greeted them. Big sister. Back then, Mephisto and Froststar had a good relationship. He'd learned the lullaby from her, but the originium in his throat had made him unable to sing. Mephisto's smile startled Froststar for a moment, but she ignored him. Instead, she looked at Faust and said, I've already told you what's going on. Now organize the retreat. With that, Froststar turned and left. Sasha, did I offend Big Sister? Mephisto asked Faust, puzzled, as she watched Froststar leave. No, I'll tell you something later. Seeing Mephisto, who had almost returned to her former self, Faust didn't know how to explain himself, so he could only put it off. I didn't expect you to help. Following Froststar, Shen Fei met W and Alex, who were organizing the Reunion Movement's retreat. Technically, the retreat included not only the Reunion Movement but also some infected people from Lungmen. I just don't want my compatriots to be used as pawns, Alex said coldly, now without the bone-crushing mask. Then go for it. W, get some people who can drive vehicles. One of the terms of Shen Fei's earlier negotiations with Wei Yanwu was for Longmen to provide some supplies, primarily food and water. The reunion movement was severely lacking these, even if they captured a mobile city. The reunion movement now had no development philosophy, everything was about plunder. It must be said that the immortal Black Snake had exemplified the Ursa's tradition of fighting to support the war. Originally, the reunion movement planned to seize a city module as a base and then depart. If conditions allowed, Shen Fei would naturally prepare extra supplies for reunion members who wished to leave. Of course, while Wei Yanwu had agreed to provide supplies, he wouldn't be giving them to the reunion movement. They would have to take them themselves. Even if this were to be disclosed, it wouldn't be Wei Yanwu's fault. It was the reunion movement that had taken them, and Shen Fei certainly paid the price. The reunion is preparing to retreat. In a shabby room somewhere in the slums, several figures in reunion uniforms gathered with a tall, red-haired woman. Yes, one of the reunion members said. Why aren't you leaving? The woman continued. Because we don't know who to trust now. The sudden change in command brought to light the suppressed resentment towards Tallulah among some within the reunion. What's the reason they're retreating? They say they fell into an Ursa's trap. Chernobog was deliberately set up for us to capture, and Tallulah fell into trap too. Now 2 Ursa's legions are hovering near Chernobog. Only reunion cotters and a few key personnel knew that Tallulah was no longer Tallulah, but the undead Black Snake. Since Tallulah could still become the leader of the reunion in the future, it was impossible for her to reveal all of her details here. That's quite possible. I've always wondered how you could possibly capture a mobile city, and even for so long, yet the Ursus army remained silent. Now I understand, someone in the room began to protest, but was silenced by another. I don't trust Tallulah. She's the heir to the Grand Duke. Who can say she's not a spy sent by Ursus? Many within the reunion movement resented Tallulah because of her background. For many infected within the reunion movement, the nobility were untrustworthy. If it weren't for the Patriots' protection when Tallulah's identity was exposed, there might not be a reunion movement today. So what are you going to do now? I don't know, but for now, we can only leave. Another reunion movement team has left with someone. Is that 9? Well, this helps clear the reunion movement's ranks. Tallulah used to be too kind, accepting any infected who came to her unconditionally, even after being betrayed many times. After being controlled by the immortal Kochushko, her acceptance of all infected became even more extreme. To be frank, the reunion movement has been crammed with countless forces. While the failed attack on Longman resulted in numerous casualties, it's a good thing for the future. Faust, I'll leave this place to you. If anyone wants to leave, let them go. Don't stop them. After speaking with Faust, Shen Fei was extremely grateful to have saved him. Faust turned out to be a rare managerial talent, something the reunion movement currently lacked. The reunion movement's distribution of supplies was completely military control. After all, supplies were scarce, and this was the only way to ensure the survival of the majority of its forces. However, if they occupied a mobile city, this system would be untenable. Misha, come with me. Your condition is quite serious, and you need to go to Rhodes Island for a thorough checkup. After the reunion movement's willing departures had cleared Longman, Shen Fei made some arrangements and then headed to Rhodes Island with Nian, Frostster, W, and Misha. The Yeti squad was reluctant to leave Sister Frostster, but that was Rhodes Island after all. After the fierce battle in Chernobog, it was unwise to have a large number of people on Rhodes Island. Misha had originally wanted to be with Alex, but due to her oripathy, she was taken along by Shen Fei. As for W, although he was somewhat displeased at the prospect of meeting Quinjet, he had no choice but to board the Rhodes Island if he wanted to reach Chernobog as quickly as possible. Shen Fei could use flying vehicles like the Quinjet to reach Chernobog quickly, but since Chernobog needed rescue, they would have to wait for the Rhodes Island people to act together. I must build a Hyperion this time when I go back. The Quinjet and other aircraft were too small to carry many people, and using the power of the Herrscher of Reason to construct a Hyperion was a waste of energy. Why use human power when technology could handle it? This wasn't just about building a Hyperion for attack, it was about transporting a large number of people. More importantly, of course, Shen Fei could take the opportunity to visit Rhodes Island. Chapter 900 Rhode Island, Part 2. Shen Fei and Nian's group arrived at the connecting area of Longman's 5th district. From a distance, they could see a massive land-based ship docked there. Perhaps because Longman was experiencing unrest, this single ship was the only one visible. As a new international metropolis, Longman had a significant number of land-based ships, especially for major corporations and groups, which often used them. In this world, owning a land-based ship was easy, all it took was money. Simply put, it was the equivalent of private jets and luxury cruise ships in the ordinary world. Of course, these land-based ships were only standard models. Even with the appropriate weapons, they were no match for the military's land-based warships. Longman wouldn't have allowed them to dock so close to the island. However, none of those land-based ships were as large as Rhodes Island. Seeing Rhodes Island in person, Shen Fei realized its enormous size. It was roughly the size of a small mobile town, no smaller than the destroyed Chernobog City module they had seen in District 14. Thinking about it, this was quite normal. After all, there were quite a few people living on the Rhodes Island. Even the recorded operators were at least in the triple digits. If you add in the unknown number of logistics operators, the orphans and patients Rhodes Island took in, as well as the local offices, safe houses, and so on, the number of people reaching the quadruple digits is not surprising. Remember, Rhodes Island was excavated from rebuilt. This is somewhat similar to the Hongkai Impact Third, where technological development relies entirely on excavating ruins. But what's interesting is why there are these land-based ships inside the ruins. If they were built by a previous civilization, why would they have built such a thing? Did they know that this world would face an Argonium disaster in the future? And is this really an ordinary land-based ship? As he walked towards Rhodes Island, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of its origins. Something excavated from ancient ruins couldn't be that simple, right? Even if Rhodes Island was an airship, it wasn't impossible. Forget about anything else. If it was just an ordinary land-based ship, would the Tower of Babel have spent nearly 2 years digging it out of the ground? Precis? Never mind. It's a pre-civilization after all. We'll talk about it later. Shen Fei knew more than just one or two things about the pre-civilization. It was the Hongkai world, and the Dark Continent in Hunter World was also a possibility. My fake doctor will finally meet the real doctor, but this time I should get to know his true identity. Arriving near Rhodes Island, Shen Fei immediately spotted Quinjet. Amei and the others were waiting for him on the deck of Rhodes Island. To Amei's right, the figure in a black robe, completely obscuring even his face, was undoubtedly the doctor. The doctor stood to Amei's left, with Quinjet to her right. Wang was absent, likely the reunion movement, still fighting the guards within Longman. While the NJIU had taken away a number of reunion members, there were still quite a few left within Longman. And to be honest, it's unclear how many of those people were actually members of the reunion movement. Once you put on the clothes and the mask, you become part of the reunion movement in the eyes of others. During Tallulah reign, the reunion didn't dress like this. It wasn't until she was controlled by Kotchushko that the reunion adopted its current attire. This dominant stance was likely intended to facilitate the infiltration of ISIS regular troops, while also allowing those with ulterior motives to sneak in. A city in turmoil is prone to those seeking to take advantage. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people might not have the courage to do so, but now is a time of chaos. Along the way, Shen Fei had spotted several gang members from the Longman slums donning reunion clothing and looting. There were also mercenaries, bounty hunters, and so on. Right now, for example, some unsuspecting individuals were charging towards Rhodes Island. If they could plunder a land-based ship, they might have a secure future. This is the doctor. Amei introduced him as Shen Fei and his group ascended the gangway to the Rhodes Island deck. It's hard to tell whether you're a man or a woman, but I don't believe you dress like this constantly inside Rhodes Island. The doctor's voice was indistinguishable, whether it was inherently that way or because of the mask. Reality isn't a game. The doctor can't stay like this in Rhodes Island forever, it's unrealistic. I wonder if I can see the doctor's special skill. As the demon of Babel, his special skill? Of course, boiling water in his mouth is making instant noodles. This has been mentioned by more than one person, including the ninja Snow White. I'm sorry, her oropathy is quite severe. Could you please take a look at her first, Ms. Misha? I've arranged everything. Over here, Amei nodded. She knew about Misha's oropathy problem. Ms. Frostster and Ms. W, please check them out as well. Amei then looked at Frostster and W. Even though Frostster and W were members of the reunion movement, as a medical organization for the infected, Rhodes Island was willing to do its best to treat anyone infected. Let her go. I don't need to. You don't know what the Sarkas are like, W spoke, her eyes flicking back and forth between the doctor and Quinjet. Amidaya, if she doesn't want to, forget it." Just as Amidaya was about to persuade her, Quinjet spoke up. "I understand, Dr. Quinjet." Since Quinjet had spoken, Amidaya stopped talking. "The enemy is coming. Do you need help?" W said, unshackling the weapon from his shoulder as he watched a group of nearly 20 men, dressed in integrated sportswear, charging towards them with shouts. "No need. Rhodes Island can handle it." As Quinjet spoke, Rosemary sprang into action. 4 giant sword-like objects instantly levitated from the ground and slammed down like streaking arrows. Boom boom boom. The immense force sent up a cloud of dust, and the screams abruptly ceased amidst the smoke. When the dust cleared, only several large craters remained, and the bodies were mangled. W's mouth dropped open at the sight. It wasn't the sheer horror of the scene. As a renowned mercenary, she had seen worse. What surprised him was Rosemary's power. With the power Rosemary had just displayed, even if all those people had been replaced with sarcasm, the outcome wouldn't have changed at all. At most, they would have held out a little longer. As expected of an operator with annihilation skills, who said sniping can't hit heavy armor, it's just a scratch? With Rosemary's current attack, even Patriot's shield guards couldn't block it. Of course, Patriot himself doesn't count, but he can block it. Unfortunately, in the game, Rosemary doesn't have such offensive power. After Rosemary eliminated the enemy, the Doctor immediately led the way into Rhodes Island's cabin. Although this wasn't his first encounter, and the previous wave of people coveting Rhodes Island's land battleship was not the first, he still couldn't stand it. After all, Rosemary was only 14 years old. The current Doctor isn't the Babel spirit. If he were, he would have only learned of Rosemary's abilities and made better use of them. But now, he doesn't want Rosemary to face such brutal battles so early. Rosemary deserves to live a normal life. Unfortunately, his idea doesn't meet the approval of Rosemary and Quinjet. Rosemary refuses, citing Amidaya as also 14 and a valuable asset to the team. Quinjet, however, lets Rosemary join the battle for the same reason as the Doctor, to allow her to lead a somewhat normal life. Rosemary's powers are immense, and only combat allows her to better control them and communicate with her team members. Without combat, Rosemary would be confined to the lab for the rest of her life, lest her powers harm others. As for the normal life a normal 14-year-old girl should lead, Rosemary is completely cut off from it. Honestly, in this twisted world, is there really such a thing as a normal life? One of Rhodes Island's core values is voluntary participation. When Quinjet appointed Rosemary as an elite operator, she repeatedly confirmed her feelings. Dr. Shining, excuse me, in the Rhodes Island medical room, Amidaya outlined Misha and Frostster's situation. Shen Fei recognized her immediately. After all, she was the renowned swordsman, and he had a particular world-famous painting memorized. The three of them sat on a bench, wondering who was the most panicked. "No problem," Shining nodded, preparing to take Misha and Frostster for a checkup. Meanwhile, Amidaya took Shen Fei, Nian, and W to the doctor's office. Inside, the doctor removed his mask, revealing his true form, a seemingly heroic woman. I didn't expect the true face of the Babel spirit to be this. In reality, the doctor's gender didn't matter. After all, it was either male or female, there were only 2 options. What really mattered was that, like Shen Fei, she was a pure human being. That's true. Isn't the doctor similar to Fu Hui, having fallen asleep and arrived in this era? But if that's the case, is she really the only one who arrived in this era? Fu Hui wasn't the only one from the past civilization of the collapsed fire moth to arrive in the present era. Let's be frank. Who are you? The doctor said bluntly after everyone had settled down. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm certain I'm definitely not who you think I am, Shen Fei said. After a moment's silence, he spoke. I'm from beyond this world, the famed land, the Arctic ice field, the doctor exclaimed in surprise. Although the doctor had lost his memory, after arriving in Rhodes Island, with Quinjet's help, he had learned many of the continent's secrets. Upon hearing that Shen Fei was from beyond the famed land or the Arctic ice field, Amidaya, Quinjet, and W's expressions suddenly grew serious. Beyond this world, not beyond this continent, Shen Fei explained, explaining what beyond this world meant. Other worlds? How is that even possible? Amidaya and the other 2 looked incredulous. Nothing is impossible. My presence here is proof. Are there many people like you? The doctor, after a moment of surprise, quickly regained his composure, living up to the nickname Babel's evil spirit. I don't know about that, but it's definitely not that common. Shen Fei had originally wanted to say it was extremely rare, but with the thought of Team Rainbow arriving later, he hesitated. Time travelers might not be rare after all, the key was whether they could thrive. For example, if someone traveled to the collapse world or this very continent of Terra and died early, no one would ever know. Like Wang Mang, some say he was a time traveler, others say he wasn't. As for the truth, perhaps only he knew. This is truly astonishing. What are other worlds like? Do they have oripathy? W had also recovered by now, her signature smile plastered on her face. No, this is the first time in all the worlds I've been through that's happened. That's really interesting. Since you're not from this world, why do you seem to know so much about it? Even I don't know about Tallulah situation. W's words immediately silenced the doctor, Quinjet, and Amaya. It's simple. Since I can travel between worlds, I naturally possess some unknown abilities. One of them is that once I arrive in a new world, I gain access to relevant information. This information could be from the past or the future, but only partially. And after my intervention, this information will also change accordingly. Shen Fei looked at W and continued, if I hadn't come here, W, you would have tricked Misha and Alex into assassinating the doctor in order to prevent Asparagus from obtaining the key. As a result, both siblings would have died, at the hands of Amaya and Officer Chen. What are you looking at? I want to kill her, isn't that okay? W couldn't help but exclaimed, seeing the eyes of Quinjet, Amaya, and the doctor fixed on him. In fact, of course, this is not the case. With Amaya protecting him, the doctor would naturally not be successfully ambushed by Alex. Don't look at W's dissatisfaction with Amaya, but she is the successor chosen by Teresa after all. She may not admit it in her mouth, but she admits it in her heart. After that, after setting up a large number of traps, you will go to find Tallulah, wanting to kill her, but you failed because you misjudged her strength. Then you escaped Tallulah's attack by self-destructing, and then you hid, waiting for Quinjet, Amaya and others to come to Chernobog, and then you jumped out again. How could I fail? W jumped out to refute. That's the fact. After the assassination of Tallulah failed, the person you wanted to kill the most changed from Teresa to Tallulah. No, strictly speaking, it should be the immortal Black Snake. But even though you jumped out, you didn't participate in the fight against the undead Black Snake. During this battle, Amaya finally gained Officer Chen's swordsmanship and Shadow Sky through transformation, crushing the undead Black Snake spirit and allowing Tallulah to recover. Transformation. Quinjet couldn't help but look at Amaya. The others didn't know what transformation was, but she knew it very well. It was a phenomenon that only occurred after gaining the power of the Demon King. However, given Amaya's current situation, transformation would be very dangerous for her. She was too young. Of course, this was the situation before. Now that I'm here, there's no need for Amaya to transform. I will deal with the undead Black Snake. By the way, Quinjet, can the Royal Guards of Ursus be killed? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.